just another spinning wheel. Take a chance on me. Give me one sign and you'll see. Maybe come and dance with me. I'm not the guy I used to be. Maybe take a chance on me. Give me one sign and you'll see. Maybe come and dance with me. I'm not the guy I used to be.
I still like Rita lift the ocean. I drift like my planet don't spin. I skid all over March like I'm haunted. Rev it up, drum a la la like prophets. It's never much. I'm more torn in the cockpit, don't interrupt. My turbulence slaps my path, massive. Demands panoramic. Massive. Shitty, you're 10,000 leagues, sub-zero sweat dripping. My hand got the rag, riptides like 10 City. Stand off the blood lands, eerie silencing. Severe swerving, I toe lag off uncertainty till your zipper locks. My salvia silhouette immense. Shots, 60 shots a second on a hex. Clock, I strike between each time your solar plex drops. Having on the ripper, skidding out. I can't help yourself by skidding down. I've dealt with yourself by tricks you out. I'm all help to skelter, I'm on the house. Enemy left, but we back skidding out. Goes in my chest feel like it's fixed in the bounds. I guess what I can fix crashing in the planes, I crash and stroll. Max out my oath, don't blame me, I've no soul.
Dating courtesy. A girl is right to assume her date will perform little acts of courtesy which are his privilege. If you are small, will allow him to open doors and hold chairs. Don't barge on him. You'll get attention all right, but it won't be favorable. It is correct to pause and let him know you expect him to act like a gentleman. He'll love it, think you're a lady, and in return, flatter his masculinity.
Excuse me for a second while I bang my head against this wall. And I'm starting to suspect you don't intend to do what you say at all. Forgive your loyal sycophant for leaving lipstick stains upon your shoe. And I wasted all my favorite melody. And watch best friends turn to enemies. You heard I like the bad girls, maybe that's true. For everybody else except
Hello? Hello? Oop. I had you muted. Talk again. Hello? Hi. Hi. My Spotify is so low. Whoops. Oops. Are you unmuted on your end yet? Or like, have you started? Hi, I Toby's chat. Whoops. There we go. I forgot. I always forget the underscore. Let's see. I don't even have Premiere open yet. I'm a silly Billy. You're my little silly. Excuse me. Oh my god. Can you talk again? Alright, just making sure I get your audio right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, do you want to move? Okay. Probably private. I can, as a mod, I can move your, in mine. Unless you want to go to yours? Alright, I'll meet you there. Wow, fancy seeing you here. Wow, you come here often? Oh my god. Alright, if you put, like, if you put your alt account in one of the ones, I can, like, move it to this one. Yeah, take your time with that. That's all good. I don't know what to work on. I think I was planning on starting something new today, but I didn't really get around to deciding. It's okay, I'll figure it out. I'm still kind of deciding.
how should I begin this? I guess it started when you were with him, and how he never even took you out to dance. But did he fuck with any rhythm? And now he's playing with your head. But did he ever make you come? And did he ever make you cry? And did the wires in your mind get sewn together, rubbed and severed by the heat? And you
Yeah,
don't know how long
I'm watching something.
into your picture and wish that it was me. I guess it's different 'cause you love him, but I've got an interactive, sick and twisted imagination.
I don't know. Sorry. trying to decide what to edit today. I really should have decided before I started, so you guys didn't have to just sit here and watch me do nothing. Everyone say hi to Toby right now! Yeah, I'm gonna put a video also. Yeah, you should. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Okay. Learning.
Full disclosure up front, this was originally an April Fool's video that got pushed back and is now my 50,000 subscriber special. Huzzah! So
This must be so boring.
don't take this video. Full disclosure up front, this was originally an April Fool's video that got pushed back and is now my 50,000
What are you drawing today? I'm not
subscriber
drawing, I'm
special.
working on a video.
Huzzah!
Toby's drawing though.
So don't take this
Toby's
video
always
seriously.
drawing.
It's just for goofy fun. It is not validation to storm the nearest
I'm
Chuck
working
E.
on it.
Cheese and
We're
kiss
making
the
a
rat.
YouTube video.
Kissing the
Okay.
rat will lead to an immediate expulsion from society.
Where?
Thank you. There's been many unanswered questions that have held up the mysteries in Five Nights at Freddy's. What really happened with the bite of 87?
Move
What was
to
the name of the crying
private.
child?
There we
What is
go.
the identity
I know
of
how
the
to
one
do
who
mod
shouldn't have killed?
things.
And most importantly, what's in
Oh,
the
the little
box?
guy shows up.
But I can't answer those questions, so instead I will be answering
You're
one that can be solved
the
through
icon
logic
for
and
your alt.
deduction.
It's
Which
okay, I can
animatronic
fix
would be
it.
the best and worst to smooch? Don't lie.
No,
You
I'm
thought
not.
about
No,
this
don't
at
even worry
least
about it. I can
once.
fix it. No
Whether it
problem.
be from seeing the title of this video or seeing an uncomfortable maw of teeth being shoved up by the screen,
Do you have the
you've
painkillers in your
considered
room?
something of the like.
Can
So
you bring them
today we're
over?
going to try to narrow down a clear and concise
Just like event at some
ranking.
point.
This is the official animatronic smooching guide, folks. Now, this isn't just going to
There,
be a
now it's
typical
just you.
smash or pass video. We're ranking these animatronics on 6 very important factors to decide on how kissable these bots are. It's not just looks, there's other factors involved. And here are these factors. Do they
There we
have
go.
lips? That would be the kissability.
Hand whips.
Can they bite? How dangerous
So
is their
true.
mouth? Will they bite? Their aggression.
Alright.
Anything gross or toxic? Health hazard. Sympathetic backstory.
I think this is about
Do
where
they
it should
deserve a
go.
kiss? And
I'll
are
also
they
probably
cute?
move myself over a bit.
Or cool, or pretty, something to replace that. Each
good.
factor or lack of one awards 2 points.
I know
with
you
some
haven't, yeah.
wiggle room if it seems fitting. So the highest score is 12
No,
and
don't
the
look, don't
lowest
look.
is 0. Also, make
Yeah,
it
me
clear that
too.
I'm
I'm
talking
also
about
stuffy.
the
I literally streamed
animatronic
yesterday and I'm
characters,
stuffy, so
not
don't
the
worry about
missing
it.
children, ghost kids, or any of that. Technically, they are separate characters. Because of this,
Oh,
I'm not
I
going
didn't
to
create a
give
source for this.
sympathetic
Shit.
backstory points on just being possessed by ghosts. They have to have something more specific. We will only be covering game animatronics this time around and not book exclusive. So, with that all laid out,
Turn off my music.
let's begin. Freddy Fazbear. He's the leader of the gang and the titular face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Freddy's personality has always been a little on the light side, but he has been a formidable foe ever since the
What's
very
this video
beginning.
about?
Does he
It's
have
called
lips?
no,
No,
someone like
unfortunately.
ranking
Can
all
he bite?
200 Mega
From
Man
the size of
robots,
his mouth and the
like
hinge of
based
his
off
jaw,
of like their
yes, Freddy
actual
can
canonical
bite.
usefulness.
However, with his
I'm the
plushy
one who's
mouth
gonna do
and
that.
tiny endoskeleton jaws, he probably doesn't have that vicious of a bite.
I've seen
unless
this
you
video
stick
like a
your arm
million
in there.
times, but I just really
Will
like
he
it.
bite? Yes.
I like
Freddy
this
is
guy's
aggressive.
entire.
Anything gross or toxic? Well, FNAF 1 mentions a rank
Oh, the one I'm
smell
editing.
and leakage coming from
I haven't
all
really
of the
decided
animatronics.
yet.
So, yes.
Notifications
Finally,
of that.
sympathetic backstory. Well, since we're not counting the baseline,
So
I'm a
I don't
possessed
know. It's just a
animatronic
clip
thing, I
from
would
my
say no.
friend
Now, is Freddy
where
cute?
she sets shit
Freddy's
on
cute
fire,
enough,
and then
so
I'm gonna
I'll
make
give
it
him
funny.
full points for that.
I'm not actually making. I'm
Adding
making a
this all
TikTok
up,
clip.
Freddy
So.
gets a 5. I think that's a good starting point to have Freddy be a good average.
Will you guys let me know how my
even
sound
if it's
is?
on the lesser side
Big
of average.
guys.
because Freddy would be an awkward kiss that involves the smell of death and the possibility that
I
he
might just
gum
die.
Your face.
Like,
Not a pleasant
he licked my
smooch at
dick
all.
in the.
But as we'll learn in
Yay.
the future, that's not the worst kind of smooch.
My
Bonnie,
flipping.
Freddy's right-hand rabbit and the bass player of the band. Bonnie might be the most aggressive.
Let me
of
know
the
how my
band,
audio
coming
is, you
after his
guys.
prey first, but he is portrayed in some media to be the chilled and laid-back.
You gotta
one.
ad lib. Nah,
Does he have
bro.
lips? No. Can he bite?
I will
Yes,
ad-lib
and
it
he
whenever
has
the
same
fuck I
problem as
want.
Freddy. Will he bite? Oh yeah. The second you start your shift, Bonnie's
I'm
bolting for the
choosing to
office.
think of
He'd
that
bite
as
in a
something like
heartbeat.
nuclear
Anything
fission,
gross or
as
toxic,
opposed to choosing
child
to think of
lose.
it as
Sympathetic
dumb.
backstory, same as Freddy. Thankfully, Bonnie is also cute in an animatronic rabbit sort of way. I would give Bonnie the same score as Freddy, just to be fair, a healthy 5. Basically,
sure it
imagine
is.
Freddy's
Look at
stinky,
Chocolate Eye Patch.
awkward, possibly dangerous kiss, but not having the bragging rights to say, I kissed the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Now we get on to Chica,
Charmin.
Freddy's left-hand chick and a food-loving lady of the group. She has a beak, but
Squishy.
no lips,
You
and
think
she
about
too
it.
can bite. In fact, with Chica's beakish face, I would say she is more effective at biting than Freddy and Bonnie. At least, she could get you closer to the endo teeth. But I still would keep her bite closer to Freddy's and Bonnie's scoring, since later we'll be running into some really dangerous bites. In the case of toxicity, Chica has something
Now I'm
much
super
worse than
powered.
just decay
Uh-oh.
going on. Help Wanted tells us that not only does Chica get rotting food stuff in and on her, but she's also crawling with roaches and has to be routinely sprayed with poison. Yikes. Sympathetic backstory, do the roaches count? At least Chica would classify as a cutie. So I would give Chica a 4, the problem here being her more dangerous mouth design and the fact that she's just so gnarly.
Say
A
something
kiss with Chica
anime.
would
Omae
likely
wa
involve her
mo-
either
my-
literally
omae
pecking
wa
you or accidental roach
moshinderu. I don't know how it
consumption.
goes.
So, nah, she's lucky that it was just 1 point less.
I really
Now
hope you
on to
guys find this
Foxy,
interesting.
the
If not,
original
I will
fan
cry.
Favorite out-of-order pirate-themed fox. He'll get his hook into you. No lips again,
Exactly,
and the ability
yeah.
to bite, and worse still, Foxy looks to have the gnarliest bite of the group. However, will he bite? Now, if we were just talking in FNAF 1 where his jump scare involves
That's it,
sliding
yeah,
in,
the
but
city's
not
here.
biting,
We've
he
done
might
some
have
shit to
gotten
do,
a half
though.
off on the aggression scale, but later games show this
Yeah,
is
Tempo says
sort of
hello.
a fluke. Foxy
Go to
can
his
and will
stream.
attack. He has the same
Go
decay
to Toby's
problem
stream.
as Freddy and Bonnie's. However, Foxy is an out-of-order and broken animatronic, hiding behind his curtain in Pirate's Cove. That's just enough of a telltale to give Foxy some pointage for sympathy. As for being cute, while Foxy seems more cool than cute, the hiding behind the curtain thing allows him that cuteness. Though Foxy has earned points in different locations to his fellow animatronics, balancing the risk and reward, he unfortunately winds up with Freddy and Bonnie at 5 points. As sympathetic and beloved as Foxy may be, his vicious bite and noticeable odor means that his kiss would be unpleasant to only those who weren't totally taken by his plight. Though with dental care being what it was long ago, kissing Foxy might at least smell similar to kissing a real
If you
life
guys want to talk
pirate.
about anything or have any
Now,
questions
we
about
have
what
the
I'm doing,
mysterious Golden Freddy, and immediately I question
I'm
whether
more
or
than
not
willing
he
to
should be
answer.
disqualified due to his hallucination status. Most of the time, Golden Freddy appears more as an apparition than an actual suit. We will count him for a suit for now and continue. No lips. Can he bite? Being a limp suit who kinda just shovels around, he ironically might not be able to physically bite. In his jump scare, he just shoves his face in, but doesn't seem to make any munching motions. Again, we're talking about Golden Freddy, not Fredbear, so I would say that he cannot bite. Though will he? Golden Freddy in later games seems to be portrayed as aggressively as the other animatronics, so I would say yes,
He does
especially
oil.
in his appearance in Ultimate Custom Night, as possibly the overseer of what's going on, and in FNAF AR. Now, toxins and hazards. This one's kinda tricky. At some
my
point, there was
God.
likely a body shoved inside of him, but with his current state of teleporting around and possibly being an apparition, he might not have any remains left in him. However, it is believed that poltergeist can leave a foul odor, but we haven't been privy to that, so I'll say no smell likely, no immediate hazards. Sympathetic? Well, we don't know much about Golden Freddy, but if Ultimate Custom Night is trying to imply that Golden Freddy is the one keeping Afton coming back and keeping the souls trapped, then yeah, no sympathy points there. Finally, cuteness. Look, I'm sorry, but Golden Freddy just isn't cute. From his empty eyes to his gaping mouth to his disheveled appearance, nah, no cuteness awards here. I would give Golden Freddy a 4. Golden Freddy's questionable demeanor ruins what may be a less rancid interaction, and his dead-eyed stare is sure to make any kiss awkward, especially when the mouth you're trying to kiss might not even be there. Now let's move on to FNAF 2 and a brand new batch of animatronics. Starting with Toy Freddy. While initially an overlooked animatronic, Toy Freddy became a joke when he was turned into a stand-in for a raging gamer, only to then get a slew of more innocent and polite-sounding lines in FNAF AR. Talk about an identity crisis. No lips again. Can he bite? Well, sort of. With how Toy Freddy's mouth is shaped, his bite would likely be harmless. But he could bite, and that plasticky
Let's
shell
see.
could probably
What should we
hurt
talk
a
about?
little bit.
Oh, I don't want to turn this
But
down on my
will
end.
Toy Freddy bite? So, Toy Freddy has been shown being just as aggressive as everyone else, but there are a few caveats in Ultimate Custom Night and FNAF AR. In Ultimate Custom Night, he gives you the option to help him, and he won't jump scare you if you do. A generous offer if we are indeed playing Afton. While in FNAF
Cool.
AR, while some of his
Are you
lines
working
are
on
borderline
Zombie?
sinister, a lot of them are jokey and playful, with one even sounding remorseful. So I think Toy Freddy should
I don't
only
remember,
get maybe a half
but I believe
mark
you.
for aggression. Toxins and hazards. By all intents and purposes, Toy Freddy seems to be clean and well kept, so no obvious hazards.
Why the fuck
Sympathetic?
is he a
Well, it kind
top?
of depends on which version of Toy Freddy we're
Sorry.
discussing. Ultimate Custom Night portrays him as a salty gamer,
This is serious.
so that's not very
Oh yeah, I
sympathetic.
remember this one. This one looks
But
like a
FNAF
tattoo
AR
that like
portrays
a
him as a
cool
bit
lady would have.
oblivious, so that kind of is. And cute? Yes, I'd say Toy Freddy is cute.
I have one
So in
zero.
total, Toy Freddy gets a whopping 7.
That one's an
7.
8. Yeah.
Toy Freddy got a 7. But he deserves it. While a smooch with Toy Freddy would be more than a little awkward, he would probably thank you afterwards and not nip your lips on purpose. Toy Bonnie. Toy Bonnie is the self-named superstar in replacement of Bonnie as the bassist, just as eager to hunt you down, but not too hard to trick with a mask. Has a strong chipmunk accent. No lips. Can he bite? He can, and with his mouth it looks a little more painful than Freddy's. Would he bite? Well, he's not only the first to come after you, but his FNAF AR dialogue varies between him bragging about himself and threatening to take you out in few short words. So, yeah, he means to attack you. Toxins and hazards? No, Toy Bonnie looks well taken care of and
Okay, what should we
clean.
talk about?
Sympathetic? No. Again, his dialogue is all, I'm a superstar stuff, so we can assume he feels pretty good about himself. Is he cute? Yes. Toy Bonnie's score is 4. This comes from his more notable aggression and his braggart personality. Toy Bonnie is a type of person who
SMH.
you would
And it ended
kiss,
up being
get your
mono.
lips pinched, and then he would wink and say, how
That
does it feel
sucks.
to be
I'm
kissed
sorry.
by a star shining as bright as me? On to Toy Chica. Chica's lean, upgraded form who has likely
Hello?
stirred confusing
Oh.
thoughts and many a patron. I'm sure there's plenty dying for a peck from Toy Chica.
Speed
but
of
you may be
which.
dying for it. No lips, but she does have a unique beak mechanic that we have to discuss. Toy Chica removes her beak to attack, which may suggest that the beak is harmless. That is, if Toy Chica was going to bite you, she would have to remove her beak.
Specifically to
And while Toy
murder.
Chica's beakless mouth looks scary, it is largely molded in place, so unless you pucker your lips inside, she can't bite you. Also, she will try to bite you. Her dialogue makes it very clear that Toy Chica is the likeliest animatronic to lure you in with the promise of a smooch and then try to bite you on the nose. Like the toys before her, Toy Chica looks clean and pristine, and there are no notes or messages indicating that she has classic Chica's eating problem. Any specific quirks? Nah. Is she cute? Technically yes when she has her beak on and her eyes in, so full credit.
Yeah, you guys should
Chica gets
let's
a
talk
5.
honestly. If
You
any
might
of you
be
are
enticed into a
right now.
kiss with Toy Chica by sweet words and come hither gestures, but she is definitely setting you up to try to bite your face off. Thankfully, she doesn't exactly have the means to do so. Now on to Mangle, the broken remains of Foxy's replacement left in shambles in Kid's Cove. In a shocking first, Mangle has lips.
Ah.
2 points for that alone. But can they bite?
Guys.
Yes, Mangle has one of the deadlier bites as well in FNAF 2. And Mangle seems just as aggressive as anyone else, especially in their AR dialogue, which depicts them as threatening to come disfigure their
Is a
victims.
boombox.
Any hazards? Well, I would say yes. In this case, not from dirt or rot, but because of the poor state of their body. getting close to Mangle alone
He's just
is
a baseball
hazard.
throwing machine.
Onto the sympathy card, Mangle
It's me.
definitely is worth feeling for. They have been treated poorly by Freddy's, abused by kids, and their wild behavior is directly suggested to be caused by this trauma. Finally, are they cute? Mangle barely scrapes by on cute, even though their body is distorted and twisted. They still have a cutesy face, so I think it's still worth giving them at least 1 point. Mangle gets a 6 on the smoochable scale. Due to their traumatic backstory and the presence of lips, you might be tempted to smooch the fox. Just know that the fox has been through a
Don't
lot
let me
and might
suck
take
more
the
than I can
opportunity to
handle.
give you a quick makeover
Sorry.
and leave you looking just like them. Next is Balloon Boy, and the first of the Gremlin class of smoochable animatronics. Gremlins, due to their sizes, get head smooches. Their rank
That's
is
fine.
adjusted accordingly. Head smooches automatically get a point for having lips because they don't need lips for you to kiss their head, but the bite gauge kind of turns into like a danger gauge. And unfortunately, BB has a little propeller on top of his hat. Not only a possibility for accidentally poking out your eye, but he might also shift just enough to poke on purpose. And would BB bite you if he could? Well, actually no. See, while Balloon Boy is depicted as a problem child, he is never directly attacking the player, just
Me
stealing
too.
batteries, opening vents, with the only outlier being FNAF AR, where all the animatronics are equally aggressive. Though because of his consistency beforehand, I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that BB is not usually aggressive, just a pain to deal with. Any hazards? No, he looks pretty clean. Any sympathy? No sympathy for Balloon Boy. Is he cute? Well, his antics might not be cute, but he fits the criteria. Balloon Boy's score is a 7. That ties him up with the King of Kiss, Toy Freddy. But don't expect a BB kiss to be too pleasant. I think you'll feign innocence and you'll lean in closely, press your lips to his forehead, and then he'll turn and his propeller will stick directly into your eye. Then he will laugh. The Marionette, the noodly mime thing from the prize counter who used to be a major character. Does Marionette have lips? Yes. Can it bite? Nope. No sign of teeth and the mask mouth is
Your
frozen.
angel?
Would
They
it
should be black.
bite?
So
Well,
dark
the puppet is
skin
depicted
and
as
black
being
hair.
just as aggressive as the other animatronics. Though in one line in Ultimate Custom Night, it seems to imply that they've got a specific target. The puppet is also shown to be the one giving life, so I like to think maybe there's some form of compassion there, especially when it claims that they, being the other animatronics, are under its protection. So I think that's enough to give it at least 1 point maybe. No hazards, it's squeaky clean and wobbly. Sympathy? Yeah, lefty. Getting trapped in a battery-operated bear
Very
trap
pretty.
is sympathetic enough. Finally, is it cute? Adorable. So that leaves Marionette with a whopping 11 points. I'm totally shocked and absolutely thrilled that my favorite animatronic got such a high smoochability rating. I'm sure once you figure out how to kiss
Yay.
that open-mouthed porcelain and velveteen smile, it would be pleasant. Just as long as you're not Afton adjacent. Now on to Withered Bonnie, the withered remains of a leftover Bonnie. His face is gutted and his decimated body left to rust away in the back rooms. First off, no lips. But on the other hand, no possible way to bite either, because he has absolutely no mouth. Though, would he if he could? Yes, while Withered Bonnie's lines make him seem a little more chill, he's just as willing to attack as the others are. Unfortunately, due to his hazardous state, he has the same problem as Mangle in the getting close is a risk department. But due to this state, he is brimming with sympathy for his unfortunate plight. Alas, in one last cruel twist, Withered Bonnie has lost his cuteness. This makes Withered Bonnie's total a healthy 5. That's pretty good for someone with no face. You'll have to kiss the rim of his mouth and make a quick run for it before he can grab you with his good arm. Next is Withered Chica, Chica's part-stripped counterpart who looks more like a nightmarish Pez dispenser than a functioning animatronic. No lips and, I don't know if Withered Chica can even bite. Her mouth seems frozen in this gaping maw, and her jump scares don't show her closing it at all, so let's say she can't. However, would she? Yes, like the other Withers, she's quite aggressive, likely due to her broken state. She's also a walking hazard with wires hanging from her hands and the mouth situation. I would also give her the same sympathetic buff as Withered Bonnie, and while she does have her big eyes, the garishness of her sunken sockets and the state of her mouth erase any cuteness factor. This leaves Withered Chica at a 4, just below Withered Bonnie due to her exposed wiring, pushing up her hazard factor. Smooching Withered Chica would be all around uncomfortable. You would have to wait until she's stuck in a vent, sneak up on her, peck her on the edge of her mangled mouth, and hope she doesn't fall out and crush you to death. If not for the sympathetic factor, she would be beneath Chica, where she arguably deserves to be. Withered Freddy is the next of the Withereds on the line. Once the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, now a shambled heap of spare parts, whose only moments in the spotlight are when he rolls into frame on the backstage cameras. No lips again, but this is the first of the Withereds who actually has potential biting power in his semi-functioning
That's a video of Lem
jaws.
playing Don't Starve,
Though
and
to
she's
his
lighting
credit,
everything on
His
fire.
mouth is that same plushy state
Yeah,
as the original
awesome.
Freddy's, so I'll toss
Nah,
him a
it's fine.
bone in
She's
the
doing a good
benefit of a
job.
doubt with having a weaker bite. Withered Freddy, too, is just as aggressive as the others, though his state of disrepair is much less severe. There seems to be some loose wires on his leg, but that might be far enough out of the smooching range to nudge him out of a hazard point. Though he does take the hit on his sympathy points, where while he was scrapped for parts, he is looking generally better than the others. And is Withered Freddy cute? Big eyes, bare face. I think he deserves a cute score. At least he deserves the same score the original Freddy got, because he
Guys, I'm
looks
tired. My meds haven't kicked in yet.
relatively
Just give me like
similar.
20 minutes and then I'll be
This
funny. I
leaves
promise.
Freddy with a 5, a reasonable score paired up with his bunny companion and the
Mhm.
original models. What he lacks in sympathy, he makes up for in stability, but he does have a bite risk, so try to give a quick peck and bolt. Ignore the smell of mildew and don't look back if he starts staggering after you. You cannot help him. Withered Foxy is the last of the withered animatronics, a mere shadow of the pirate he once was. He haunts the halls with an even more shuffled gait. No lips and an especially deadly bite, and will bite. His level of hazard, however, is not to the degree of Withered Chica,
Sorry.
and he's more in the same state as
Activated
Withered
the wrong-
Freddy
activated
and
the
in
wrong
the sympathy
keyframe.
department. And since he holds a strong
Oops.
resemblance to classic Foxy and his face is mostly intact, he gets to be deemed cute. That would be a functional 4.
Was a
Smooching
bad
Withered
idea.
Foxy is a
Sorry.
mistake you make
I could
when
just
you
pick the
wanted
hot
to
one.
always kiss Foxy, but you pull up to the pizzeria years after he was decommissioned. It's extremely
I activated
dangerous
the wrong
and musty,
keyframe. I just
but
forgot one.
at least he looks somewhat like Foxy the pirate used to. So you've probably noticed so far that a lot of the scores are consistent and in the same range, with somehow classic Bonnie and
That
Withered Bonnie
was a
getting
joke.
lined up at the
I'm not
same
gonna
rating.
do that.
Well, enjoy this while you can, because we will soon be moving into some really nasty kisses. The ones you pull back from with half of your face missing. Also, it helps that the Withereds might not actively
You're
smell like
dumb. How
rotting
about that?
bodies. They probably smell old and musty, but they don't reak that bad. Now, to
But
finish
why
off FNAF 2,
are you
we've got
doing-
JJ,
why are you doing
Balloon
that?
Boy's female counterpart, our second gremlin-sized animatronic to deal with. A point for a head kiss, 1 point for possible eye poke since she is
Why are you
mischievous
doing
like
that?
he is, and 2 points more because unlike Balloon Boy, JJ is depicted as
We all
less
know that Richter
aggressive.
Belmont
In
is
FNAF
hot.
2, she doesn't even do anything. In FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, she's mostly just a pest, and she doesn't have any jump scares across the series. No hazards and appears to be in clean condition, though no notable reason for sympathy either. And she's cute. That's a pleasant 8 points. JJ is basically like kissing a nicer
That's a
Balloon
bird.
Boy. And it feels nicer too because you're likely snubbing Balloon Boy to do it. Now we
Bro.
move on to FNAF 3, where we would
My face when I don't know.
painstakingly go
When my
through
face when I
each of
don't
the
know how to use my
phantoms,
own program.
or we would if they weren't disqualified. While the Phantoms have rankable aggression and presence in the series, they don't seem to be tangible beings that you can smooch, vanishing if you get in contact with them in any way. In this case, they cannot be in the smooch rankings. That doesn't necessarily give them a 0, it just means they can't be
Am I gonna have
smooched.
to keyframe this?
So we'll
This
move on
sucks.
to the actual animatronic featured in FNAF 3. The Purple Man himself, trapped in a prison of his own making, rotting and decaying away behind a wall. You already know how this is going to go. Springtrap the Sprung Trap. No lips, can bite, but I will give him credit in saying that it's not a very effective looking bite. As nasty as his open mouth looks, it's hard to fit anything in there when there's already a head in there. Will he bite? Oh yeah, this man killed half of his patrons. He's a menace. Hazard? Yes on that too. He is an exceptionally rotting body
Look at
in a
Benedict
decaying
Cumberbatch.
suit that sat behind a wall, Cask of Amontillado style, for
Can
a
you
couple
take it?
decades.
Can you bring it to
Not only does
Applebee's?
he reek, but kissing him will likely give you dysentery. No sympathy for the purple man. Is he cute? No. Springtrap gets 1 point, as he should, because if you really think about it, from the mouth shape to what's going on inside
All
to the
bad.
backstory, you do not want to kiss the stinky rabbit. And if you do, he'll probably kill you afterwards. In fact, you might assume him standing there staring at you is an invitation for a kiss, and then lean forward, only to have him snap your
All
neck.
right, keyframing worked out.
The
I hate
only reason he
keyframing,
gets
so
that
I
low
always
point
try
is
to avoid
because
it,
of his
but it worked
defective
out for me
mouth,
this
and
time.
because against all odds, I know people who would probably want to kiss him. On to FNAF 4 and the Nightmares. Now, Sister Location hints that the Nightmares are actual animatronics of some kind, so we will treat them as such instead of writing them off like the Phantoms. Because you might want to kiss these guys. But I will be covering this section a little quicker because I
That's
will
kinda
be
it. I
repeating
think that's it.
myself. Nightmare Freddy is the first nightmare
Yeah.
we will be looking at. The assumed
Yeah,
leader
definitely
of
the
the
feet,
group,
but
or
I don't
at
know, I think
least
that's
of
it.
the gaggle of nightmare teddies hanging off of him.
Ugh.
Apparently, Nightmare Freddy reproduces by budding. No lips and a horrific mouth of sharp teeth, and he's very capable of biting, with the assumption being that he's willing to mangle a small child.
I'm having a
Charming.
Capri Sun.
Due to his teeth and his claws and the fact that he's carrying dozens of
We have our
freckles,
juice
his
boxes.
hazard is through the roof. He is not sympathetic and he is not cute. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our first 0. There is no reason to smooch
So
Nightmare
true.
Freddy. Even his personality leaves much to be desired. But what about the Freddles themselves? The garish gremlins hanging off of and out of Nightmare Freddy. They automatically get a point for a head kiss, but their teeth makes them especially dangerous. Due to their size and the fact one on its own would be less of a
Really
threat,
true.
1 point for hazard seems fair. No sympathy points, but I do think the Freddles deserve at least 1 point for cuteness. Garish or not, they are tiny, and tininess does tend to relate to cuteness. So the Freddles get 3 points. If you have to smooch something, smooch the babies, not the host bear. Now on to Nightmare Bonnie. If there's much of a point. Like Bonnie has all of Freddy's issues, Nightmare Bonnie has all of Nightmare Freddy's. With one exception, without the Freddles, Bonnie's body is a little less threatening, even with the claws. So I would think it's applicable to give him 1 point for less hazard. Actually, no, I think I'm just going to zero him out too. I just cannot validate not having children as equaling a point. Nightmare Chica is the Chica equivalent of the Nightmares, obviously. This spicy chicken falls somewhere alongside Nightmare Freddy and Bonnie. No lips, vicious bite, will bite, and where Bonnie almost got a waning hazard because he didn't have Freddles, Chica has a Nightmare Cupcake who basically is a Freddle. No sympathy, no cuteness, no points. Now on to Nightmare Foxy, who isn't quite the dreamy pirate you might be thinking of. No lips, plenty of teeth, yada yada, but
I know you
Nightmare
gotta apply
Foxy
part
has
of your
something that makes
personality
him
to it, so it's
especially
fun
foul.
and unique.
This sharp-pointed, unholy, lengthened tongue protrudence that looks perfect for stabbing you through the back of your throat. Nightmare Foxy should get a 0 on that
You do a
alone, because
FNAF
putting your
playthrough?
mouth anywhere near that thing is a crime against nature.
Oh yeah, that'll
Though
be fun.
it
I
does
think
bump
you'd
his
enjoy
hazard
that.
high enough to earn that 0. Then there is Nightmare Fredbear,
Bro, my arm
based off
glitched
of
the fuck
Fredbear,
out. That was
the bear
crazy.
who crunched the crying child's head during a misaligned smooch.
Ow.
This Fredbear is no more favorable to kiss. First of all, no lips again, then a mouthful of sharp teeth, not just on his head, but also on his belly. He can bite from both sides. Major hazard,
Hey, Brian's
no
birthday
remorse,
is
no
a
sympathy,
day
and no
before your
cuteness
birthday.
factor. Fredbear deserves his 0, because kissing
Mhm.
him is like kissing a bear trap without the possible perk of being in the woods. But what about Nightmare, who looks pretty much like Nightmare Fredbear? Well, you might
I don't
be
remember how
surprised, but
to
Nightmare
do
gets
this,
a higher
but I'm gonna
score
try to figure it out.
because he is disqualified. In the Nightmare mode he appears in, if you turn up the brightness, you can see that Nightmare is like a hallucination or an illusion around an endoskeleton. And even though we could probably compare smooching this bizarre Nightmare endo instead, I think the fogginess on the whole ordeal makes it a little too speculatory to make a call. Nightmare is, at least, intangible enough that you can't smooch as advertised. Basically, any of these Nightmare animatronics will be like kissing a blender, and none of them have distinct personalities to make them enticing. It's no wonder that they're bottoming out. Jacko Chica and
Alright, I
Jacko
remembered
Bonnie
how to
are
do
pretty
it.
much Nightmare Chica and Nightmare Bonnie on fire. You know how you accidentally bite into something you just microwave too quickly and burn your tongue for a week? That, but most of your face. Next up is Nightmarion, Marionette's nightmarish and garish cousin, and don't be surprised if he's not as up to smooching. Technically, he does have lips. But he also has a mouthful of teeth. However, we don't see Nightmarian biting.
I don't even really know
and
what a
we don't
Nightmarian
know if his
is.
face is frozen, so the
What
teeth
is a
might not
Nightmarian?
be as dangerous. Any hazards? Well, maybe not. Other than
Okay.
those teeth, Nightmarian's body might look funky, but there's nothing outwardly risky to touch.
Tell
the
you
sharpest
when they
things
move
are
set,
his
and
ribs,
also when your
and I
parents
still
are
don't
gonna
think
die.
touching them would immediately cut you. Is he sympathetic? No. Is he cute? As much as it pains me, I'll say no, because
If
I
you're
say
not
yes,
attracted
it
to
is
this, you're
definitely
wrong.
a puppet bias.
Sorry.
Nightmarian gets 5 points. I think that's especially generous for a licorice monster with tentacle fingers. Just mind the teeth when you lean in for a smooch. And guard your neck. You never know when one of his fingers will just wrap around and start strangling you. Now we're looking at a non-nightmare edition of FNAF 4, the Plucky Plush Trap. Springtrap's version of a Freddle, but whose daddy still hasn't gotten back with the milk. Plush Trap is a far cry from Springtrap, though, both because of his sizing and his lack of a rancid corpse inside of him. Plush Trap is a gremlin, which means he gets a head kiss. However, he's prone to biting with his sharp teeth, so he could probably
Or literally
just
just
look
an
up and bite you
enchanted
while
uniform.
you're leaning in. He's a
Mother
finger
of
trap, but he could
pearl,
also
I forgot
very
about
well become a
goblins.
lick trap.
Everyone
And Plush
forgets
Trap
about
is also
goblins. Where are you
surprisingly
sending it?
aggressive. However, he is small, and his mortal enemy is carefully timed flashlight shines, so only about half the danger. And like I said earlier,
sent me a
while
picture-
Plush Trap looks like Springtrap,
Oh.
he doesn't have his noxious
I was gonna say, you
interiors.
sent me a picture
In
of the
fact,
puppet.
while he's a little in disarray, I wouldn't say
Is that what you're
Plush Trap
talking
has
about?
any hazard outside of his teeth.
Oh.
Sympathy? Not really. Cuteness?
I think
I would
if I had to
say
rate the
that
original
Plush Trap
puppet
just tips
on
the
like
scale
a
enough to
scariness
get
scale,
some
I'd give her
cuteness
like
points.
it's a her, right?
This
She,
gives
her.
Plush Trap a reasonable 6 points. Smooching Plush Trap is like smooching an angry chihuahua. I don't know why people would want to do it, but they do, and there is some amount of charm to it,
Alright.
I'll admit.
I would, if I had to
That
rate
charm is
the
all but
puppet on a
evaporated in
scariness
Plush
scale,
Trap's
I would give her
counterpart,
like
Nightmare
maybe like a
Balloon
4 or
Boy.
5 out of 10,
Imagine Balloon
and that one
Boy,
is
but
like
he
the
has turned
same.
from a gremlin into a
I
deformed
feel, I
cretin
get the
with a
same
Pez
feeling of
dispenser head.
creepiness between
Yes,
the
I
two
used
of
that
them.
comparison for someone else, but it really fits in this case. And don't get me started on his fingers. Technically, he is a gremlin, so we can give him a head kiss, giving him a point, but once again, he has the propeller, and we know for a fact this BB is out for malicious intentions just from his lines alone.
All of the nightmare
So
ones.
I don't think the propeller is our
and,
only risk.
Golden
I
Freddy
think Nightmare
freaks
BB
me
might
out the
snap his
most.
head back at the
I know
last
that's so
second
dumb
and
to
suck us into
say.
his
I feel really
circular row
stupid
of
for saying
lamprey
that.
teeth. So yeah,
I think Golden
dangerous and
Freddy is
aggressive.
scarier than like all
Though
of the
for
FNAF 1
hazards
and 2
other than those
animatronics
teeth,
combined.
I could only give a point if I'm stretching it for the hands, because elsewise his stubby, stumpy body
I
isn't
hate Golden
dangerous.
Freddy. He's so
And
fucking
he looks
creepy.
clean enough. Not sympathetic,
Fuck
and no,
Golden
while
Freddy,
he meets the
man.
criteria of big eyes and a colorful face, Nightmare Balloon Boy is not cute. In something that I can only consider a crime against nature, Nightmare BB does not get a 0, but a 2. And that's stretching it too, because look at his hands. With that, the nightmares are over. But we still have a long, rocky road ahead. Now, at the request of a friend, for some reason, Virtua Freddy. Who is Virtua Freddy, you may ask? Well, Virtua Freddy is a secret character from FNAF World. Sort of. Basically, if you summon a Mimic Ball, a stubby little guy who mimics the moves that you use, it does so through a virtual holographic green Freddy. So Virtua Freddy would be a hallucination or an illusion.
Yeah, we've
and the
been
real
playing a lot of
character
Fortnite
would
together.
actually be the Mimic Ball. Mimic Ball is a small guy, so he fits into the gremlin category with a kiss on the top of the head. He is harmless, doesn't seem hazardous, doesn't seem sympathetic, and is moderately cute. 6 points.
No, same.
Next from FNAF World is Old Man Consequences,
Literally me
the
too.
red preacher hunkered down by a lake in the depths of FNAF World. Old Man Consequences is disqualified, because to get a kiss from him, you would have to effectively trap yourself in purgatory with him. No kiss is worth that, especially not when the kisser has this mouth. On to Sister Location, and the star herself, Circus Baby. Don't let the soft appearance fool you. There's something terribly wrong with Baby, and you would do best not to trust her gentle words. But, is she smoochable? Right off the bat, Circus Baby has lips. Is
Oh,
she
yeah.
capable of biting? Unfortunately, yes. Her faceplates can draw
Yeah.
back to reveal a mechanical mess of
too.
endoskeleton
I feel
underneath.
pretty much exactly
However,
the
since
same
Baby's plotting goes beyond simple bites, I'll only give her 1 point here. But don't mistakenly assume Baby isn't dangerous. She is. But Baby's plans come before that, so you could probably get a smooch in, especially if she thinks it'll help her gain your trust. On that front, maybe 1 point of aggression if your survival is vital for the moment. Hazards. Well, Baby does have a claw on her belly, but she only uses it to attack children. I would say her general demeanor is pretty hazardous.
I don't
for
know
your
how to
health.
make art streams entertaining.
Is Baby
How
sympathetic?
do you do it?
Well, yes, she is. Baby has been tortured and used by Afton
Yeah.
Robotics. She has been trapped in a situation she cannot escape, and that does make her sympathetic, though her behavior makes it a little hard to
You're
feel
right,
all
sorry.
that bad for her, being cold and manipulative. And is she cute? Yeah, I'd say Baby's cute. And I bet you're wondering, why is Baby not on the gremlin list if she's so short? Well, I have a shocking revelation for you, but she's
Yeah.
a whopping 7 foot tall. Big baby indeed, but I digress. So, Circus Baby actually gets an 8. I think that's a little generous considering how dangerous Baby can be if you let your guard down, but like I said, I think you could get a smooch in if you play your cards right. Of course, that would be kissing a 7-foot clown with a metal-plated face, but you could do worse.
Alright, what should we
We've
watch
seen
next?
plenty examples of doing worse. Next up is Ballora, the lovely ballerina with a habit of twisting herself up and crawling around like a spider. Ballora
I will.
has
After, I
lips.
want to watch Pet.
Ballora also
HP
has the
first,
ability
but
to
then I'll
open
watch-
up her face
then I'll
plates
watch
and
The
reveal
Sims.
disturbing face underneath, along with a catfish-looking mouth full of needle teeth. Now, unlike Baby, Ballora is shown in Sister Location to go after you even though it is against the goal of using you as a suit, making Ballora much more aggressive. She's not going to let you smooch, and she has the means to bite you. Otherwise, though, her body isn't exactly hazardous. Sure, she can contort
No,
herself,
I think she's pretty.
but she doesn't have any hidden weapons, and she seems rather
Which one do you think
clean,
is the
so
creepiest?
that deserves full points. Is she
Out of all of
sympathetic?
them,
Yes,
like which ones do
Baby,
you
she is
hate the
trapped in this
most in
horrible
terms of
place,
like you don't like
shocked
looking
and
at
torn
it?
apart and treated like an animal. And unlike Baby, whose manipulative behavior makes her less sympathetic, Ballora isn't that sinister. Yes, she will try to kill you, but there's no twisted alternate motive beyond vengeance for her own treatment.
Mm-hmm.
So, full points seems fair. Is she cute? Well, I'd say Ballora isn't cute per se. In fact, I'd find her downright creepy. But she is pretty, so I'll give her those 2 points for that. It would be a crime not to. Ballora's score rivals Baby's at an 8. What she lacks in approachability, she makes up for in sympathetic backstory and a pretty face. Smooching Ballora, if you get close enough, will be the closest you get to kissing a metal human.
That's interesting.
And as long as her face doesn't open up, it might not leave you second-guessing your life's choices.
That kissability.
Next is Funtime Foxy, the reworked Foxy for the band, stripping his pirate accent for a more showman-like voice and demeanor, but expect him to still be a hunter. They have lips. Will they bite? Yes, and they have an especially disturbing split to their face that would give them an exceptionally harsh bite.
I hate all the
and
nightmares.
they
but
seem
Nightmare
more than
Foxy
willing
is
to bite. Other than that, like Ballora, Funtime
Yeah.
Foxy is clean, and the only hazard they hide is their gaping maws. He has the same sympathetic backstory as the others, but groups more with Ballora's behavior than Baby's manipulation. And he's
yeah,
clean
I
enough, so
did
full
too
points
because
on
isn't
that.
he on like the
Funtime
app
Foxy
icon
cleans
for
up with a
FNAF
healthy
3 on
7.
mobile?
Which seems more than appropriate
Hey,
with his
what's
threatening
up?
calls.
So
The
yeah, I
smooching
didn't
with
like him because
Funtime
like I
Foxy
saw
would
him on
involve
the
smooching
app
the tip
on
of
the,
their
at
snout
the app
and hoping it
icon,
doesn't pop open
like in
into
the
some
app
sort of
store. And
scary
so when I saw
mechanical
him,
jaws
I would
connected
get
to
really
a gumdrop
scared.
shaped wireframe head. The next neck on the chopping block is Funtime Freddy. Don't let the
I
whole
did.
rounded bear thing fool you. Funtime Freddy
I'm
is
editing.
a shrill
We're making our
voiced
YouTube
sadistic
video. I'm
creature who
just
takes
kidding.
too
I'm
much
editing a
pleasure
TikTok
out
for
of
a
what
friend.
he does at any given time. No lips and definitely has the capability to bite, with his opening face giving more room for a thick jaw ready for crushing. But would he bite? Oh yeah, Funtime Freddy is the type of person to crunch all your fingers and toes, laugh at you, and then go in for the kill. How about hazards? Well, Funtime Freddy does have a hidden storage tank for capturing children in, and he also has his hand puppet, Bon Bon, who can detach and attack
I
for
agree.
him, or who we might just, launch across a room. I think the double whammy can count for at least 1 hazard point. Is Funtime Freddy sympathetic? He should be, having the same backstories as the others in Baby's band. Except Funtime Freddy's sadistic and sinister nature makes it almost impossible to feel bad
The thing
for
is that
him.
I knew
Even more than in the case of Baby,
had seen
whose
Springtrap.
terrible
I didn't know that
behavior
was
is
his
almost
name, but I
directly
saw him and I
equated
like knew what
to
he
the
looked like.
hand she was
But I
dealt.
didn't know he
Funtime
was
Freddy is
Afton.
even more
Obviously,
cruel
I
than
just thought he
her.
was a different
And
guy.
as for cuteness, well, I regret to say that Funtime Freddy is technically cute. Which means that Funtime
Sister
Freddy's smooch
location.
score is a
Interesting.
3, but don't get any funny ideas. A smooch with Funtime Freddy just gives him the chance to get his hands on you, or hand on you, and once that happens, who knows what he's going to do. Likely try to either shove you into his child-sized stomach tank, or just beat you over the head with bonbon while crackling manically. It's not worth it for a smooch that's like kissing a refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of bonbon, Freddy's hand puppet, is he any more smoochable? Well, let's see. 1 point for the head kiss, gremlin size. He's capable of biting, but his bite looks much less threatening, so I'll only give 1 point. Will he bite? Yeah, he pretty much does whatever Funtime Freddy tells him to, so I would classify that as aggressive. But hazardous? Not really. When separated from Funtime Freddy, Bonbon might be quick, as he doesn't have much going on for him, but his bottom is spared of any exposed wires. Sympathy? I'll give him 1 pity point for being stuck with Funtime
Be able to
Freddy,
handle it.
and then a few more for being a
Mhm.
cutie. That's a tidy 7 points for the little guy. A far cry from Funtime Freddy. If you could just get the bear out of the picture, a smooch atop Bonbon's head might be possible. Just make sure to hold him from the underside and pull back quickly if he gets nippy. Bonnet is also a very similar case. In fact, Bonnet
I mean,
is quite literally
I'm not
just a
disagreeing with
recolor of
you. I think
Bonbon,
that's a
with
perfectly
Funtime
valid
Freddy
thing to think and
usually
feel.
not in the
But
picture.
I felt something
So to
very
make a
different.
long
The way that
story
I felt
short,
about it was
imagine
just
the
like,
exact
how does
same
anyone
scenario,
enjoy
just
this?
you may
Like, how does
not
anyone
have to
think that
get
this is like a
Funtime
cool
Freddy out
thing?
of the
This
way
is
for a head
terrifying. This
smooch.
is traumatizing.
For that, Bonnet
you know?
gets a 7, because even though she's not Funtime Freddy's primary hand puppet, she does seem to get stuck with him occasionally, and that warrants a pity point. The mini-Renas are Bellora's little ballerina helpers.
Yeah.
They have molded mouths that resemble the puppets, except that they are actually hollowed out. Which means not only no teeth, but no capability of biting whatsoever. But that doesn't mean they're harmless. It's not made entirely clear if they're working directly under Bellora, or if they have their own agenda, as in most of their appearances they are distractions instead of aggressors, with the only exception being Night Forest's sister location when Bellora's standing there. I suppose I'll just go ahead and give full marks for aggression, though. They are clean
Yeah,
and tidy
That's
with
your
no exposed
thing.
wires or
Murder
sharp bits.
mystery.
I wouldn't give
Quote
sympathy
unquote.
points. They
It's not
tend
really
to
the
giggle
same as like
excitedly when
an
causing
actual murder
mischief,
mystery,
so they're
but
not
it's,
having
you know,
that bad
there's
of
a
time.
murder and
But
it's a
they are
mystery,
cute.
right?
The mini-Renas
It's
would
a
also
mystery
get a
about a
7,
murder.
except, well,
It's a
in
mystery
the
about a
Fazbear
murder,
Frights
so
books, which tend to be
technically
a
the
little
same
odd in
thing.
general.
You
Their starting
don't call
story
me a
features them
looter.
forcibly climbing into someone's mouth and lodging themselves into his body. Somehow. While I doubt the mini-Renas are going to open someone's mouth and hop inside during a smooch on the head might keep them at ease. For that, I'm going to have to dock them down to 5. You will kiss a mini-Rena on the head and hope that they don't get any funny ideas, then spend the next 2 weeks sleeping with a face mask out
This
of
is tough because
paranoia.
like I gotta make the video
Now on to the Bitty
stimulating
Babs.
by
Babies
adding like
variations
moving
of the
parts on every
mini-Renas.
frame, but I don't want
Shown
to
only a
use like
few
frame
times, these
zoom
bald
ins
little
because like you
babies are
can
shown to
tell
be
that I'm just
nearly as
using the
aggressive
same
as
effect
babies
over and over,
herself.
and that's boring.
Kiss on the head. Now, unlike the mini-Renas, Bitty Babs do have these little ventriloquist mouths, and as such, they technically could bite if they got enough of an opening to do so.
Yeah,
Though
well,
between the flat teeth and
yeah.
the small bite coverage, it would be a weaker
I do.
bite,
I'm
at
just thinking
worst
like
a
I can't
bad
agree with you,
pinch.
but I think it's only
The
because I
Bitty
didn't
Babs
see
are also
them.
quite aggressive, capable
Like
of
at that time where I
jump-scaring
didn't
on
want to
their
look
own
at it.
and hunting their victims. No hazards, being clean and rounded, without even a sharp edge. Nothing sympathetic about them, save a cut line saying, "Don't hold it against us, you don't know what we've been through," but
Mhm.
that was cut from sister location for some reason. I suppose it's not technically
Like a
canon.
human being.
I would classify them
Ew,
as cute.
I don't like that.
This would give the Bitty Babs a healthy
That's
6.
gross.
They're kind of like a smaller JJ
That's
in a way, just with a
yucky.
higher risk of damage. Kissing the top of their heads would likely be harmless, but they might bite at your fingers and bolt right afterwards. Now, the Electrobab, a Bitty Bab made with the ability to drain power and thus given their names, are a weird story. They are virtually the same as the Bitty Bab, but we are unsure if, due to their connection to electricity, they might be capable of shocking you. If they are, then I would drop them to a 5 due to the risk of getting a jolt.
Mhm.
Elsewise, they're the same as Bitty Babs. Now we get on to Lolbit, a recolor of Funtime Freddy, who is usually
Yeah.
portrayed as a
Mhm.
face on a computer
What's up?
screen and only as
Hi,
their
Blue
own
Penguin.
character
What's
and
good?
one level of help wanted.
How's it going? It's
This
going
puts
good.
a
I'm
Lolbit's
just
tangibility up in
working.
the
I'm
air,
being
along with their
quiet.
personality and ability to
Just because I'm
attack.
focused, but
Because
I'm
of
doing
this,
good.
I think
I'm a
I'm
little
just
sleepy
going
today,
to
but it's just
disqualify
because we're
them,
having a chill
because
day.
I
I'm hanging
don't
out
think
with
there's enough
Toby's also
evidence
streaming right
here
now.
to clarify whether
You
or not
should
you'd be switching a
check out their
computer
stream and drop a
monitor or
follow
not.
if you haven't already.
Now, Yendo is a little more tangible.
Hey,
A
Jogging.
yellow-eyed bare-ended the skeleton that
Thank you for
physically
yawn.
appears as a cameo in the Funtime gallery when you're
Ah,
passing
excuse
it.
me.
Sort of a large Funtime Freddy
I don't
Yendo
know what to
that's possibly
do.
connected
I'm
to
not a real
Fredbearer
video
of Old
editor.
Freddy, i.e. the name Yendo, Yellow Endo. Endo does not have any lips and does seem to have a harsh bite. While his teeth
Something
aren't
about arson?
especially sharp, he has a
I've already
large
put a
metal
fire
jaw
effect
with
on it
no
once.
padding or protection. Now, is he aggressive? That's a little more unclear. It looks like Yendo has the chance
Thank
to
you for
attack
sip.
you in the Funtime Auditorium, but doesn't. But he will jump scare you in the sister location Custom Night. So, half mark. Is he hazardous? Yes, he is nothing but exposed wiring and
I
plenty of
should.
bits that look like they could pinch or snare a limb.
She
Sympathy
keeps
points?
denying that she's a
Well, we don't know
pyromaniac.
much of
What do
anything
you
about
need
Yendo,
to edit
so no.
videos?
Is he cute? No. That would give Yendo only a single
Yeah,
point,
I need
and
to be
think the
funny,
reason for
which is
this
hard for me because
because
I'm tired
if you
right
think
now.
about it, Yendo is pretty much Fredbear
I mean,
without
like, do you
its
mean
skin,
like physically?
and we know
Like,
exactly
what do I
how
need?
well smooching Fredbear with
I just want to
his
be able to
skin
answer
went.
your.
Plus, the lack of
Yeah, I'll just do
distinct
subtitles for. I don't know what else
personality
to do.
doesn't exactly
You mean
help
like
make it more
physically?
enticing.
I just want to be able to
Kissing
answer your
Yendo,
question.
if you could pin him down, would be like, well, kissing a worse Fredbear.
Like software?
Now we're
Oh,
on to
I
the
use
last
Adobe
character
Premiere.
sister location. Enter the Amalgam,
Which is
a
the
masked
worst editing
wires
program in the
vaguely
world.
shape of a human, and with the
I
features
think
of a
about
clown
switching
dropped on top.
every day.
The big
I
bad
know
and
Da Vinci's
final boss,
Resolve
here
is
he
like
is. Alas, Enter did not inherit
industry
Ballora or
grade,
Funtime
meaning that it's like
Foxy's lips.
used
He
professionally
also
to
has
like
a row
edit
of sharp teeth and a face that opens,
like movies
making
and
him
stuff,
seemingly
but it's
dangerous.
there is a
But
free
would
version
Enter
of
bite
it. The
you?
paid version has
Well,
more stuff, but there
actually,
is a free
likely not.
version. But
See,
Adobe
Enter's
doesn't have a
master
free
plan
version
is to
unless you
get you
pirate
into
it.
the
And
scooping
honestly,
room so he
it's
can
not
get
unethical to
inside you.
pirate Adobe
So
programs
he
because
would
they
be less
use
likely to
AI
damage the
in some of their
face.
programs. So
So,
it's not
safe
unethical to pirate
smooch.
from Adobe, but you didn't
But
hear that from me.
Ennard is
I don't
quite
pirate mine
literally
though,
nothing but
because
exposed wiring, and
I
with
already
the
am
whole
like
scooping
way
room
deep in
thing,
like a
yeah,
4-year
Ennard's a walking
subscription.
hazard. But he is quite sympathetic.
But besides
Pichu is
that,
trapped down here, but in
I
a
just
worse
kind of use
state and with
Photoshop
no chance of escape.
sometimes for specific
It's been
things.
out
Like if
before,
I'm doing
but it is
like
always broken up and put back
um
eventually.
stock
Whether
photo
we see
story
Ennard as a
time,
hive mind or a
like you know what I mean
culmination,
when I say
he is
does
a
that make
clown who
sense to you when I
exists
say
in a
stock
state
photo
where he
story
can never
time?
attend a birthday party.
Like if someone's like
He will
telling a
never
story and then
be
you
a true
use like
clown.
stock photos.
Is he cute? Well, he has eyes and a face, so like Mangle.
Yeah, like if I'm making stock photo
yeah,
story
he's cute.
time, sometimes I use
So that
Photoshop
leaves
to make my
Ennard with.
scenes and then I like animate them
I'm
with
just gonna give
keyframes in the
Ennard an 8.
program.
Smooching Ennard would be like kissing
But that's
that
it.
tangled up mess
If
of
someone's going to
computer
commission
cords and
me
you've
to
left
make a
behind
video
the
for
dresser
them, all
for
I
so
need
long that it is
is
ensnared
literally
that
all I
scary
need is the
clown
clip.
doll that
And if they
Grandma
have any
brought you
ideas
one
already
year.
for like
And
jokes or
instead of,
bits they want me to add, and then I
trying to
watch
do
it and then
something
I add
about
my
it,
own
you
bits
decide to
and
risk the
animated
danger of
subtitles,
your
and I
health
can do
and
that all
smooch
within
it.
the program.
Is that a spark of something more between you?
So
Or are you about to go
yeah,
into cardiac arrest?
it's not that cool.
So moving up to the Pizzeria
Thank you.
Simulator era, we've got Helpy.
I appreciate
A
it.
little Funtime Freddy
Yeah,
as
Da Vinci's
helper
Resolve
and
is free.
Unlike the character Encyclopedia,
There are a lot of
which
editing
paints him
programs
as
that you
the
can
second
use. Like
coming
you
of the
literally, like
Prince
you
of
can use.
Darkness,
There's
Helpy
iMovie
is
and
just a
Filmora
cute little
Wondershare,
guy
which are
who
free, but they're not
admittedly might
industry
not
grade.
exist. But since he appears in
But it also
Ultimate
doesn't really
Custom
matter
Night,
because you don't
we'll
need
act like
industry
this
grade
little guy's
programs
the
to make
real
good
boy.
content.
In the Gremlin
It's just
class,
more
Helpy
convenient
gets a nice head smooch,
since I do it
and
for
it
a
is
job.
a perfectly safe head
You know?
smooch. 2 points.
So yeah.
He is never shown to hurt anyone. In fact, you can say that Helpy's trying to help you in Ultimate
So
Custom
yeah,
Night
it kind
when
of
he
comes down to
fires off an air
preference.
horn. Maybe
There's
trying to
one
keep you
called
awake? Okay, a stretch, but he's still pretty harmless. He's
somewhat.
clean and his
Editing
limbs
programs?
are all stubby and safe.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sympathetic.
There's Final Cut
Admittedly,
Pro, which is
no.
also
Maybe
industry
when he
grade, but I'm
falls
pretty
in
sure
a
it's
mini
paid. It's
game
way cheaper than
failure,
Adobe, but it
he
has
gets
a
back up
has a
and
few
is
less
okay
tools,
later
but it's still
on,
pretty
so
good.
I'd
And
maybe only give him 1 point just for the shock of it.
Sony
And
Vegas
is he
sucks. Mhm.
Adorable. This gives Helpy a resounding 10, and no wonder. One day, when Helpy's helping out, he accidentally gets banged
Oh,
up
After
testing out
Effects.
the
Yeah.
unsafe
After
attractions
Effects
at
is
the
a little bit
pizzeria.
different.
You
After
pick him
Effects
up,
is if you wanted
brush
to
him
make
off,
like
and give
a
him a little smooch on the head.
it's called
thanks you
motion
politely
graphics,
and
which is kind
excitedly
of
goes
what
back to
people.
work.
It's what my channel
Perfection.
trailer was made
Now
in.
onto the trash gang. I know I should do
Motion
them one
graphics
by
are kind of
one,
like a
but
thing
I
where if
don't
you
think
want
it's
like cool, like
necessary.
floating, moving
And I know
text
there
and
are
like
likely
objects in
not
like
really
a 3D
functioning
space, but it's still a
animatronics and are
video.
instead maybe
And then Premiere,
hallucinations brought up in
and
Ultimate
like
Custom
like
Night,
Final
or
Cut
just
Pro,
rigged
Sony
up
Vegas,
dummies in
Filmora,
Pizzeria
Wondershare are like
Simulator. But they
are
are physical
just
trash,
programs for
so
video editing, like if you want to make like a
supposedly we
normal
can smooch them.
YouTube video or like
They do
gameplay
not have
video,
lips,
right, or
but they
something like
also
that.
cannot
You don't want to
bite.
use After Effects for
They
that.
do not hurt us.
I
Their
mean, you
only flaw
can,
being
like
that they
nobody's
are made of
physically stopping
trash,
you.
So a slight
But that's not really what
hazard
it's for.
risk. Are they sympathetic?
Right.
I'd say
I'm pretty sure Nobu
no,
edits in
because
After Effects.
for what we know, they aren't even
you know who,
sentient.
you remember who
so
that is by
they
name?
likely don't feel pain or anything.
It's Danny's
at all.
editor.
Are they cute? Well, yeah, okay. So the trash gang as a collective
I'm pretty sure that
unit
they.
acquires 7
I'm like 90%
points.
sure they edit in
For
After
something
Effects because of all the
comprised of
effects that they
garbage
use.
with googly eyes,
Or maybe they
these guys
import
have
their
got
pro.
a
You
pretty
can
good
import.
score.
Premiere
could
projects
each
into
one,
After Effects.
but they would not feel it.
Because, you know, they're both
They would
Adobe,
not
so they, like, have
respond,
this system where you
because
can,
they
like,
are
like, it
inanimate
knows how to
objects.
transfer the files
Once
back and
again,
forth.
your heart breaks.
So I'm sure they just,
Now
like,
let's move
imported
on
in
to the
for, like, some
mediocre
effects.
melodies. Freddy's offshoot cousins, starting with the peppy
But,
Happy Frog.
yeah.
Happy Frog is
I've been meaning to learn
effectively
After
the
Effects for a
chica
long
of the
time, but
group.
it's a very
The soul
intimidating
girl and
program.
the
It has an
happy
insane
camp.
amount of tools. It's
Happy
so
Frog
overwhelming.
does not have lips,
But I'll learn it
though
eventually.
She has a big mouth. It seems rather harmless.
Maybe.
In fact, she seems rather harmless. Maybe ignoring Ultimate Custom Night, considering who we're playing as and the fact that she might be possessed.
Are you?
Yada
Oops,
yada.
my
Happy Frog is
thing
never
glitched.
a real threat
Are you
to the
interested
player or
in
anyone
learning
else in
video editing,
Pizzeria
Blue Penguin,
Simulator,
or do you video
especially
edit
since she's
at
not
all?
listed as having a liability risk in the catalog. She's also clean. Nothing sympathetic about her, and cute. Well, I'd only give her 1 point.
Yeah.
In her lines, she sounds bubbly
I
and
will.
energetic, which is a rather nice change from the threatening animatronics. But it seems
Sorry, it's
like
loading.
that
Give me a
could
sec.
maybe get old rather quick.
Could you
depending on
go
how
back
energetic
and come
she
back into
is.
your drawing
That
program?
gives Happy Frog a nice 7.
Oh,
Kissing Happy
so
Frog is like kissing an oversized
beautiful!
stuffed
I
animal.
love the shade that
Except
you
that it might get a little
picked.
too
It's
excited about it and talk
perfect.
your ear off
I
afterwards.
love it.
I think you will find that most
It
of the
really does
mediocre
look like
melodies
a really
benefit
cool
from
tattoo.
cleanliness, friendliness, and a low
Personally,
liability
this
rating.
is my personal opinion.
Even if they're
I
not,
think
you
it would
know,
be
the
awesome
most
if you made
popular
the halo like
animatronics.
not black,
Such as Pig
in the sense
Patch.
that you made it like a
Pig
color
Patch is
that
a banjo
glows.
playing pig who likes to muse
And
on
also,
proverbs in his spare
the tone
time.
between
Pig
the
Patch
tips of the
almost
horns to like
squares
the
up
feet are a bit
exactly
too
with Happy
similar. I
Frog.
think you should make
The
the
only
horns
difference
a
would be
different,
that
either
Pig
like a
Patch
different
seems
color
a little
or
more
more
calm
like
and refined
blatantly
than
red.
Happy Frog. But I do feel like
The
the constant
horns on their head,
proverbs with the
I
banjo
can't tell
riff
the
would get
difference
annoying in
between
their own
the
way.
coloring on the bottom
7.
of the character's
Pig
feet
Patch
and
is
the
someone
tips of
you
their
won't want
horns.
to kiss. Not because he's a pig, but
I think it
because
should be
he is
different.
pretentious.
What do you think about that?
Pigtentious. Next we have Ned Bear, Freddy's goofy-looking cousin,
Yeah,
and
like
the
more
only
like actually like
mediocre
red
melody
and
with a
not like
liability
a
rating.
shade of red.
Likely because he's depicted
That's my
as a
opinion.
klutz.
That's my opinion.
Everything goes the same as before,
But it
except
looks
he does get a
beautiful.
half
I
point
love
for
it.
danger, because he's very likely to fall
What
on you at
if
some point.
chess
He's
made
also
you
not
horny?
exactly the
It sounds
most
interesting. I do some
appealing
clipping,
animatronic.
but only for fun.
So
I see.
think a
I
6
see.
is pretty generous. A Ned Bear kiss would be
I've done editing for a long
punctuated
time,
with
and
a
I really love
yuck
it.
and him
So I
stumbling
just
a little,
do it
maybe looking for
a
another
lot.
smooch,
I don't
falling
remember
right past
what
you
I
and flopping
usually,
face first onto
what
the
color
floor.
I usually make for
Then you would have to
subtitles.
stand there awkwardly as
Hold on.
Happy Frog
I
and
need to
Pig
like
Patch help
remind
him back
myself.
up.
Oh,
You'd
it's the
think this
opposite.
would
I'm
get
like,
some
no wonder it
sympathy
doesn't
points,
look
but
right. I
no.
usually,
But there is
I usually
someone
make
whom we might
for
feel sorry
subtitles,
for, and that's the surprisingly
yellow on the
beloved
inside.
rambler known as Mr.
So
Hippo.
I'm like, no wonder it
He'll
doesn't look
talk your
right.
ear off
Wait a
for hours,
minute.
but if you really
Wait a
listen,
minute.
you'll realize how tragic his stories truly are. Same thing
One sec.
goes, except no liability risk.
Oh,
and he
that's,
should get a
in my
sympathy
opinion,
point.
a
But
lot
not
better.
two,
It looked
because
great
he's
before, but
a
it looks
little
even better now.
long-winded and nobody's a saint. I'm certainly not. That would be 8
You're welcome.
points. A Mr. Hippo smooch isn't that bad. It's like smooching a friendly old grandpa who's been telling you stories. He probably won't stop talking the whole time, but that's why you kiss him on the head and get out while you still can. The last of the mediocre melodies is dear old Orville
I
the
haven't
elephant,
memorized them, but
a
I can
friendly
like
old
picture them in
magician
my head.
elephant. I'll skip the pretense and give him an 8. He doesn't have Mr. Hippo's sympathy, but he is especially cute. A smooch with Orville would be like a reward
I think so
for a
too.
little magic trick. He gets a smooch on a cheek, thanks you politely, and pats you on the head. Then he asks if you liked his act. You did,
Excuse
because
me.
his entertainment level is high, which means he's probably very good at it. Now we move out of the mediocre melodies and into the other band of Pizzeria Simulator, the
Do you need
Rockstar
other programs to add in
animatronics.
sound effects?
Rockstar
No.
Freddy is the
This
first
is
up
all
the bat.
within Premiere.
No
Premiere
lips,
can handle
when he bite, well,
videos,
technically with his mouth and a
videos,
hard
audio,
shell, he could, but would he
videos,
bite?
audio clips, text,
Well,
images,
yes.
GIFs.
So remember how I mentioned that
Um,
the mediocre
It can even
melodies got a
export
pass
transparent
on their
videos,
aggression in
depending on
Ultimate
your
Custom Night, at least
export
somewhat?
format.
Well,
It
Rockstar
can
Freddy
handle
is different.
almost everything. I think
Rockstar
it could
Freddy
even
demands
handle like
coinage to not
WEBP
attack.
files, which
He
are
gives
files
no
that are supposed to
impression that he
be
cares who's in that
not
office,
actually
as he
images,
can be
but like
paid off
links
by
that
a
lead to
measly
images in a
5
Google
coins.
browser.
So one can
But
only
or like
assume
in
that
a
anyone he
browser.
tries to bum
But I
change
think
off
Premiere
of
can
is at a
even
risk of being
load
attacked.
WEBP
That's dangerous.
WEBP
In his
files
defense, he
as
was playing
images in the
nil,
program.
but him
I'm pretty
demanding
sure
money
I've never
is
needed to
entirely unsympathetic. Sure,
convert them.
he's
Hi,
asking politely, but
Lily!
he repeatedly asks, no, demands for money.
I just got off
Is
work.
it cute?
Congratulations! You
Technically,
did
you should
it!
get
You
full
made it
marks
through
for
your
cuteness,
shift!
but do you know what's not cute?
I'm so proud of
Extortion.
you. Good
That would
job.
be a 5. 5
I hope
coins.
you had an easy
5 coins he
shift.
demands for you to pay before he'll consider
And I'm really happy to
smooch.
see you.
As you take out your hard-earned cash, you think to yourself that he's taking the fun out of this. He thanks you and lets you smooch. His lips are like
I don't
hard
want it to be in
plastic,
front of her
devoid
face.
of passion. Rockstar Bonnie is not nearly as money hungry. This crooning rabbit seems to
Oh, it's
speak
be right there.
entirely in song.
I'm
at
glad she has
least
a
from what
design
we hear,
motif where
and
I
is
can
seldom
very
seen
easily
without his
align my
guitar.
subtitles
No
with, so
lips.
it's not in her
He
face.
does have a plasticky mouth that could possibly bite, but unlike Freddy, he is much less likely
I'm sitting
to do
outside
it to
waiting
some
for
random
my
person.
excuse
He's
me,
clean and well
to
put
get
together,
here and take
not
me home.
sympathetic,
I hope
but
you have an
gets full
easy
cute
ride
marks.
home.
I don't necessarily find him cute, but the appeal of a sultry voice
And I hope when you
luring
get
in
home
with
that
love
you're
songs
able to
feels like
chillax
it
and have a
should
good
get
rest of
point
your day.
somewhere, so I'll stick it here. That's a nice 7. Rockstar Bonnie would send you
I'm just
swooning with
editing a
romantic
video.
ballad, enticing you to come in for a smooch. And while it would be safe,
I got a
it
friend
would
who's
too be like
a
kissing a big
pyromaniac
plastic
in
mouth.
denial, and
Next,
this is
we
an
have the
example for
maraca-shaking Rockstar Chica,
pyromaniacy.
a fiery bird with a taste for barbecue. And would you believe it, but Rockstar Chica has lips.
The Commedia
Huzzah!
dell'anime.
Dangerous mouth? Well, a little. But she, like Rockstar Bonnie, seems harmless when working in a normal pizzeria. She's clean, low liability, not exactly sympathetic, and gets a half point on
Based?
cuteness.
Hell yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
no.
necessarily
Lem is
consider
incredibly
her cute, and
based.
between you and me, her abrasive character
I'm gonna
might
shout
be
her
a
out
little
just
too
because I'm
much for
working on
some
her
people.
video.
That would give her an 8 on the scale, which is rather generous, I feel. There's not much horribly unappealing
Oh
about
yeah, we
Rockstar
talked
Chica,
about
but I
Lem
just don't think
before.
she's
I recommended
one
Lem's
who
V-Gen
one would
to
choose
you.
to kiss. Rockstar Chica is absolutely the type of person who would let you smooch her and then immediately smack her beak and go, tastes like chicken. You would not return for seconds. Now on to the final rockstar of the group, Rockstar Foxy. Rockstar Foxy is a largely friendly fellow who's willing to help you out if you're willing to help him find his parrot companion. No lips and a mouthful of teeth that look like they could be dangerous, but a rather low liability and an amount of
I asked to
friendliness.
clock out early
No
because
distinct sympathy,
I'm
but rather
I'm
cute,
on my menstrual
especially
cycle and
with
my
his
stomach
buddy
is punching
parrot.
itself in the face. I'm
That
in
gives
pain.
Rockstar Foxy a 7. To get a smooch
I'm
with
so sorry.
Rockstar
You know what's so
Foxy,
crazy?
you
I
first
just
have
started
to win over
cramping
his bird with
yesterday.
crackers or hope it flies close enough to grab it. Rockstar Foxy
I'm
will
so
offer you a
sorry.
reward.
That sounds
You choose a
awful. I
smooch
hope
and
that you
kiss
feel
the
better
plastic
soon. Are we gonna get some
mouth.
painkillers
Somewhat
and a
wary
hot
of
water
the
bottle?
teeth, but in no danger. It's an okay kiss, but it takes
God
a
damn, we
little
got the
work
same
to get
schedule.
to.
It's true, we do.
With the
God
rockstar
damn.
done, let's move on to the other misc animatronics in the pizzeria before we go on to the main
Can I tell Lumi about your
attractions,
ghost cramps,
starting
babe?
with Music Man. It is
So
a crime
Toby
against nature that
is taking
anyone would
testosterone,
consider kissing Music
which
Man.
means that they
But
don't
let's
get
look
their
at how he
period
should
anymore.
technically
But they
rank.
do experience ghost
Unfortunately,
cramps, where they
Music
cramp
Man
around the
has
time where they
lips.
would
You can
experience
see
their
the thin
period
lines
if they
around
were
that
experiencing
broad
it.
grimace.
And
Those
my
are lips.
actual
As
period
uncomfortable
and
as the
his
mouth
ghost
looks
cramps
too, it
are
doesn't seem to
very
move,
synced.
making it a safe
Experience
mouth.
them
But
at the
would
same
Music
time,
Man bite if
which
he
I think
could?
is really,
Yes.
I think it's really
See, Music
funny.
Man is aggressive
Have
to
you started
anyone who makes
cramping
too
yet,
much
babe?
noise or tries to show him up, as portrayed in his Ultimate Custom
Lucky
Night line.
asshole.
Behavior like that
Lucky
could become
bitch.
dangerous and is also rather obnoxious. It should be noted that apparently Music Man can spawn with a high liability rating in Pizzeria Simulator. I don't know if that depends on whether you buy him or find him in a ball pit.
I was a
Also, he
magical
hangs
witch
out
the
in the
whole
ball pit.
time.
Long story short, Music Man is a danger and you should not kiss him. But he is
Bitchy
clean
please.
and he doesn't have any immediate hazardous bits, no sympathy, and
It's
no,
like
he's
Toby
not
stomach
cute.
punched Toby
That
and
gives
said,
Music
I
Man a
didn't do that.
6.
You're
A
imagining
6.
shit. You're
Somehow
crazy.
Music Man gets a 6. That's higher than the classic animatronics.
I'm the Toby.
It truly is a cruel world.
Toby's
Even
body is
with
gaslighting
6
them.
smoochability, the kiss with Music Man won't be fun. You'll never feel comfortable under that gaze of those giant, soulless black eyes, and lips or not, you're kissing him directly on the teeth. Make sure to do so quietly so he doesn't have a reason to smash his cymbals over your head.
Gaslighting.
Now we move on to
gaslighting
El Chip.
stomach
El Chip
hours.
is the mascot of El Chip's Fiesta Buffet, and his only reason for being
I
featured
can't
at
spell.
Freddy's
Neither
is
can
to
we.
advertise his own brand. Though that doesn't mean he's a bad guy. In fact, he seems like a pretty chill beaver compared to the original Chipper, who had some, questionable behaviors. El Chip has no lips, but his mouth isn't quite built for biting. And he wouldn't bite. El Chip has a low liability and virtually non-existent aggression. He cannot jump scare. He is clean and in good condition, not really sympathetic since he has his own business and does his own thing, and seems relatively cute. That gives El Chip
The
a
color?
whopping
Yeah.
8. El Chip is totally smoochable. Unfortunately, there's a chance he's only smooching you so that he can get his name in the papers.
That sounds like such a
Publicity is
cool
good
idea.
publicity,
I love
especially when he's
that.
proven that he's much safer than Fredbear in one single motion. Though again, plastic mouth, it's like kissing a slide. Funtime Chica is admittedly one of the
Okay,
animatronics who
emote
people
recommendation.
would
A mod
probably
love
want to kiss
emote,
the
but it's
most.
just me
And
throwing
I don't just
confetti.
mean because of her
I'm down
fruity
for that.
physique.
Can I
She's
make
a far cry from the malicious
like
Funtimes
yippee,
built to capture
like you know
and
how there's
kill.
like that gif of
Instead,
like
a
the
bubbly
yippee
and
creature?
harmless
It's like a
chick who
square
revels in
of like
being
the
the center
TBH
of
creature,
attention and
and it's
performing
square,
for an
and then there's
adoring
confetti,
audience.
and then you have a
Funtime Chica
drawing.
has lips and a
I
less
can
than
I make
concerning mouth,
that drawing
especially
of
in
you
her
as the
more
TBH
animated form in
creature,
Ultimate
and then
Custom
give
Night.
it confetti,
She has no
and then make it a
liability
GIF
and
and send it
isn't
to you,
aggressive,
and that's the
using her
mod love.
time
I
to
can make
pose
that
for
for
the
you if you
cameras,
want.
gushing happily as she does so. She's clean and well
If
put
you
together.
send it to me,
There's nothing
have
really
you sent me
sympathetic
just the
about
raw
Funtime
file? I
Chica
think you
since
have.
she seems more than happy and
Let me
confident with
see.
who and what she is. And is she cute?
I'm sure you
She's
have.
adorable. That gives Funtime Chica a rousing 10.
You have.
But I'm
All right,
going to
I
give
already
her an
have
11.
it.
Funtime Chica is just
That's
such
a
a
bad
breath of
dude.
fresh air. She's pleasant
One
and
sec.
pretty and pink. A smooch with Funtime Chica would
No,
probably be nice.
don't show
She
that.
leans down and pecks you with her beak, gives a sweet giggle, and
Oops.
calls you Cupcake.
Hold on.
Now we have Candy Cadet. Candy Cadet is the
Can
storyteller
I send
at
you?
FNAF,
I think I
regardless
have
of
it
what
already.
The books may tell you. This is the robot telling the stories. He gives it to you straight, well, steeped in metaphors, but he doesn't sugarcoat his tales of terror.
Alright.
He does give you a piece of candy at the end, though. Candy Cadet doesn't have lips.
Oh yeah, Candy
In
Cadet
fact,
is
he doesn't have a
awesome.
mouth. But that also means he
Alright.
can't bite. Which he wouldn't. Candy Cadet is depicted as completely harmless. The
So
only thing he
true.
can hurt is possibly your feelings.
Hold on one
And
sec.
if you can't handle his harsh stories, well then, that's rough, buddy. He's clean with no sharp bits. I wouldn't necessarily call him sympathetic, but it is clear
Do I
Candy
have a
Cadet knows
confetti
too much about
effect?
the
I'm
horrors
sure I
of
do.
Freddy's. That deserves a sympathy point. Then,
I do, okay.
lastly, is he cute?
Send a
He
DM
is-
snake.
well,
I have
he
it. I think
doesn't
I have
a
it
face,
already.
but he is colorful and has
Thank
cute
you,
little
Lumi. I have
antennas,
this though.
So at least
I
one
was able to
cute
download
point.
it. I think you sent it
That
to me in
gives
my
him
server
yet
before.
another 8. You might have to sit through a disturbing story to get a smooch, but you can be sure that he won't bite
Base
you,
is
maim
so
you,
incredibly
ask you
base.
for money, and might give you some candy
Alright.
afterwards. Alright, with all of these
One
guys
sec,
out
I'm
of the
loading
way,
it.
it's time to head into the depths and take a look at Freddy's dirty little
Alright.
secrets. Daddy's little monsters, hiding in the tunnels beneath the Pizzeria Simulator Pizzeria.
Do I just
We'll
have a
start with
picture? I'm
Scrap
sure I
Baby.
do.
Scrap Baby
If
is
not,
what
I can
remains
just
of Circus
download it.
Baby. Abandoned by her band and left to piece herself
One
together
sec.
with trash, Baby is a threatening sight, but also a tragic one as well. She has fallen off her stage and now lies on rock bottom in a dirty alley behind a pizzeria, amongst others thrown away by society. Scrap Baby still has lips, even though some of the paint is wearing off. I think she deserves a half point because they're half
It is,
there.
yeah. I like it
Baby
more
also has
than
a rather dangerous mouth. While it moves
yeah,
like
a
a
little bit
ventriloquist
anyway.
dummies in an up and down motion, it's partially broken and full of sharp teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Very dangerous, and she will bite. Baby's more manipulative behavior has
sec.
fallen apart as readily as her body. She's out for blood, and she will attack. She is also, unfortunately, a walking hazard. Stray wires, broken
There we go.
and
There's a
sharp bits,
PNG.
and a giant claw literally in hand at all times. All this aside, though, I
Whoops.
feel especially sorry for Scrap Baby. That's not to say that she doesn't deserve her fall from grace, but she is currently in a really terrible spot, and she doesn't even know it.
There
now,
we go.
this one is
Alright,
a
we'll
push
put you
because
right
Baby,
in the
by all
middle.
means, shouldn't get a point on the cuteness scale, but I feel like I want to give
Alright.
her 1.
Lumi's
Maybe
right
not
in the
for
middle.
cuteness, but coolness. I personally think Scrap
I don't
Baby
remember
is
which
really
is
cool.
which.
From the
I
roller
think this
skates
is.
to the wild
That's not the right
glowing
one
eyes.
because that one
1
just
point
stays
should do
there.
it.
I have one that like
leaves Scrap
explodes
Baby
upwards.
with a 4. Scrap Baby
That's what
is
she
a
said.
walking hazard. You may
Oh,
want
this
to
one
offer
goes
comfort,
sideways.
but
Wait,
as you
is
lean
the
in for a
other one
smooch,
like?
you feel that claw close
Oh, wait, I have this
dangerously on your
one.
neck. Your life is now fully in Baby's hands.
I think this is what I'm looking
And this
for.
baby is not so keen to play the long game with lives as she once was.
Yep. Oh, here
now
it is.
we move
Okay.
on to Molten Freddy, the remains of Ennard. Unfortunately, in the process of shedding Baby, somehow he lost his legs and became this pile of wires that occasionally
Hi, Auru.
resembles
What's
a bear.
up? Have you been
A
looking?
heap of sharp parts, which should cue you in immediately on how this will go. No lips, dangerous bite, a cruel and aggressive demeanor that radiates Funtime Freddy's, not even a walking hazard, a crawling, slinking
Yippee!
hazard that
Okay.
waddles around looking for someone to
Let me
torment.
make it faster.
Sympathy
That'd be
is
funny.
hard. See, I feel for the
I finished my
Funtimes in
voiceover
general,
for my
but
new
Molten
video.
Freddy
Let's
is
go!
predominantly
I can't wait to
Funtime
see
Freddy,
it.
the most unsympathetic Funtime because of his highlight
Okay.
character traits and how much he enjoys tormenting and torturing his victims, taking a
Yippee!
maniacal thrill out of it. I'm giving him 1 point, but it's a stretch.
All right,
And
how
Molten
long should
Freddy
it be?
isn't cute. I can't even squeeze
Common
out a
off
point like I
W.
did with
Exactly.
Baby on this
Yippee!
one.
Alright.
So that's 1 point. And that seems fitting. You might like Molten Freddy, but you would do best to avoid smooching him. It would be more beneficial to just kiss a trash can, At least then you'll be able to walk away without getting tangled and strangled in a mound of metal spaghetti. Now we move on to the big
yeah, we'll
bad of
stop right
FNAF, the de-evolution of Springtrap.
Alright, I'm gonna export
Afton,
this
commonly known
and
as
make it a
Trap Trap.
video.
God help
And then I'll make it a
whoever wants to
GIF
smooch
later.
this man. I begin this evaluation with the tragic realization that there is a small line of fabric around Trap's mouth, and that is unfortunately a pair of lips. However, he does still have a dangerous mouth. Even with the deformed faux bunny look, there's no denying the sharp teeth,
Rare
even if he
condition.
may struggle to get a good bite in. And he would, of
Hi,
course, he is a serial killer who has all but
Hello.
willingly chosen to look like this.
How are you doing
So
today?
yeah, he's also extremely hazardous. Not only does he have exposed wiring all over, but there is
How do
at
you-
least a
hold on.
partial skeleton inside of him, also exposed, likely carrying all sorts of diseases from the decaying process. No sympathy, he's
I
right
can't
where
in
he
1
should be.
second.
And no cuteness factor. I mean, look at him. Look at him. From this, Afton gets a 2. This hideous display actually
many
gets a higher
Sanrio plushies
score
on
than
the VOD.
Springtrap,
Yep.
and
'Cause
solely
I
because
love
he
them.
technically has lips. They're not even
Alright, hold on.
functional lips. This is the
sorry, I'm
worst
trying to make a
possible
GIF.
outcome. There is no justice. Finally, the last character in the 4 true
Meh,
threats,
meh, meh, meh. Shut up,
Lefty.
sir.
Lefty is a walking bear trap built to trap the puppet inside. It is unclear how much of the puppet
Does anyone
is in
have like a
control of the
website
suit,
that they know that
or
they
if
like
there's
for
another
making
force
gifs?
pulling the strings behind its dead black eye.
Toby,
But
can
how
I say that when
smoochable
I was
is
streaming
it?
with you guys? Because I felt
First
so happy
off,
because
no
you guys
lips.
actually
Its
thought
mouth
I
is
was
the same as
funny.
Rockstar
I find
Freddy's,
that the
so
people who
we'll
love me
give it
most
the
think
same
I'm
amount of
hysterical.
points.
A lot of
Is
people
he
growing up thought
aggressive?
I was very unfunny.
Yes,
so
he
glad you
is.
guys-
Don't
You
let
are
the
so
relations with the puppet
funny.
fool you. He is
You
just
are
as
hilarious.
bloodthirsty
Are
as
you
the 3
kidding?
hunks of recycled
You are
building material
so
he's
funny.
trapped with.
All
Though in
right.
contrast to them, Lefty is a newer model.
And I love you
There are no
so
loose
much. We
wires
both
or
love you
sharp pieces,
incredibly
no
much.
indication
So,
of
so
any
much.
smell or decay, so not an immediate health hazard. Sympathy? Well, sympathy kind of depends. If Lefty
Literally how?
is
You're
truly
I am not
possessed
even
by the
gonna.
puppet
You're
who
so
has been
fucking
trapped
funny.
inside them,
For like
then
converting the
yes, he
files. Yeah,
deserves
I
full
figured it out.
sympathy. This is truly a horrifying fate, to be stuck in this thing around these people.
Hold on,
If
I'm
Lefty is a
making it
separate
work.
entity, then no sympathy. I will be rating it as though it is the puppet and giving full marks. Is it cute? I gotta give it a half mark.
Alright,
Technically,
guess
Lefty
what,
looks like a
Rumi?
fully functional animatronic, but that blackened eye and dead stare make him remarkably unsettling. That gives
Guess
Lefty a
what?
6. There's only
There you
2
go.
reasons you would smooch Lefty.
Oops.
Either you're trying to comfort the puppet inside
I
of it,
sent it to
or
you in
you
DMs.
want to smooch Rockstar Freddy and don't want to pay the fee. Either way, it would be awkward. He would give you a dead stare. You say something. He shushes you. You, for some reason, take that as a go-ahead and
Oh my God,
slowly lean
shit.
forward and plant a
I
smooch
changed
on its
scenes on
plastic
accident. I didn't
lips.
mean to do that.
It does not respond.
You guys
You
didn't
pull
see
back.
that.
He stares.
Where are we at?
You leave
Oh yeah,
fast.
you wanted to watch The Sims
It
one.
is
I
not your
forgot.
puppet
Whoops.
anymore. Never again.
We're watching it now.
Never. Never, ever,
Perfect timing
never.
with the video and
I've wanted
exactly.
introduced a few new animatronics. Let's see how they fare on the smooching spectrum.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Starting with Dreadbear. Have you ever considered smooching Frankenstein? Well, we are now, because Dreadbear is
Can you
basically
do
just
that thing
Frank
again
and
with the
Freddy.
program?
His personality is rather non-existent,
There we go.
but when he laughs and that, he makes for
I love it. I'm obsessed with
Dreadbear
it.
has
I
no
want to
lips.
eat it. I
He
want to
has
put
a
it in my
big,
mouth
wide
and
mouth
chew it
full
up.
of flat teeth, and while
I
they are
love
not as
it.
sharp
I
as
love
some of the others
it.
we've seen,
It's so
I could see him
pretty.
crunching through a
No,
skull.
it's perfect. I love
And
it.
he would. While
It's
we
gorgeous.
see nothing
can
of
their,
Dreadbear's
you should make their lips
personality,
like
we
a
do know he
dark
is
reddish color.
aggressive and eager to seek out a new victim.
That's so cool,
Now,
guys. If you want to
I'm
see
only
Toby's
going
drawing,
to
you
give
should
him
go
a
to their
half
stream and
mark
check
on
it out. It
hazard
looks
because
so
while
good.
he has sharp
It looks
claws,
so good.
the decayed state of his suit looks less to be real decay and more like a design decision.
It looks amazing.
I don't think Dreadbear's actually moldy or anything of the like. I think he's designed to look like that. Sympathy? Well, I actually think Dreadbear
I'm literally in public.
should
You're so
be
loud.
combat. There's a minigame where you pretty much bring him to life and then nearly torture him in the process of getting his brain in working
I'm sorry,
order,
Leo.
complete with controlled shocks
I'm
and the like.
sorry.
That is pretty sad. Alas, I wouldn't say Dreadbear is cute. I'll give him a point only because I found this Christmas poster, which gives him more personality
sorry,
than in
Louie.
the entirety of his starring role.
No, I was.
So
Lumi said
Dreadbear's
she was they were in
smoochability number
public,
is
and I was
3.
really
I
loud.
think that's fair. Dreadbear is meant to
Hello?
be scary, and it is by design that he is a monster.
My
on the
program
hunt,
doesn't like me
so you
today.
shouldn't try smooching him. But if you insist, wait until he's strapped to his table, make sure he's in a passive
Hold on, my
state,
computer is
and
freaking
maybe
out
try
a
to
little bit.
avoid the mouth altogether. Edge
Your
of
back
the
mom
head,
is here.
nose,
Take your
cheek, Avoid
time.
the chompers, you're good to go. Next up is Grim Foxy, who is basically a bigger and badder version of Jacko Chica and Jacko Bonnie. No
What
lips
happened,
and
bro?
a full mouth of razor-sharp teeth. He's shown to be aggressive. He is currently on fire and is carrying a large rusty scythe. and is willing to use it. And
I don't
shows
remember
no
those off the
means of
top.
sympathy and isn't cute. But I'm still going to give him 2 points because he is just so very cool looking. That's a 2 for Grim Foxy, which makes
Sure.
sense
When did
because you
I
would be
cut
smooching a
this?
flaming mouth of razor-sharp
on.
teeth
I
while
don't
dodging
remember
a
cutting
scythe
this.
swinging at your face. But if you survive, even with the scars and burns, that would be one hell of a
How long
story
does it
to
take to
tell.
edit a video or
It's worth
clip? Does it
kissing Grim
depend?
Foxy
It
just to
depends
say
on
you
how.
kissed
It
the
does
living
depend on how long it
embodiment of a
is.
flaming barrel of shrapnel. But if you want perhaps
Usually, if
a
I'm editing a
less
TikTok,
aggressive and
people usually send me
exceedingly
clips that are
dangerous
under
fox
60
to
seconds because they're
smooch,
usually
look
Twitch
no
clips,
further
right?
than Captain
And
Foxy.
I usually
Foxy,
am
but
able
in
to
a
edit them
spiffy new
down
captain's coat
between
and
20 to 30
seemingly with
seconds,
a
and
whole
at
new brand.
most it takes me
Captain
like a full
Foxy
day
doesn't have
to
lips
do one
and
TikTok.
does warrant wariness for his mouth
But
and
if you're
teeth.
sending me a
However,
video,
Captain Foxy
if you're
is
sending me a
largely
clip that's like
harmless,
longer than a
depicted as
minute,
running his
or
own
if you
dark
want the
ride,
video
at
to be
least in
longer than a
Help
minute,
Wanted,
then it'll
Foxy will
probably
only
take
jump
like,
scare
depending
you
on
if
how
you
long
get
it
a
is, it'll take
0.
like multiple days
Or if
to
the
a couple
numbers
weeks.
roll over 9,999 due to a glitch, which under most
But
circumstances
yeah,
would
I'm
be
pretty sure I can
pretty
finish this
unlikely to
TikTok in
get.
like a day.
So I think Captain Foxy is quite safe. He's not
I owe
hunting
Lem
you,
2
he just
TikToks.
wants you to play better.
Um,
Even with some holes, Foxy
so
looks
I'm making
cleaned
this
up
one,
in
and I
his
was
new
working on one the
costume,
other day. I'll
with
probably
his
finish
bare
it on
legs and the
stream.
lingering tears in his chest likely being more for show than
Oh,
actual deterioration.
thanks.
Is he sympathetic? Well, he is stuck on a
Oh,
dark
I think these
ride,
guys
so
look cool.
maybe a 1. That's kind of a stretch, I know, but Foxy deserves it.
Mhm.
He's been through a lot. He is also very dashing in his new captain getup. That gives Captain Foxy an 8, a major improvement from his old days at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. You probably need to warm him up to the idea with a high score on his dark
Whatever, we'll
ride,
make it one
then
thing.
propose a smooch on your way back around. I'm sure with a high enough score he would agree. Smooching Captain Foxy would be like kissing original Foxy, except less dangerous, less dirty, and no decomposing bodily fluid leaking out of his suit. The final new character is the newest in the Springtrap, Scraptrap, Yellow Rabbits with Murderous Intent line in the form of Glitchtrap, though he is a far cry from the rancid rabbits before him, instead with an
Glitchtrap?
intact suit with an admittedly smart
I don't
little
like it
vest.
actually.
While his hands do give off the
No, I
impression
think
of there being
no,
a
I
real
think it's
creep
incredibly
inside that
boring.
knockoff Easter
If you're,
bunny, there's no
you know how
confirmation
the
of there being
what's it
corpse
called,
inside.
Nexus?
With that being said, Glitchtrap
You know,
would be the
I
most
think that's what
kissable
I would have
variation of
imagined him to look
Springtrap.
like. At least a little
If
bit
he
more.
wasn't
Like if it's called
disqualified.
Glitchtrap, I would have
Yeah,
expected it
there's
to
no
have more
evidence
like
that
elements
Glitchtrap
of it being a
exists
virtual
outside
thing,
of the VR
right?
game he was in.
I would have
Threadbare
I
and
would have
Grim
wanted
Foxy
them
are
to
in
like
the same
use the
boat,
whole like
but
virus
speaking of
design
Glitchtrap
motif idea a lot
specifically,
more,
and
like
with
they
his
did with
whole deal
Nexus.
being that he is
I
a
feel like it
virus
looks
and
incredibly
thus likely
boring.
doesn't have an animatronic counterpart, I would say kissing him is likely impossible. And he's not the only rabbit getting disqualified. Introduced in Help Wanted and revealed in Security Breach, we have Vanny, the reluctant follower under Glitchtrap's control. Vanny is disqualified because even though she wants to be an animatronic bunny, she isn't. She's just a
Oh
sweaty
yeah.
human in an oversized sock. It is shameful, not smoochable. So we will instead move on to the actual animatronics of Security Breach, starting with Glamrock Freddy, the beloved companion and helper in Security Breach and a delightful Papa Bear. How does he rank up against previous Freddys? Glamrock Freddy does not have lips. While having sharper teeth on the inside of his mouth,
I like the vest.
shape
yeah.
of his mouth doesn't benefit biting, and that would be if he bit, which he likely wouldn't. Freddy is exceptionally friendly, going so far as insisting that he is not capable of hurting anyone, which is believable with his warm disposition. He is clean and pristine, at least in the beginning of the game, and Freddy has a lot to be sympathetic towards. He is so good-natured and yet is trapped in such a tragic situation. Under the thumb of a company
don't
who
ask
may at
me.
any
I
time
like
shut
them
him down,
all.
yank off his
I like
casing,
them
and
all.
replace
How
him with
dare
a
you
duplicate
ask me
who
that?
doesn't
You
even
know I'm
know
not
he
okay.
exists. Plus, he is in mourning over his lost friend Glamrock Bonnie. Finally, is Freddy cute? He is not
It's
cute.
his boyfriend.
He is downright precious. That gives Freddy an exceptional 10 points. If not for his lack of lips, Freddy would be a very smoochable bear. But you don't smooch Freddy for his mouth, you smooch him for his personality. He may be a little too naive to understand the depths of your smooch, but he would still see it as a very nice gesture regardless, and probably follow it up with a hug if requested. Next, we move on to Glamrock Chica, portrayed in ads as a bubbly, food-loving chick. In reality, Chica more resembles an 80s-inspired zombie, shuffling around and gorging herself on whatever she can get her hands on. That's our Chica, right? Chica does have lips and doesn't have a mouth that would be good
The
for
Glamrock
biting.
one.
but she is aggressive.
I
Now,
agree.
whether you want to say
The thing
this
is that when I
Danny's
first saw
doing and
it,
that
this was
she's
before I was
normally
super
nice
into
and
FNAF.
that
I
she-
think
or that she's
this is
like
before I
the
was really into
classics who
FNAF,
were
and I
able
saw
to perform
Glamrock
during the
Chica.
day and became
Since
aggressive
I
at
wasn't
night.
really into
I
FNAF,
don't
I was
know.
like,
So I'm just going
she
to
looks
treat her
so
like the
different.
other
I don't know if I
animatronics and
like it
say
because of
that
how
in this
different she looks,
case,
but it's because
yes,
I'd
she
never
is
seen
dangerous.
Funtime Chica.
But not just because of her
So
aggression.
I was like,
but
I don't
also
like it
she's
because
full of
it
garbage.
doesn't even look like her
Unlike Chica,
anymore
who had a
because I
habit
didn't
of
have
eating
context.
pizza and leaving it to rot inside of her, Glamrock Chica is actively shoveling trash into her maw and chomping it down. Do you want to kiss a mouth that just finished chewing up a used diaper? Do you? On the sympathy scale, I give Chica some sympathy because it seems like she's not in control of this crazed appetite of hers. Living like this has to be a nightmare, if she can even comprehend it in her current state.
How many FNAF games did
Is
you
she
play?
cute?
I've only
Yes.
played like the first 2
I give
hours
Chica
of
a
Security
7, and that
Breach.
is
I haven't
exceedingly
played any
high
of the rest, any of the
considering
other ones.
diaper thing. You may think Glamrock Chica is a cutie, and it's
How about you, babe?
worth the dead-eyed stare and possible danger to smooch her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can buy a Pizzaplex pass for that. Either way, you lean into smooch, and only then do you realize, when you get close, when she opens her
Real.
mouth, that she smells like a trash can. And she is a trash can. Next is Monty Gator, a laid-back
Yeah, we're
and
just
cool Gator
nerds.
fellow
We're fake nerds.
in advertisements. In reality, Monty's got a fierce temper and a habit of tearing through whatever he can reach to sate it.
Yeah, I played FNAF
No
1
lips,
and a
Monty
bit of
has
the
a
VR
mouthful of
one and
jagged
Ultimate
teeth,
Custom
and he
Night.
is
Those
in
are
the
all good
vein of fighting
ones.
first and asking questions later.
Good news.
Though when it comes to hazards, I think technically he looks dangerous by design. He's clean, his exterior is
Yeah.
intact, he doesn't have Chico's
Mhm.
little
Pizzeria
problem.
Simulator seems
On
good.
the sympathy scale, I'll give him a 1 point. It's clear that the Glamrock animatronics
Take your
are going
time,
through a lot.
Lumi.
But all Monty's going through isn't gone through. I can't really make a judgment on it because we don't see
Whoops.
enough of Monty. Also, is he cute? Yeah, I would say so. Cute enough, at least. That gives Monty a 5. Kissing Monty is just as dangerous as trying to kiss a gator. You pretty much just have to time it right and you won't get bit. Of course, Monty may proceed to hunt you down afterwards and smack your head clean off, so make sure you have a good exit strategy. Last but not least, we have the Glamrock who, from the get-go, everyone wanted to smooch the most. Roxanne Wolf. From the moment she was revealed, the fan base
Really
fell
true.
hard. But how high does she rank on the smoochability scale when we take a good look past the cool wolf exterior? Well, she has lips, that's an immediate plus. Roxy's got a maw like Foxy's. No surprise, since she's pretty much his replacement in the band. And she is aggressive like Chica and Monty, hunting just as readily as they will. Like Freddy and Monty, Roxy is clean and well put together.
You're
In fact,
dead.
while the group looks
You're
dirtier
dead.
throughout the run of Security
Right?
Breach,
You're dead.
picking up an ungodly amount of filth from around the Pizzaplex, Roxy keeps her hair well groomed and clean, as she takes care in her appearance. Which is because Roxy is incredibly insecure and fixated on her own looks, on looking good, on being the best, and when something shakes that image, she collapses. Roxy's arguably the most sympathetic of the Glamrocks, though that could also be because she's the only one other than Freddy that gets a moment where we can see her vulnerable. She is also pretty cute. That gives Roxanne Wolf a clean 9, with the only thing holding her back being how dangerous she is, which could perhaps be a compliment in certain avenues. You're going to have to really impress her to get a chance to smooch her, and even then, she's not going to give you the satisfaction of a compliment. You smooch her on the lips and she pushes you back quickly. That's enough, she says, then eyes you as she saunters away. Too cool to
Probably
care.
like yellow or white.
Then she goes back to her dressing
I
room
know
and
it's really
excitedly
classic,
brags
but
to herself
the
about how
picture's
someone
classic,
wanted
I
to
think.
kiss her so much. Her ego given a nice pat on the head.
I do.
Now we move on to the other couple of characters who everyone wants to smooch, the daycare attendant, aka Sun and Moon. Yeah, there's a clear differential between
Yay.
these three, but I'm not here to question anyone on who they want to smooch, unless it's Afton. Now, Sun and Moon are technically a 2-in-1, but I'm going to rank them as separately as, under the correct lighting conditions, you could probably stick with one of them long enough for a smooch without the other showing up. We'll start with Sun. Now, if you look really closely, you can see that he does
No,
in
he
fact
is.
have lips. And he has a molded toothy grin, which means he's incapable of biting.
Bubby.
But would he bite? Definitely
No.
not. Sun is not shown to be aggressive to any degree, which makes sense. He takes care of the little kids. And Freddy's knows what happens when you put tiny children by animatronics that can bite. As portrayed in Security Breach, Sun is pretty patient, and even when upset will, at most, ban and put you out of the daycare. Sun is also rather clean, with the only marks being faint children handprints on his back. Is he sympathetic? Yes, very. If the very quick flip into writhing anxiety is any indication, the daycare has probably fried Sun's nerves. And is he cute? I would say by the amount of people who absolutely adore him to the way he's riddled with nervousness and talking about hand puppets and glitter glue that yes, Sun is cute. This is it, folks. This is the big one. Sun has gotten a perfect score of 12 points. Of course, this score would flip on its head if the lights weren't out, but we'll cross that bridge in a minute. First, let's detail a kiss with Sun. It would likely be more on the teeth than on the lips, but it would be worth it for how flustered he would get afterwards. If he doesn't pretend to faint in an over-dramatic clownish display, he might just flutter around there fumbling and stuttering like his head's about to explode. A mind-blowing smooch, a real 12. But what about Moon? While looking very similar to Sun, Moon is a different beast in the same body. Everything with his mouth is the same, as is his hazard, but in contrast, he has a malicious streak and is more than willing to hunt down and jump scare any naughty trespassers. Assumedly. He is also less sympathetic because of this, but I would say that he's still cute in a scrunkly sort of way. Something about the way he bounces around and spins his legs. It's both off-putting and cute. That gives Moon a clean 9, brought down by his gremlin behavior, but all in all, it could be worse. Moon might lure you in with the promise of a good night kiss. You inch in to smooch him. He smooches back through his teeth. Then he grabs you around the middle and suplexes you into a pile of plastic kiddie chairs. Banned from the daycare indeed. Time for the real big deal, the biggest animatronic of all time, who isn't made of numerous animatronics. We're looking at DJ Music Man, Music Man's massive cousin. Though size isn't the only difference between this guy and his smaller counterpart. DJ Music Man has lips, but unlike Music Man, we do see his teeth chattering, and since they are so large and blocky, I think they're intimidating enough to get a danger point. But would he bite? Well, even though the DJ is a boss battle in security breach,
so
this is due to something referred to
Could you do
as
the thing?
bouncer mode. This mode is listed as still being in development, and
it's
the use of such revokes
gorgeous.
the
I
warranty,
love it.
suggesting that it is not encouraged to activate it. And suggesting that without this new addition,
In my opinion,
DJ
I think the
Music
halo
Man
looks a
truly
bit
is
smudgy,
the nice fellow that Freddy refers to him
but
as.
it's okay.
So I'm going
I
to
love
say that
it.
he's not actually
Maybe it
a
looks
danger
so
because
good.
of
It
these
looks
circumstances.
Wait,
He's clean and put
sorry.
together, not hazardous. You can
Did
argue
you like
his
turn it
size is
off?
a danger, but
The glow?
he seems adept to walking
Did you
on
turn it
the
back on
walls
and make it like
ceiling,
really low
so his
opacity?
chances on stepping on someone are probably not too high.
Oh, that's
no
that's
real
perfect.
need for sympathy. The DJ
Yeah,
seems
that looks
content in
perfect.
what he does. And for cuteness, yeah, I can't say
Thank
that I
you
think
for
that
sharing.
DJ
It looks
Music Man
great.
is cute, unfortunately. That gives DJ Music Man a 7, a point above the original Music Man, but arguably a sizably better choice. Smooching DJ Music Man is, let's be blunt, it's like smooching a bus. Now let's take a look at the smaller animatronic, the Lil Music Man. Lil Music Man, looking more like the original Music Man than the DJ, but in a tinier package, is an aggressive little wind-up toy that nests in the vents. A point for a head kiss and chattering teeth are only a meager little threat due to its size. A finger trap, perhaps, but the problem being that it certainly will try to bite. Lil Music Men are aggressive as all get out. They're not in good condition with dirty, broken-up bodies, though they are in relatively better condition than some of the seriously broken animatronics we have gone through already. No sympathy and, yeah, unlike, let's say, the Frettles, I don't think the Lil Music Men can be considered cute. I'll give them a point because they're tiny, but Lil Music Man gets a 4. Remember the Chihuahua analogy? That, except it's a tiny spider that looks like Music Man and will eagerly chase and snap at you. You can try to smooch it on the head, but it's not worth it, especially if there's more than one lurking around. They might hunt in packs. In the final stretch of the list, we stumble across the most current rancid rabbit, Afton adjacent corpse in a shell in the form of Peepaw Burntrap Afton, an assumed descendant of the mutant fungus
Peepaw
that fell off
Burntrap
of Scrap
Afton.
Trap during the fire in FNAF 6.
Peepaw
the big bad of
Burntrap.
security
I like
breach.
that. I like
Or he
Peepaw.
would be if he showed up for longer than like 4 minutes. Peepaw does not have lips, instead having a mouth of denture-like teeth sticking out of rotten gums and oozing the oil he's lathered up in. He seems to be capable of moving his mouth, so assumedly he can bite. About as well as a human, which is maybe half on the animatronic scale. Will he bite? Yes, he's a killer. His hazard rating is through the roof. Need I remind you that he's lathered up in what I can only call corpse grease? Just touching him could put you at a risk of catching a disease. No sympathy again, he's a killer. And cute? Hell no, look at him. That gives Peepaw a reluctant 1. In fact, he only gets a 1 because his chompers aren't nearly as volatile as the Nightmare animatronics. That's admittedly sort of pathetic, but not pathetic enough to warrant a sympathy point. Smooching Burn Trap, more like Grease Trap. God, imagine putting your lips on these slimy, greasy teeth, him twitching and rotting, the both of you probably currently on fire. No amount of toothpaste or bleach is ever going to take the taste of decades-old human jerky out of your mouth. Why would you do this? He does not love you. He cannot love you. The final animatronic of Security Breach is less of an animatronic and more of a heap of pieces resembling the mascots of previous pizzerias. A strangely appropriate analogy for Freddy's itself, melted into one sleeping, breathing, hulking mass hidden in the dark depths, referred to typically as the Blob, the piece de resistance, over-bloated innard with Funtime Freddy's head. The Blob has at least 4 heads and 1 mask attached to his body, and the dominant one does not have lips. What a shame. Can it bite? Yes, and due to its ability to open its face and the crushing power of its jaw, I'd be hard-pressed to say it doesn't have a vicious bite. It is also
She
aggressive,
is
willing to
again!
attack on sight. As for hazards, what part of it isn't a hazard? It's made of nothing but sharp metal pieces wrapped up in thick metal wires and drenched in that same slimy, oily residue that oozes off a Peepaw and floods the dank depths of the Pizzaplex basement. Do yourself a favor and don't touch.
I'm
Sympathy,
not interested.
well,
Get that shit out of
I suppose I
here.
would give it
Sorry.
full sympathy points, because while we haven't received a confirmation on what it is, the Blob looks like it's suffering every moment of existing. This is a I have no mouth and I must scream moment here, even with the mouth. And even with Funtime Freddy's head, the puppet's mask, the remains of arguably cute animatronics here and there, the Blob is not cute. That gives it a 2. Generous for something that will likely kill you if you get anywhere near it. You would have to talk Freddy into helping smuggle you close. Open the hatch, lean out quickly while the Blob has its head hung low enough, smooch its slimy metal mouth, recoil back in, and hope to God it forgets you're there and that whatever you just picked up from it can be fought off with antibiotics. It is not pleasant, and it is not worth the trip into the heaping bowels of Freddy's to find it. Now, I will not include the ruined animatronics on this list because while we can physically see them in the new Ruin trailer, we don't see if their personalities have changed, and that is a big factor in the smoochability scale. Though I can say for certain that due to their current states, every ruined animatronic is probably going to receive a significant dock in points compared to their original versions. Which means we have gone through every single FNAF animatronic in the games. We have gone through them all, except one. There is one left. Michael Afton. Now you're probably saying that Michael is a human, or at the very least an undead creature, and that's true, but he has had so much metal inside of him, he is pretty much a haunted creature, a suit, and I think he's gone through enough that he deserves to be on the list.
I forgot to
how
put
does he
shadows
rank?
on my
I
subtitles.
don't need to go through the list.
Ah.
Michael Afton gets an 11. I would give him a 12, but I just can't overlook the hazardous conditions of his body. He might not be entirely human anymore, but he isn't a monster, and he definitely deserves a smooch for all he's had to endure. But just
And also
try to
in the real
keep it
world.
brief, 5-second rule, less chance of cross-contamination. And that is the smooching guide. Now in our final stage of business, we will break down everyone's numbers into this nifty little tier list. We will be going from the worst to the best, but we'll start with those who couldn't make it in. The disqualified animatronics are the Phantoms, Nightmare, Lolbit,
Ah.
Consequence,
Things I do
and
for you, Lem. You
Glitchtrap,
better
because
fucking
they
love
are all
me.
technically intangible creatures. Starting at dead last 0 tier, not even ranking on the smooching scale at all, we have the Nightmare animatronics, Nightmare Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, Nightmare Fredbear, Jacko, Chica, and Bonnie. All of these come from the fact that the Nightmares aren't
You know what? Fuck
just
you. I don't
off-putting,
fucking
but
wanna.
extremely dangerous and don't have enough character to make them
I
deserve
don't
a
want
smooch.
to.
On to the F
I don't
tier.
want to
We
manually
have
do
Peepaw
this.
Afton, Nightmare BB, Molten Freddy, Springtrap, Scrap Trap, The Blob, and Grim Foxy. So many of these animatronics are greasy, contain rotten corpses, or are Balloon Boy. Grim Foxy, the walking death trap, tops the bill because he's pretty cool. Next we have the D tier. Dreadbear, the Freddles, Funtime Freddy, Lil Music Man, Withered Chica, Withered
Lands
Bonnie,
of
Scrap
Ranks.
Baby, Withered Foxy, Golden Freddy, Chica, and Toy Bonnie. Many of these characters are in major disrepair or have similar problems to the Nightmares. Toy Bonnie is at the top of the list because he probably actually deserved a 5. On to the C tier. Nightmarian, Withered Freddy, Rockstar Freddy, The Mini Renas, Freddy, Bonnie, Monty Gator, Foxy, Toy Chica, Music Man. I cannot believe Music Man ranked above Toy Chica. Mangle, the Biddy Babs, Ned Bear, Lefty, and the Mimic Ball. These are really just the middle of the road smooches. Many of these fellows or dames are dangerous. Some, like Mangle, get further ahead out of sympathy. Others, like Music Man, get ahead because life is unfair. The Mimic Ball gets the highest billing because he's just a cute little guy. B tier. The Trash Gang, Balloon Boy, Plush Trap, Bon Bon, Funtime Foxy, Bonnet, Pig Patch, Happy Frog, Glamrock Chica, DJ Music Man, Toy Freddy, Rockstar Bonnie, Rockstar Foxy, Candy Cadet, Rockstar Chica, Circus Baby, L Chip, Mr. Hippo, Orville, Ennard, JJ, Captain Foxy, and Ballora. It should come to no surprise that Ballora is the most smoochable animatronic here, but shockingly it was sort of a tough decision deciding these. To be fair though, even with her danger rating, Ballora really is, out of all of these animatronics, probably the closest thing to kissing another human, so there's that. Now on to the A tier. Moon, Roxy, Helpy, and Glamrock Freddy. All of these guys put up a really good fight, but it was Glamrock Freddy's friendly nature that made him the most smoochable of the lot. Now on to the top tier. S tier smooches. Michael Afton, Marionette, Funtime Chica, and the most smoochable animatronic of all time, the Sun. Though I suppose that
Yay.
if we did have the estimate of Sun and Moon together, that the winner would have actually been Funtime Chica, but that aside, we have the most smoochable characters, folks. Here they are, and a full guide of which animatronics you should and shouldn't smooch. I hope that this video has enlightened you on how unpleasant it would be kissing most of the cast of FNAF. A bucket of ice water over the head, perhaps, but anywho, I thank you for watching.
I might be done with this. Oh my god, are we finishing this at the same time? Oh. Are you not done with your angel? Are you not done with your angel? Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you said you were done with. Oh. Oh my god, ruin spoilers. Oh yeah, go to my stream. I'm not watching ruin spoilers. Oh, you're okay.
We finally know the truth about what happened to Glamrock Bonnie. Regrettably, we don't have the entire story locked in concrete, but there seems to be enough context clues now, along with one huge revelation that tells us so much. I made a video on the mystery of Bonnie. I discussed him in the Monty video. We've all wondered what happened, and now, because of Ruin, we now know what happened to Glamrock Bonnie. We know where he is. Let's begin with the reveal of Glamrock Bonnie's design. In Security Breach, Bonnie had two different appearances. One on the sign for Bonnie Bowl, and another in
I
a
already
sketch
put a
drawing
fire
in an
effect on
office.
it though.
Neither of these resemble Glamrock Bonnie fully, though I suppose that does make sense as one is stylized and the other is a child's drawing.
I know you love Bonnie.
There's bound to be differences. Here is the real
Get your
Bonnie,
fucking
as depicted
YouTube
in the
fucking
Gator Golf
intro
Dark
out of my
Ride.
fucking
Bonnie's
face.
real design fits much more in line with the Glamrock style the others have instead of the simplistic bowling design. He's a soft blue, akin to Toy Bonnie, with a dark blue tuft of hair between his ears. He wears a red spandex-looking bodysuit with purple stripes and a star in the center, and a dark blue or indigo headband, earring, and flared capelet-looking thing. Indeed, Bonnie looks ready for, admittedly mazer size, but it does fit in with the colorful glam 80s aesthetic. He looks just like a member of the band would. Weirdly enough, a hidden sign that will come into some significance later shows Bonnie with star-shaped shades that resemble Monty's. This mixed with the star sketch seems to suggest that at some time, Bonnie was the one with the star sunglasses, and they were passed on to Monty when he became the bassist. The reason Bonnie didn't have them in the dark ride simply could be to not confuse branding, as by the time the ride came out, the sunglasses might have been used to identify it as a Monty thing. This isn't entirely clear, but the signs are there, literally. Bonnie's design is shown off on his merchandise as well, which can be found only in Ruin. There is a Bonnie plush and a piñata. The piñata carries a neat detail where it reveals that Bonnie had his own kind of candy too. Carrot drops, sort of like Sun and Moon's Sunny Drops and Moon Drops, assumedly tasting like carrot cake. It's not known if any other characters had specifically made candy like them. Also, remember the damage on the piñata. It's
I agree.
notable. As I said and showed a moment ago, Glamrock Bonnie's cartoon design is shown on the cutouts in the Monty Gator ride. While Bonnie was all but erased from the Pizzaplex, his intrinsic role in Monty's story meant that he couldn't be taken out of it. Or perhaps it helped explain away why he was no longer here. Once upon a time, there was a young gator named Montgomery who lived in a swamp. He had musical aspirations, though, and created his own one-man jug band. Though he didn't play a jug, he played what I believe is supposed to be a homemade bass engraved with his initials. He looked up and admired the glam rock animatronics and might have even went to their shows. One day, Monty met Bonnie, who gave him his bass. Roxy then styled his hair into its cool mohawk, he got his sunglasses, and he headed to the Pizzaplex where he became the Monty Gator we know today. This story portrays Monty as more than just Bonnie's replacement, but the one chosen by Bonnie himself to pick up the mantle of bassist. That he was gifted the position and that he might have idolized Bonnie. Maybe, but I believe, like how Monty is advertised as chill in the merchandise, this wasn't the case when it came to the relationship between the two. So, Bonnie was part of the Pizzaplex until he was replaced by Monty. In Security Breach, we're cued into Freddy and Bonnie's close bond by how many times the bear brings him up, by the context clues of the bowling equipment out front and center in his green room, and a sad scene where upon taking Freddy to Bonnie's closed curtain, he somberly says that he misses him.
I do not come up here anymore. I miss him.
Displaying that he is actively grieving
What
him.
line? Like the one where he
Ruin
goes, "I
gives
miss
us a
him."
deeper look into that bond, and the result is
I
possibly
did.
sadder than we
The voice
imagined.
actor for Freddy
And we
sounds
find it
like
inside
a
of
freaking
Bonnie's
like
own green room.
YouTube/Twitter
Bonnie's hidden green room is
NSFW
stashed
voice
behind his
actor.
curtain, and the wall that
But
used to be there.
I don't
and down
mean
a
that
hidden
negatively.
passage.
I mean
It's
that
not nearly
in like
as
a
impressive as
factual,
the other
opinionated
Glamrock's
way.
rooms, but that could be because
Don't you think
it's
so?
been out of use for years. But it does have a star-shaped vanity like Chica, Monty, and Roxy's. On the vanity, Bonnie keeps a golden statue of Freddy and a Freddy plush. But the most significant thing in his room is a poster up on the wall which has been signed by Freddy. It
I
reads,
already put a
"You
fire
and me
effect in
forever
it
and
though.
ever. Love, Freddy." So maybe I'm reading too much into this, but that wording mixed with
They're so
Freddy's sorrow
dating.
makes me think that maybe Freddy and Bonnie were a little closer than friends. Just the context of that message is very you and me, forever and ever, together forever, love, Freddy. Forever and Ever is likely a reference to the song Forever and Ever from the Security Breach teasers, but that doesn't change how telling the wording is. The word love is one that can be exchanged between friends, don't get me wrong, but I just don't think that friendship is what this is implying, and that would back up Freddy's prolonged grief. And the poster is being used to hide a secret vent
Yeah,
into
Brian.
Razorblast.
I guess so.
I'm not saying for certain that Freddy and Bonnie were in a relationship, but this definitely reads like one, and if that's the case, then that is so much worse, so much more tragic that Freddy lost him. And he did lose him. Bonnie wasn't replaced and scrapped, Bonnie went missing. One night at the Pizzaplex, Bonnie was reported to have walked into the East Arcade and then a few hours later headed into Monty Golf, where he was last seen. This message alone is very questionable, as it indicates that Bonnie went into these locations and stayed there for hours without reporting what he was doing when he was there. They were also made by Vanessa, who we knew was doing some shady stuff behind the scenes. The next known instance of the messages addressing Bonnie was someone saying that Monty was getting fitted with Bonnie's upgrades to play
For what?
police to replace him, that he might become more
Yeah.
popular.
Same.
This leads me to believe that Monty's origin story in the Dark Ride might have
Ooh.
just been set up to explain why Bonnie was replaced. Yet, even recently, kids have been asking about Bonnie, as one message states, and they neither made an attempt to rebrand the bowling alley nor replace his empty stage. Fazbear Entertainment and their half-efforts as usual. Now, this is initially where the story ended. Speculation about what happened to Glamrock Bonnie spread from the moment Freddy first brought him up after stepping out of the daycare. That mixed with the strange nature of his disappearance, and that led to questioning. Bonnie was last seen entering Monty Golf. Did Monty destroy Bonnie? Did Vanny? Was it Monty being controlled by Vanny? Was it so Vanny could use his body to create Burn Trap? What happened to Glamrock Bonnie? Well, now we know, and it is one of the most tragic outcomes. Bonnie's green room isn't the only thing we find hidden in Bonnie Bowl. Throughout the Pizzaplex, there are wet floor bots that Cassie can deactivate and ruin. There's one specifically in Bonnie Bowl that when you deactivate it, it opens a secret passage that leads into a hidden back room. And that is where we find him. Bonnie has been here the whole time, horribly broken, surrounded by wet floor bots, alone. Bonnie has sustained severe damage. His limbs are broken apart and his casing is cracked. He has a large gutted scratch across his chest and blunt force damage to his face, resembling the marks on the piñata. A broken bowling ball is lying in pieces on him, but it is on his chest where we see an undeniable telltale. Bonnie has those large gashes across his chest, gashes you will be familiar with if you look at the damage done around Gator Golf, including to the golf ball shooters. There's also green paint residue left behind on the wound, paint transfer from whatever hit him in the chest. I've seen theories that the Mimic could have done this, but the Mimic was, as far as we know, always trapped underneath the Pizzaplex. It's said to have been trapped down there for a long time specifically, and it's so desperate to get out that it's unlikely it would have gotten free and came up to the Pizzaplex, only to attack Bonnie and then retreated to, or was lured back to the basement. So I think the Mimic's out. There's also some speculation that the staff bots could have done this because they did similar damage to Glamrock Freddy, but Glamrock Freddy's damage was technically not done by the staff bots. See, the shattered design was reused for the disassembled endings, explaining why the staff bots pull Freddy apart, but he is shown with gutted damage, because originally, Freddy was going to be attacked by his bandmates, Chica, Roxy, and Monty. And this is where we come to an undeniable conclusion. The green paint transfer, the familiar damage, the utter strength it would take to do this to another animatronic, the death rolls that could have separated his limbs. Monty did it. Monty is the one who shattered Bonnie. But did he do it out of his own volition, or did Vanny make him do it? Vanny's security room, the one she uses at the top of Fazer Blast, is the bowling alley security room, and it is the room that the vent in Bonnie's room is connected to. Is it possible that she used Monty to get Bonnie out of the way? Well, yes, but I don't really think so. I think with how violent Monty is shown to be, borderline animalistic in ruin, and territorial by nature, that he might have just done it out of his own volition. And this is where I cut into my initial script and reveal that I think I figured out what really happened to Bonnie while I was making this video. And all it took to unravel the truth was noticing the bundle of wires sticking out under Bonnie's waist. Does Glamrock Bonnie's injuries look familiar? They should. I noticed when you look at Bonnie's belly that he is separated at the waist and his spinal cords are hanging loose. Exactly how Monty was broken in half when he fell off the catwalks. The damage on Bonnie's face is also nearly identical to the damage on Shattered Monty's. Other than the claw marks, he also has the same hole in his chest as Monty's as well. There is also this hidden cutout on the Monty Gator ride that shows a scared Glamrock Bonnie falling. Bonnie fell off the catwalks in Monty Golf. How was he even on the catwalks? While we're not
I don't know what to
100%
watch
sure,
next.
we do have evidence that Bonnie might have been going through the vents somehow in his green room. From the vent hidden behind his poster, The sizing doesn't make sense, but perhaps he entered Monty Golf
Huh?
through the Mazercise
Oh,
event.
yeah,
We
that
know
would be
that
fun.
initially in development of Security Breach, Monty's upgrade was going to be his powerful legs, allowing for him to jump super high, and that he likely inherited them from Bonnie. While this was scrapped, maybe that's still how Bonnie got up onto the catwalks? We aren't sure, but I am absolutely sure that Bonnie was struck in the chest by Monty Gator for some reason. Glamrock Bonnie then fell off the catwalks, got the same damage as Monty did, but he didn't get up. So, how did he get back into Bonnie Bowl? I noticed that Bonnie's body is laying on a blanket. While it's unlikely that they were fighting on this random blanket, Monty possibly used a blanket to transport Bonnie here. People transporting bodies have been known to use blankets, tarps, drop cloths, whatever they have on them. Bonnie's limbs are also detached, possibly to make it easier to move him. Monty bundles him up, sneaks him out, and nobody sees Bonnie leave Monty Golf. Ergo, missing. That's why they weren't searching Bonnie Bowl for him. As far as they know, he was last seen in Monty Golf. Initially, I thought the fight broke out in here because of the damage on the wall, but if you look, the damage is circular, almost like a bowling ball slammed into it. The broken bowling ball laying on Bonnie didn't do the damage to him because it doesn't match. This damage was too exact to be done by that bowling ball, but lines perfectly to the fall. All of this, is a setup. Monty staged the scene so it looked like Bonnie had a slip and fall and ended up damaging himself with a bowling ball. He broke the bowling ball and laid it on him. He was the one to bring in the motionless wet floor signs, and he was the one who laid Bonnie out here. He staged it to look like an accident. That's why, even though Bonnie has such severe, horrific damage, he's still completely lined up in place, as though he fell like that, when in reality, if something was tearing him up, he wouldn't be laid out like that. He'd be all over the place. But nobody would believe this, right? Of course they wouldn't, because Monty isn't smart. You can hide, but you can't hide. He fell off the catwalks once, and he still hangs around up there. His multiple dumb mistakes. Ruin especially shows off how reckless Monty is and how he thinks before he acts, pretty much throwing and damaging himself to get to Cassie numerous times. Trying to cover for himself, he thought this pitiful display would cover for him, unknowing that Fazbear Entertainment didn't even care. Now, did Monty mean to push Bonnie? That I don't know. Monty definitely sliced Bonnie, but it's unclear if he did it trying to Scar and Mufasa him, or if he just got too angry and swung without thinking. And I don't think we'll ever know if this was an actual murder or just a dumb mistake. In the end, it's not going to change what happened. Because either way, Monty still did it, and then he covered it up. Out of anger or out of fear, Monty hit Bonnie, he fell off the catwalks, he got the same damage as Shattered Monty, and then Monty moved him to Bonnie Bowl and staged a slip and fall. It is a hilariously bad job, but that's Monty for you.
He's a
My
Midwestern
initial
boy.
conclusion with Monty was that he was acting like a gator, territorial and aggressive, and that still could be the case. In an interview, Monty's voice actor, Cameron Miller, claimed that Monty has this notice me senpai relationship with Freddy. Well, not in those words exactly. He said he admires him. This is never directly shown in game, but if it is the truth, then perhaps that was Monty's motive for getting Bonnie out of the way. Because it is clear that, whether romantic or friendly, Freddy and Bonnie's bond was one stronger than even with his other bandmates. Karma eventually catches up with Monty in an unexpected way. While chasing Cassie, she has to reroute the power to get through a door in a flooded passage. This causes power to return to a neon sign, the neon Glamrock Bonnie sign I mentioned earlier. It short-circuits and severely electrocutes Monty, who is still in the water. He sinks underneath, and that is the end. But even if Monty's temper finally caught up with him, if Bonnie caught up with him, that doesn't bring him back. It's really tragic. But that's not the most tragic thing here. Gone but not forgotten, Bonnie is forgotten but not gone. When we find Bonnie, his eyes glow in the same yellow as the wet floor bots, the ones who are always watching. We only find him because deactivating a bot lets us come in and find him. And deactivating every single wet floor bot in Ruin causes Bonnie's eyes to go dim, him too deactivating with them. Bonnie is still alive. He is broken beyond repair, but he is still there, hidden behind the bowling alley, watching everything through those little robots, but unable to speak, unable to do anything or interact, just watch. Watching Freddy grieving him, watching Monty performing in his place, watching Gregory and then Cassie and Vanny and everything else and being unable to do anything, being unable to even call out to someone to find him, unable to be found, sealed away. As the only reason Cassie finds him is because the ruined state of the Pizzaplex leaves the wall worn open for her. This entire time Bonnie has been back here, and it is through Cassie that he is finally released, which is even more tragic because if Gregory could have found him, or Freddy, or maybe someone else, maybe they could have fixed his body, or even just fixed his head. Maybe Bonnie could have still pulled through and still would have been able to find happiness, even if not at the Pizzaplex. But due to these circumstances, he never got that chance. He sat and he waited, and waited and waited, and finally someone found him in time to help him let go. It didn't have to be like this, but it was. A fate that Bonnie did not deserve, but sadly received. Of all the somber moments in FNAF, I still feel like that moment with Freddy, that one line, "I miss him," is one of the most impactful in the entire series. It lasts for only a split second, but it means so much. You can feel it. You don't need it explained to understand the weight of it. And now, this follow-up has only amplified those feelings. This scene, the after effects, and the full picture of what Bonnie is still going through. Ruin had a few somber moments, but this silent one, where you find Bonnie and you realize what has happened to him, it is impressive. I might get on at FNAF about its storytelling, but this was done excellently. And save Freddy's line, it was all done through context clues. Of all the ways Glamrock Bonnie's story could have ended, this is the most heart-wrenching. But it's fantastic. And tragic. Rest in peace, Bonnie. We know that Freddy still thinks about you.
Okay. I'm just kind of zoned in.
Imagine this. You lose your child to a monster. For years you grieve their loss, but then one day you notice something moving when it's not supposed to. Robots, animatronics given life they shouldn't have. You are filled with hope momentarily, and then a terrible dread. You search, you uncover, and then you find them. Your child is still there. They are perpetuating the cycle, bringing others to life. You mourn again, and then hide away for decades as they work. As the cycle continues, the monster continues to consume, continuing the kill, and they continue to protect and give their gifts. And then, one day, a seemingly spontaneous fire brings them back into your arms. But you have prepared
Hi,
for them.
Izzy.
You
Hello.
have built a suit to contain them, to
How are you
trap
doing
them,
today?
to
I'm a bit
soothe
tired
them,
today, but we're having a
to
chill art
constantly
day.
shock them into submission for the greater good. You seal them away, build a maze of sounds
I hope you're
and
doing
smells,
well.
and dump them
Yeah,
in
we're
with
doing
their
art stream.
own
Toby's
murderer.
streaming on their
Watch
channel,
them
and they're
wander
also doing
through your
art.
cameras.
and I'm
waiting
doing
for them
our.
to burn.
Oh, that's good. They
because
said hi to you in your chat.
love them.
Oh, that's good.
From the get-go, the concept of what Lefty is has always been nightmarish. A Freddy-shaped prison cell built to contain the protector of the lost souls,
Those
the
midges
puppet.
bugs.
Luring it in, forcibly trapping this aware creature into its restraints and subduing it with repeated and constant controlled shocks. In the Freddy's universe, a world where parents are almost always callous, uncaring, negligent, or absent, Lefty is the perfect
Are we doing well
representation
today?
of a father's love.
Have you done anything fun or
Lefty's
interesting?
blueprints explain exactly how it functions. Lefty itself is an anagram of lure, encapsulate, fuse, transport, and extract. Lure the puppet in, capture it, fuse to it, carry it back to where it is needed, and then extract. The extract part is the oddity.
My day's
because
been
it's
normal, just did
unclear if
normal
it
stuff.
means
Yeah, normal
extract
person
the soul,
things.
which
Normal stuff.
Lefty is
I
not
get you.
built to do. Maybe it means the puppet was supposed to be yanked back out of Lefty.
I'm pretty much
but
done with
it's
this video.
unclear
When
if
I'm
that
done with it, I'm gonna
happened.
take a pee break.
In fact, Lefty's fate
then I'm
is
gonna come
left
back and finish
strangely
another video.
ambiguous. We'll get into
Hmm.
that later. Atop its head
Aw,
is a hat
so
that serves as his
sweet.
navigational sensors. In Lefty's dead black eye is
So
a false sensory
sweet.
output. Basically, it mimics the frequency and code of a security bracelet, such as the one seen in the Security Puppet minigames. Using the puppet's programming to follow and protect children wearing the bracelet, Lefty lures it in and traps it. This also confirms that the puppet's receiver frequency is FZ544, or FAZ544. So, the Dream Wand Soother is where things get scary. This microphone is connected with a lullaby index, which leads one to believe that it will basically work as a music box to keep the puppet at bay. Except, upon suit seal, provides steady voltage throughout. Behavior
Alright, this
upon
is pretty
suit
much
seal
finished.
is not guaranteed. Of course it isn't, because we've seen exactly what happens to haunted animatronics when they receive repeated, unneeded, controlled shocks. Something William was willing to do to his own daughter, if that's any indication to the morality of it. And this is especially unneeded. Why give a soother of a music box to keep the puppet asleep if you're randomly going to shock it when you want to? Maybe that wasn't a good idea. Or letting them get put on stage. Letting this dazed dancing bear wobble in front of a party of kids. It's not like it was an accident either. He put it up for sale for $5 when he could have just dumped it into the maze without it needing a purchase. An unnecessary extra step. No, looking at these blueprints you see something much less akin to a father's desperate act of love, and instead a father's punishment and frustration. Like baby repeatedly shocked into submission,
yeah, this one's
the
finished.
puppet is trapped inside the belly of a bear trap.
How long did that take me?
Put to sleep and
A little under
shocked,
2 hours.
and put to sleep, and shocked, in a constant state of shifting from one state to the other, then let dance on stage. All while Father watches from his cameras. He knows what he's doing is right, because to him, it ends with everything else going with him. Regardless of how they go, he and his child are going together. And then they all burn. But they don't, do they? Narratively wise, they burn, but there is one animatronic missing from the raging inferno. Lefty. Father Dearest swears they'll burn together, but where is Lefty? With him? There's no implication that it is. So maybe it escaped the fire. That would seem like a reach, but a future appearance of Lefty, of a character who by all means shouldn't exist past this point, suggests that something went wrong in the plan.
Alright.
Or it would have, if Lefty hadn't have gotten the big axe. Hilariously enough, this isn't the only tragedy of Lefty, who after this moment proceeded to all but get dumped aside by the franchise who bore him. The
I'm gonna take a
puppet
pee
too
break
got trapped in this bear
while I
casket
export this.
and kind
I
of stuck there for
will
years,
be
with
back.
the most recent appearance of him just being the
Should I
lucky chance
deafen
of
on,
getting a new
on
plushie.
Discord or not?
Which, of course, he did. Because the
Okay.
puppet is
I'm-
an adorable and lovable creature, and
I'll deafen.
Lefty's always looking like a
Oh,
drunken
wrong
uncle
playlist.
at a
I was gonna play my
backyard
personal
barbecue.
playlist. That would have
Except
been
instead of a red
really
cup, he's carrying around a
embarrassing.
microphone. But I'm
Alright.
getting
Bye,
ahead of
baby.
myself.
I'll
The
see you in a
puppet and
minute.
Lefty appear
Bye.
both an ultimate custom night, and their mechanics are quite similar. That is, both are soothed by the music box. While the puppet needs to stay wound or it will come and get you, Lefty gets irritated by sound and temperature, and needs the global music box to calm it down. Lefty gets a voice, and its lines are disturbing.
Shh. I'm so glad that I found you. Let me make room for you.
One or two of the lines could be from the puppet's perspective, but the others seem to suggest that Lefty is a separate entity to the puppet.
I've been looking for you, and now I will never let you go. There is room for one more.
Seem to come more from Lefty itself, while comments like,
Come spend eternity inside with me.
could be from the puppet. One line, it'll all be over soon,
It will all be over soon.
is directly taken from Baby. I think this is inconsequential. Glamrock Freddy too took a line from Baby.
Be still. Be still.
Be still.
Now, I think the implication is that the puppet is now possessing the bear trap. Excellent job, Henry. But it could also be that all of these lines are spoken from Lefty themselves. If that was the case, as unlikely as it is, this makes Lefty so much more unsettling. Imagine the puppet escaping the FNAF 3 fire, running outside, and then this thing thumps up, grabs it, shushes it, saying it'll all be over soon, and shoving him inside. Ugh. So, that was the end of the Lefty, right? Well, no, we have one last tale of tragedy to tell. After being missing from Help Wanted, the books, and eventually Security Breach, Lefty was due to return in a terrifying new way. But alas, fate had something else in store. Act 3, how a fully finished Lefty somehow got cut from FNAF Special Delivery. Yeah, I'm not exaggerating here. Lefty has full animations, workshop, attack, defeat, jump scare, has a complete lure, he even has a completed piece of promotional art with BB featured in the background, and apparently had it confirmed that his lines had been recorded, but alas, he never made it into the game before updating halted. And this is especially bizarre since Lefty, like Funtime Freddy, was teased frequently in the background, its face appearing on wrapping paper and on easy-to-miss Easter eggs. Though while Funtime Freddy eventually made it in, Lefty unfortunately did not. Its promotional art shows some sort of train or subway, looking almost like something coming out of Silent Hill, and the balloon boy in the background doesn't seem to be wearing a skin, so if he would have had his own event, or his release was just that, a release, is unclear. Now, it's possible that the game's just been on hiatus for 2 years, with the last official post being for the last photo booth challenge in January 2022, and that someday it'll be resurrected. As someone who's seen a lot of mobile games die, I kinda doubt this will happen unless someone really wants to bring it back. Either way, it is bizarre to have a fully complete character and not just release them before going silent for so long. Our last big appearance of Lefty was in a statue provided by Funko. This statue, featuring the puppet and Lefty, is one last disturbing reminder of what Lefty is. Lefty stands rigid with its back bowed and its mouth gaped, a dead look in its lone-seeing eye. Its arms hang at its sides, as out from inside slithers the limbs of the puppet. With the puppet unable to emote, we cannot tell if it's merely peeking out of its new home or trying desperately to escape. But there are some clues. Its fingers, bent into claws, clutching and pulling at Lefty's head. The lights in its eyes. How Lefty is bowed as though it struggles to stay standing as its prisoner manipulates its body. Notably, it is standing alongside the open prize box the puppet typically resides in. Though this may be for show, perhaps this is also the scene of the crime, of where Lefty grabbed up the puppet and confined him inside. Or a comparison, this is the puppet's box now, though this one will not open. And though that may be the case, it is clear that its intention was not followed through. If Lefty was made to contain the puppet, it failed, with the puppet simply leaking through the cracks. In a more meta sense, Lefty was practically abandoned beyond its initial game, save Ultimate Custom Night, with its only return appearance,
while I was gone,
where it replaced the puppet getting into
there's
FNAF
some
AR,
sound effects
was
I
deemed
realized I should
unimportant
add.
enough that it never made it into implementation, left behind in the silent hell it was first created to be. Lefty is a nightmare when you look at what it truly is, what it was created to be. a prison to trap one of the only creatures trying to save the victims of Afton,
Thank
only
you,
to itself
Uzi.
become a victim once more,
No,
at the
Uzi, say
mercy
welcome
of a
back.
cold, uncaring machine with an ugly mug. Will we see Lefty again? Maybe. Maybe FNAF AR will reappear again and Lefty will be released. Maybe Lefty will get more merch or be teased in a book. But me, I don't hate Lefty. I find what he is to be admirably gruesome, soured by the loss of an interesting character for a lesser bear. But the longer time passes, the more I think, and the more I think, the more I see the truly nightmarish scenario Lefty is. How horrible he really is, how emotionally impactful it is as a story element when the games draw attention to it. But a bitter side of me resents Lefty's creation for another reason. That he is the reason we didn't have a proper puppet in FNAF AR, or perhaps a puppet in Security Breach's Prize Counter, or even in Pizzeria Simulator. Even if that's not the case, something about the dazed look in his eyes of this walking nightmare fuel, wasted on the suffering brewing inside him, makes me want to blame
Because
him.
of the Geneva
I hope we see the
Conventions.
puppet again,
Sorry.
and I hope someday we see Lefty resting in pieces. Thanks for watching.
Um. My face when I use the same 5 sound effects for every video that I make, because I don't know how to be original.
About a month ago, I made a video called Baby, From Sadistic to Sexy about Baby's progressive change from villain to lackey, specifically focusing on the personality shift in between Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator, and the bizarre way she was treated in the books. However, there were a few issues with the video. While I still stand behind it, I
Wow,
didn't give a
that's
full
cool.
history of Baby or a clear picture of everything that happened, and instead mostly focused on that one plot line and didn't even go into the actual issues beyond the more superficial ones. Plus, I was still using the AI voice, which was fine, but it didn't allow for quick additions to the script once recorded.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we will be taking a look at an overview of Circus Baby,
It's like
who
real.
she is, what she did, and what happened in the end. Even with her introduction being halfway through the series, Baby is not only an important character to FNAF, but a frequently used character. Let's look at her humble beginnings, her drastic change, and what may be left of her now. Baby's first reveal was at a secret hidden at the end of FNAF World's Halloween update, during which a man at a desk, who seems to be Scott, reveals that he has created something horrible, named Baby. The room goes dark and a pair of eyes appear, during which we hear a voice saying for everyone to remain in their seats and that the show will begin
I actually
momentarily.
googled it.
The light comes back on
Did I
the
tell
revealed
you?
desk man has
I
been
looked up
murdered.
how long
What's
until
interesting to note here is
a
that
person
Baby's
on
voice
average
sounds
will scroll
different,
past
even
a
though it's the
TikTok.
same voice actress. So
Like,
likely this was
did I
just
tell
the
you how long
early
it is?
stages of working out
So
what
the
the
average
character
amount
would
of time
sound
a
like.
person will give a TikTok
It wasn't
a
too
chance to
long later
stimulate
when
them
we got
before
our
scrolling
first
past
trailer
is
for
less
Sister
than 3
Location.
seconds.
In contrast to the softer looking animatronics that might be more familiar to a Showbiz Pizza or a Chuck E. Cheese, Sister Location introduced us
Yeah, our
to a
attention
band
spans,
of
you mean?
chrome-plated robots,
Or
whose
they're
more
super
futuristic
fucked.
appearance was a
I
stark
learned
cry
this in
from the
film
ones we had
school
been
that
previously
when
introduced to.
film
A
not really
jarring
was first
change to the
invented, but
formula,
when film started
and
to
that
be
wasn't to be
shown,
the only one.
like to
Now,
people,
I'm
film
sure you
used to
know
be
the
something
whole
that you would see at
rigmarole
like
about
the
how
what's it called,
Sister
like the
Location was initially
like where the
introduced
Ferris
as
wheel.
being in the same
No,
universe
like when
as
the
FNAF,
Ferris
but
wheel
being
was
its own
invented, it
separate
was
thing,
shown like there's
and a
like
new
a like
start
the
to the
World
series.
Fair.
Kind
World's
of like
Fair, yeah.
Security Breach.
Film used to
And
just
like
be shown at the
Security
World's
Breach,
Fair before,
that's not exactly what
like by the
happened.
people who
Instead,
invented it, and then
Sister
people who
Location
kind of
sort of
started to copy
jump-started a
the
major shift
technology
in FNAF's
until it started to
storyline
be sort of
by
like a
focusing
regular,
on building
like,
up the
you know, like
character and
accessible
backstory of
to
William Afton,
everyone, not everyone,
adding
but
in
people who
characters
could
such
like
as
use
Mike
it to make
Lafton and
art,
Elizabeth,
like the guy who made
and
the Man in the
aiming in a
Moon, like
more
blah 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 blah
sci-fi
blah.
direction compared to the haunted
But
horror of the
the amount
original
of
games.
time
But
that
that's not all
people
it
on
did.
average
Sister Location was the first game to
understood
give
the scene
animatronics
change with like a
voices,
cut.
full
You know what I mean by
sentience,
like a cut?
and concrete
The amount of
personalities.
time it took
And our first
people's
fully
brains
complete
to
FNAF
understand
character
a
with an
scene
identity,
change from a
backstory,
cut
personality,
in a
the
film when
works,
film
was
was
Circus
first
Baby.
introduced was
This
7
was a
seconds.
huge jump, especially since up until
And
that
now
point,
it's
animatronics had mostly
0.2
been
seconds, I think.
semi-mindless machines trying to get
Yeah.
into the office
For
at
our
night.
brains to understand a
Even
scene
Baby's
change
bandmates
based,
could
or
fit
like
the
a,
bill,
yeah,
but
like a
not
scene
Baby.
change based on
She
like
was
a
something
cut
different.
transition.
While we see her
Is
pictures
now
on
like
the
less than a
walls,
second, but
while
when
we
film
hear
was
her
first
name,
invented, it
we aren't
isn't that
properly
crazy?
introduced
Yeah.
to Circus Baby
It
until the
changes
second
because
night
of
of
like,
the
you know,
game.
how much
And
film
even
you get to
then,
watch
we
every
do not
day.
see her in
Hi,
person until
Livy!
much
I'm talking
later.
about nerd shit.
While
I'm being a
Baby is
film nerd.
initially some of the
What's
aloof,
that?
she shortly after
What's going
becomes
on?
helpful and
Oh, that's
friendly
so
with
loud.
our
Holy
main
shit.
character, helping him survive her bandmates'
Hi, I'm
encounters
talking about film
throughout the
nerd
night.
shit. Base,
Unlike
thank
her
you. I
bandmates,
appreciate it.
Baby
I
is
don't know if I told you,
soft-spoken,
but
open
I went
to,
to film
albeit
school for a little
one-sided
bit,
conversation,
and so I just
and has
learned
a
about
sentience higher than
film
any
nerd
other
crap.
animatronic seen so far. Though most of that is likely due to the fact that she is the
So I'm
first
talking about
animatronic
it
in the series
because
to have
of my
this much
video.
dialogue, let alone talk to the worker. On night 3,
Uh-huh.
Baby opens up about an
You didn't
event
tell me
in
it's
which
awesome.
she
Yeah, I
accidentally
did for
murdered
yeah.
a child at a birthday party. While this is
Because I
enough
wanted
to
to be
raise
a
some
director,
suspicion, Baby talks
like
about
for
the
movies
incident
and
with
stuff, but I realized
innocence
that's too
and
much
a
work,
seeming
and
lack of
so I
understanding for
gave
what
up on that
happened.
dream.
But a quick look at her band's
I still
blueprints
like
give
the
away
idea
what
of being able to
actually
direct
happened.
films.
While Baby's blueprints
But
read
it's just
as
like a lot of
fully
time and
innocent,
effort that I
Ballora,
that I
Funtime
don't
Freddy,
really
and
have
Foxy's
anymore.
paint a
But it's
disturbing
okay.
picture. With programming to distract and mislead children and parents,
YouTube videos are so
to
much.
mimic
YouTube
parents'
videos and
voices,
TikToks are
to
so much
synthesize
easier.
smells, and storage tanks, it is clear that they are built
Also,
to
did you
kidnap
make?
children.
I didn't make it an email,
It
but
is
I
confirmed
can,
by
and
the
I
story
probably
that
will.
Baby 2
That I
has
sent
these
it to you. You
features.
should make it one
As
on
she
your channel,
mentions,
or ask Manton to
fixating
make
on
it
the
on their
number of
channel.
children and
I'm sure
counting them,
they don't even. I don't even
watching
really.
the little
They don't
girl
need credit. I
approach
don't need credit.
alone, and then
You
being
should just
unable
tell
to
them to do
control
it.
herself as she grabbed and trapped the child inside of her until she died
Yeah,
shortly
yeah. Go
after.
ahead. You should tell them to do it.
Though as we
If
find
they
out
have a
later,
slot.
this might not
Actually, I
be
might
the
not have
case.
any animated emo
Now, the
slots
child
left. I
Baby
don't remember how many I
inadvertently killed
have.
was one of the most utmost
So maybe that might
importance.
be.
Elizabeth
I'll still
Afton,
credit
the
you.
daughter
Alright,
of
if you
William
really
Afton
want to.
himself,
But it's
who
not
got too close to
necessary.
Baby while alone and swiftly had her
Oh my
life
god.
ended.
Hello? What
Through
happened to my
voice
tracking
lines of
program? How long has
Elizabeth's
it been
at
like
the end
that?
of the nights and the Baby minigame, along with Baby's story, we get a clear picture of the event. Afton told Lizzie not to go near Baby, but then one day at a party, Lizzie approached Baby while nobody else was around. Or while children were around, but then the children left.
Ow.
And Baby baited
Thank
her
you,
with
Lumi.
ice cream, grabbed her with a hidden claw, and dragged her into her stomach hatch, where she died. A true tragedy indeed. Baby does, at
Ow.
least from this interaction,
Bully,
sound
don't bully me!
remorseful. And we go
No
on with the night
bully!
as
Don't
planned
bully the
until an
streamer!
unexpected jump
No
scare ends
bully!
it prematurely. On night 4,
Hi!
we meet
Hi,
Baby
Uzi.
for the first time. The real Baby. Trapped inside of a suit, Baby begins to
There's a
speak
letter
again,
on your
but
head.
this
The letter
time, she's
L.
not
Oh
nearly
my
as friendly.
god!
Her voice is
I have to
sinister,
quit streaming.
revealing that she
My career is
kidnapped
over.
us
I
and
got
that we're
burned
in
so
a
hard.
dangerous suit that could go off at any moment. She's
And you
bitter
like
at
winds
times,
that make
snide,
your
and
dreams all
mocking towards
come true
Ballora as
on
she
the
stooped
land
in
or
front of her
on the
eyes,
sea.
showing an amount of
In the
disdain
name.
or a
That's the
lack
only
of
reason I
care
know
for
that
her
song. It's because of this
bandmates.
video.
Though one of the most important things we learn about Baby is that she has learned how to pretend to get what she wants. And this is important because, yeah, Baby's been pretending the entire time. Spoiler alert here, but Baby's not being friendly just because she's lonely. And that innocent, I don't know what happened,
Throws it back
explanation
to
from
you
the night before
saying.
was just an act. As we see in night 5.
Yes.
In which Baby almost immediately goes back to her soft and needy charade. She goes to play her
I
into
was
parts
finished
and
with this
service,
video,
where she
I
asks
thought
them to do a few
anyway, but
menial
then I was on the
tasks
toilet and I
send
thought,
her to be
wait, there's
scooped
so much more I could
she's
do.
broken and she can't be fixed.
And
She
so
needs your
I'm
help to
back
do it.
to adding things to
This
it.
is the first time seeing seeing baby in person.
I'm so gay. Thank
She's
you.
big. And
You're
I mean
welcome.
huge. Her blueprints say that she stands a massive 7.2 feet tall. And she's the only one that's stylized like she should be Balloon Boy sized. Though we see her slouched over and unmoving, so it's not too creepy of an introduction. She warns us that Ballora is running around and promises to protect us. At one point, she even pacifies Ballora with a soft plea, assuring her that he will help them and that it will be okay. Interesting that Baby's
They don't call
behavior
us the
towards
gay
Ballora
squad
has
for
done a
nothing.
full 180 since
So
last night,
true.
isn't it? What is actually going on here, if you're not aware, is that Baby is playing the long
Is this a
con
fucking
and
video
playing
about King
us for the
Bowser's fucking
fool.
army? It is.
As
He's
revealed a few
categorizing
minutes
them based
later,
off of the
her and her
U.S.
band have whipped
the U.S.
themselves
military.
into an amalgam and
Hooray!
are planning on
They're
using the new technician
swamps.
as a
But did you
bodysuit
know
to
that there
escape
are
after
wimps?
robotics and
And
live
the
free amongst the
womps
human
have
population.
wimps.
In fact,
womps
the whole
and
fake
wimps and
Ballora
womps
thing
and
is just
rindles
her
and
using a
spindles and
semi-veiled
girls.
threat or a good cop, bad cop routine to spook
And
you in
walleyes
the
and
right
wallops, and
direction
they're all pretty much
into the scooping
invincible,
room.
and they will crush you without
Canonically,
hesitation.
she succeeds, only to dump the body once it rots and then get dumped by her band once they decide that that disdain between bandmates is mutual. In an alternate ending, the player runs to a private room where they must keep out Innard, an amalgam of Baby and her band. All the while, Baby feigns innocence and desperately tries to convince him to give himself up, even though now her manipulative tactics are on full display. Believing that the player is William Afton, Baby begins to coax him into giving himself up, promising him to see her again, and even feigning her voice.
Swipe it.
Now here's something worth noting. While Baby is assumed to be possessed by Elizabeth, saying she hears her sometimes, she always refers to Elizabeth as a separate person. Didn't you come here for
Shut
to
up.
be with her again? The only time Baby or Innard claims to be
I love
Elizabeth
him.
is
His
when
name,
they're
his
faking
full
her
name
voice to bait out the
is
player.
Brian
they
David
believe to
Gilbert.
be
He has
William
3 white
Afton.
guy names
Alas,
in his full
it
name.
is actually
It's
her brother
awesome.
Michael, and it doesn't work. But again, that is the false ending. We know what actually happened. So much of what we heard Baby say and how we saw her act was a carefully crafted act used to dupe her unsuspecting
God,
prey
they're
right
civilians.
into her trap.
I can't
It's
believe we actually
incredibly
won a match.
disturbing,
I can,
but
because we're
it's also
awesome.
very crafty, showing an amount of planning and patience
It
that no other
was.
animatronic has been capable of so far. Not even her bandmates, who would so readily kill Michael and ruin their next chance
I
to
love
escape.
people with 3 white
But
people
here's the kicker.
names in their
As evil
names.
as she is sinister and manipulative,
Real.
Baby is actually a multifaceted character with a surprising amount of
Whatever.
complexity.
I'm not gonna worry about it
Even
too
though
much.
she is a threat and it is hard to sympathize with her,
Alright.
especially when
Alright,
it feels
I'm
like
just gonna say I'm
falling
done
for
with
her
it.
baiting, she truly is a tragic character.
Okay.
These elaborate ruses and despicable plans are adaptations.
I'm just gonna
that came
export
from
this
living
video
a
and then
life
move on to
of
something
constant
else.
pain. This is all but
Fun
admitted
fact,
to
Manta has
when
2
Baby
middle
reveals that
names,
she
and their
learned how to
whole
pretend
name
to
has
avoid
white
punishment
people
such
in
as
it.
the scooper.
I mean, I'm
She
not
didn't learn
surprised based
initially
on their
to scheme her
nationality,
way
but that's really
out.
funny.
She learned to adapt to avoid pain. Something all the more tragic if she really
You don't
is
have 2
possessed
middle
by
names, do
Elizabeth.
you? You just have 1.
Baby is a product of her environment, fueled by the soul of a child in a traumatic situation,
I have 2 middle names?
tortured and used by a rental company
Really?
without any free will of her own. While this doesn't excuse Baby's behavior, it does shed light on how she got to this point. And this is what's so great about Baby, because she's just so
Sorry, my model's
terrible in
laggy
these
because I'm
moments that you
exporting a
can't feel
video
bad
on my
for her.
program. Thank you
But
for
when you
Sip
take in the
Cobalt
grand scheme of
Puppy.
everything, you realize that
Thank
she really
you.
is. She
Please
really
ignore
is
my
someone worth
lag.
feeling
I don't.
sympathy
That
for.
doesn't exist.
She's a monster, but she was forced to
I
become
also have
this
1
to
middle
survive.
name.
Now,
Thank you
there's
for Stretch
something I
Uzi.
should clarify here once more.
Fuck!
I know
I
I
fucking
said
spilled
this
water
already.
everywhere. Shit.
Baby thought Michael was William. Michael says so as much as her baiting of Elizabeth does, who she talks about as though she is a third party.
Alright, it's done. Thank you.
Baby is angry. She's been tortured. She wants her freedom, and she's willing to use anyone
Thank
to
you.
get it. She doesn't love William.
Okay, I'm gonna
just a pawn to escape.
I'm gonna work on a
Until
different video
Pizzeria
now.
Simulator, now she
'Cause I
loves her
finished that
daddy
one,
and just
so.
wants to make him proud. Suddenly, Baby is
Oh, you guys wanna
Afton's
hear the
daughter,
song?
as she identifies him as daddy. Her resentment from before is long gone, even though she attempted to use and scoop him.
It's fully
Now
hilarious.
she just wants to do whatever
I'll send you
he
my full name in
wants.
DMs because I'm.
Yeah,
it's
I don't know
fucking
what
hilarious and I
happened here.
trust you. Okay, sure, if you
I
want
do.
to.
See, a Pizzeria Simulator is where the books and the games became one, and to align with the portrayal in the books, Baby had to stop being her own complex character and now be subservient to Afton. All of the personality is erased from Baby. Like, at the end of the game, Baby has this long, validating monologue, but it doesn't feel like her. Remember, Baby was constantly playing a character. Even when in the private room, she would wear that mask as she tried to turn the
I'll
tables
play
in
his
her favor.
Poke Route
And when she
video.
wasn't, she was
Yeah.
cruel and bitter. Now she's talking
This was
like
at
she's
a
part of a cult, about
convention.
how William has brought them all together.
Ah,
and
shit! I
how
forgot something. I
William
have
has
to
brought
export it
them all
again.
such a
Shit.
bounty and will rise them from their
Oh,
mortal
never mind. This is something
toils.
else. I'm dumb.
I've heard people say that Will brainwashed
Or maybe
her.
it isn't.
Look at him. The man can barely hold himself up.
It's not.
And
Okay.
Baby's not supposed to be
This
stupid.
fucking ballad. He's
She
a
looks very perceptive in Sister Location. If he's
ex-theater
trapped in
kid,
here with
so
her, she can't actually think he's pulling the strings here. It's just a long-winded villain ramble so that Henry can interject and be like, actually, I, Henry, William's former business partner and father of one of the main characters, am about to ruin your whole career. You didn't have to, Henry. This character shift did it enough. Woof. That being said, at least Baby's design is cool. After being thrown out of Innard, who decided to convert to Molten Freddy, Baby rebuilds herself into Scrap Baby.
that's me, by
She
the
now
way,
wears her
screaming
claw on her
in the
arm,
video.
exposing how dangerous she is. She also has a neat pair of roller skates. It's this threatening design that makes me wish they would have just kept her old personality. Baby was scary in a very real way.
Don't mind, just gonna be
And now
messing
she is
around
quite
with some
threatening,
worries.
sharp
You
to
can
look at.
talk or lick as much
She
as
looks like
you
just
want.
touching her would be extremely painful. That works for what you're trying to do,
Of course, it's
you don't
me
need to
screaming,
downgrade
girly.
her,
All right.
because the only reason Baby would be subservient to Afton, after showing that she wasn't, is to make Afton look more
I need
like
to
a
redo
threat.
this. This sucks.
But he's
This
not.
at least this
At
one.
least not in this
one
game.
clip.
And you know what? Considering what this game is, or what it was supposed to be, which is a revenge tale against the main villain, I think that was just fine. But I digress. Baby, like the others, burns in the fire. But that is not the end for her. Not just in her mini cameo edition.
I wish I had two monitors so I can
possibly
watch
in
and
the
play
main
at the
line
same
as well.
time. Having two monitors is
Baby
very
appears in
convenient.
Ultimate Custom
I
Night
will
in
say.
2 versions. Circus
I
Baby
gotta lower
and
it on
Scrap
my end.
Baby. Both have similar voice
I'll
lines,
turn it back
though
up in a sec.
seem a little more tailored towards their personalities and games.
You
They
can
both
call me girl
play
boy, but
differently as well.
don't use
With
he or she.
Circus
Oh,
Baby,
okay, sorry
she
about
hangs
that.
out
Sorry
in
if
the
I ever
hallway
have.
until you get enough
Sorry if
coins
I've ever
to buy
slipped
her
up.
plushie.
I
Then she
lost
leaves.
my hearing.
This is a
because of
mechanic
fancy
shared
screens.
with
Ha!
Nightmare Mangle
Get
and
fucked.
Nightmare Bonnie. I don't
Get
think
fucked,
there's
idiot.
like a connection here.
Sorry if I
I
ever
think
have,
there
but
just had to be a
won't
few of
from
these
now
to
on.
fit all the characters
That's
in.
okay. All right,
In the
cool.
grand
Thank you for
scheme of
letting me know. I
things,
appreciate you
this
telling
feels
me
more
what
like a
works for
baby
you,
thing
because
than a
that's really
Nightmare
important
thing
for me to
anyway.
know.
Scrap Baby plays differently. She stays mounted in the office, slumped over. And the second she
Ow.
lifts her head slightly,
You just reminded me when
you
I
have
said
to
when I
shock
said
her
girly.
or
Oh,
she'll
okay.
immediately jump scare you. You know what? I actually think they should have maybe switched these two. Baby slumped in the office, and if you don't zap her when she sits up, a claw pops out of her
Ow.
and gets you.
I'm
While
trying to
Scrap
work
Baby,
here, guys.
faster with her skates, waits outside, and if you don't pay her off, she rushes the door. Maybe she can't
Excuse
break
me,
through
my
the
gosh.
door, but her slamming into it takes a good chunk of power.
Ow.
Thinking too deeply into this, there's something sad about the idea that you have to buy Baby gifts to appease her. Again, I don't think this wasn't a mechanic strictly to her, I'm just thinking out loud. Children deprived of love may learn to be won over with gifts from their parents to keep them quiet. Parents who cannot give real love and can only buy them off. Anyway, that's just a random thought. Baby's next appearance was in Help Wanted, where she appears in her typical baby form in one of the minigames. The player hides in the closet, trying to balance the possessed toys in it, while Baby walks around outside. You can't have the doors closed constantly, so you have to wait and close them when Baby's looking over to not get caught. It's actually pretty neat, especially since this is the first and only time we see Baby in action. Just the way she toddles
I'm out of
around the
coins.
room
Ha-ha.
is surprisingly cute.
Stop bullying Bambi.
for
That's
a
my job.
7-foot
Exactly.
tall
That's
clown.
Lumi's job.
A good showing. Next, Baby was such an important character to FNAF that she was one of the few FNAF characters to be released in FNAF AR on launch, and was shown in the advertising. She sort of plays like a difficult variation of Freddy, harder to handle, but doesn't have any complicated steps. She got 2 skins, which is about the middle ground. She didn't get as many as Springtrap or Bonnie, but she got as many as Freddy, and they're pretty neat. Okay, I have to cover the books before Security Breach, so let's get into it. I won't discuss Eleanor in this video because even though she looks like Baby, she technically isn't. And while Circus Babies appears in Fazbear Frights, Circus Baby herself doesn't feature in any story. So,
I love
The fourth
tumbleweeds. That's just
closet.
like me in a nutshell.
Okay,
and
it's time to get
clumsy,
into
and I
this.
look high.
and I know what you think I'm going to say. You think I'm going to go off on the whole
I love
sexified
that.
and
Oh, it's
submissive
perfect.
baby thing again, since I did it in the sadistic to sexy video. Indeed, I think babies change from looking like an animatronic to a voluptuous human, to the point that major moments in the game are reframed with said human body, are a pretty good visual aid in getting across how baby's importance was shifted from a seemingly innocuous but sinister figure to a piece of eye candy. However, that is not the worst
Woo!
thing about the fourth closet's baby, and I think I didn't get that across in my last video. See, making this visual change was one of those, wow, that's pretty lame
Kevin
sort of
Punt L,
things.
so
But what
true.
they actually did to Baby herself is beyond that. Let's start with this. Baby is not Elizabeth Afton. She might be in there, but Baby has had sentience beforehand, and it is downright dumb. Baby is actually the fourth Charlie, who was born evil because Henry was angry when he built her. Like the only reason Charlie is a moody teen, or basically shows any emotion or reflection for her childhood trauma, is because Henry was feeling questionable about what he was doing. Charlie and Baby's feelings don't exist.
Thank you for
They
the
are both
follow.
just stages of Henry's
I
grief,
appreciate
and
it.
the
I hope you're
story
having a
treats
good
them
day.
as such. Way
I'm
to
having an art
invalidate the
day with my
feelings of
partner.
your
They're
main
also streaming and
characters.
also working on
Baby
art.
is a big
So you should go
exposition dump with her
check them out
primary
too.
goals basically
Unless
to
you're
be
from their
William's
stream, in which
arms
case,
and to do
hello.
silly drama
Thank you,
stuff like
YouTube.
trying to flirt
Hi.
with and kiss
Oh, my hand
Charlie's
tracking's not
boyfriend
working.
and having characters gush about how
Blasphemy.
sexy she is, and then spending an egregious amount of
Hello?
time explaining to Charlie about Henry's backstory.
Hi.
She's just
Nice
as
to
much of
meet
a
you.
prop as Charlie is. Her backstory is, Lizzie, totally unimportant. It is one of her
Hello.
backstories,
Nice to
but
meet
it is the
you.
one that could have been easily dropped. Towards the end, they try to go into this deep, like, oh, it's so tragic.
I'm working
but
on
the
a
story
TikTok
doesn't
for a
really
friend.
do itself any
It's a little bit
favors
more
in
than
getting
halfway
this
done. I was
across.
working on it like a couple
Baby
days
is
ago.
not a character.
I love your model.
I mean,
Thank
she's
you.
not. She's
I
quite
really
literally just
appreciate
evil
it.
Charlie,
Thank you so
who
much.
occasionally looks like Baby, so they can link it back to the games.
Thank you very much.
Because other than that, coat of paint,
I'm
she
working on
doesn't
a
act
TikTok
like
for a
Baby.
friend though.
She doesn't look like Baby. She has several backstories, and only one is slightly like Circus Baby's, except the details are changed.
We're
So,
watching
yeah,
BDG. We're watching
being subtly
Polygon Unraveled with
sexualized
Brian David
is the
Gilbert.
least of her
I miss him.
problems.
I know he's still posting on
And
his
I
own
wanted
channel,
to
but I
point
miss
this
this
out
series
too.
so much.
You might think I have a problem with
I watch
sexy
it every time I'm
characters. I
working.
don't. It's situations like this or the uncomfortable implications of Vanny, which I have a problem with. Something about all women William Afton has direct control over being dolled up in tight clothes and posed in coy
This is a
little
special episode
positions
where he's
feels
at a
kinda
con.
gross.
How's your day been going?
And
It's
not
been
in
going
a
good.
Madness
I
Returns
have
way,
not
where it
like
was on
never done an
purpose
art stream
playing towards
before,
the themes.
but since my
Baby
re-debut,
and
which
Vanny are made like
was
this
earlier
just
this
to
month,
ogle at. Which is
this month?
an especially
Oh
bizarre
my god, it's been a
decision
week since
to
my
make with
re-debut. That's
Baby,
crazy. It's
because
literally
other
felt
than
like
that
it's been several months, but it's only
extremely
been a little over a week.
gaudy poster,
Since my
she was
re-debut, I haven't done
entirely
many
in the
art
books
streams.
until the fourth closet graphic
Which just
novel
kind of
came
meant
out.
that my
There's no narrative reason to make her super
commissions
sexy.
were like separated
Speaking of
separated
which,
from
let's talk
my
about
streams, which
security
gave me
breach.
not
Baby
very
appears in
many
2 cameos
opportunities
with her head on
during
the
my
blob
week
and with the staff
to
bot
work on
styled
them,
after
and
her.
so I thought,
But
hey,
those aren't
genius
important.
idea, Vampy.
What is important is Vanessa
If
and
you
Vanny.
work on your
Now, in my
commissions
last
during
video, I
stream,
brushed
you
over
have
this,
more
but
time to
didn't
work on
explain
them.
it well enough. But Vanessa and Vanny
Mhm.
pretty much replaced
So-
Baby's role in the story. I don't think I made it clear last
So,
time
yeah.
that what I meant is that
Trying to get
as a
used to
female
that.
lackey who is subservient to William Afton because of their own daddy
That
issues
makes
and who
sense.
supposedly is pretending to be good, though Vanessa doesn't get enough screen time to do that, she has taken on the role. That role was not initially Baby's, but she was
You're doing
pushed
amazing.
into that when
Thank
it was
you.
required.
That is so sweet.
Vanessa and
I
Vanny
really
have a
appreciate
slew of
that.
similarities to
Thank
the
you.
later stage Baby. Here they are. The daddy issues. Vanessa has a father named Bill who used her and who she has issues with. We're assuming this is Vanessa's backstory, but it could also just be
Separate
Afton
this.
backstory disguised as her backstory, which would be a shame because then you would basically be sacrificing.
Yeah, this one
her
I've already
story just to
animated
talk
the
more about
subtitles
Afton.
for, which
Bill
is like
short
most of the
for
work.
William.
Rule 1 of
They
being a
have
vampy
assumed
stream.
similar
Surrender your
behaviors,
blood and
and
candy
because
equal
of
to
that, Vanessa
give me
was
your
supposed to be
spaghetti real
obedient
free.
towards him.
Now you're a
Vanessa
community
has
member.
Elizabeth's
Yes!
blonde hair. In the games, it's
Precisely!
shown to be strawberry blonde, but this was changed to blonde in the books, so it is assumed to be
You get
currently
it.
blonde. She also has her green eyes. In a cut email, Vanessa was also revealed to have the last name starting with A, which is likely Afton. Like I said earlier, Vanessa is supposed to play the
I am
role
down.
of the
Heck
villain
yeah!
pretending
You'll
to be
fit
good,
in.
only to
You'll fit
suddenly
in
switch
very
into
well
a sinister and malicious form.
Yeah, while you're at it, you
Vanny
should check
has
out my pervert just
childish
because I love them.
tendencies, something Baby also used to
And
show. The
they're also
skin-tight
streaming right
outfit
now.
matches the late-stage Evil Charlie redesign. They're also
Alright,
voiced
I
by the
redid
same
my
voice
keyframing,
actress,
so maybe
at
it'll
least
look a
Vanessa
little
and
bit better.
Baby are. Now,
How does
just
it look
one of
worse?
these might be a coincidence,
What the
but
frick?
all of
It literally
these-
looks worse than
Look, let's
before.
be
That's
blunt.
so
Vanessa's design is pretty much inspired by the idea of adult Elizabeth Afton. At least it carries a ton of her
Toby
traits.
is
And
a
the role she
piss
fills
baby
was the one that they
affection.
originally tried to put Baby into without great success. Now, I'm not saying they're the same person.
It's funny
I think
because
they
it's
are
true.
conceptually very similar people. When I say replacement, I mean it in a role
Oh,
sort of way,
I
not
love
in a
you so
literal,
much.
this is the new variation of Baby. I think that Vanessa and Vanny's creation was made to capitalize on the ideas that they tried to follow through on with Baby. Sort
I'm
of like
calling
how
you a
Eleanor
piss
has
baby, but
Innard's
in an
gimmicks,
affectionate
but her
way.
nice charm. That isn't to say Vanessa and Vanny are bad, no. But you can see that replacement factor. And it's a shame because something important got lost in the process. I don't think FNAF knows exactly what to do with Baby. I know that's kind of a bold claim to make, but this confusing amount of disconnect shows it. In cameos or compilations, Baby is her old and original self. When it applies to a greater story, Baby is subservient, before she was replaced with someone who fills the exact role they changed Baby to fill. I know Vanny didn't exist yet, but they should have just made Will a henchwoman separate of Baby if they really wanted to go with that idea so much. Because Baby deserved better.
Oh my
She
gosh!
was an excellent villain.
Hi!
Dare I say, far better than
Hi,
what William
Yasmin!
turned
Thank
into.
you so much for the
And a series with
raid!
this
I
many
really
characters
appreciate
and this
it.
many
You've been
locations
yassified.
really needs more than one
Slay!
villain. That's why
Yes,
the storyline is
thank
so messy, because it
you.
keeps
Thank you
trying to
so
make Afton
much.
the
I
cause
really
of and source
appreciate
of
it.
everything.
I hope
And
you had
you
a good
just
stream.
can't do
Thank you
that.
so much. Oh, thank you for
And there
shouting them
was a
out. You
chance
are
to
way
make a
ahead of
second
me.
villain with just as much
Thank
manipulation
you.
potential as
Ow.
William.
You did get
Someone
it right.
bitter
Thank
and resentful,
you.
led by anger and a need to survive.
Thank you so much, homie.
But
I
that
hope you had a
wasn't
great
what they
stream,
wanted
Yasmin.
at the time. So they
Thank
got rid of what they had and turned her into
you.
what they wanted. And when she no longer
I hope
had
you're
use,
doing well
they
today. I hope
replaced
you had a
her.
good stream.
So that's the
I'm
story
also
of Baby,
arting,
a tale as old
unless
as
that
time,
was
a
not
character
a
build is
stream
the
from
next big
today.
step to foster with.
In which case, whoops.
Unlike the puppet and Innard,
Thank you.
and
Yeah,
Funtime
you're
Freddy,
awesome.
I can't
Thank
entirely
you.
say
I appreciate
that I don't
it.
expect
And welcome,
Circus Baby to
Raiders.
make more
Thank you
appearances
so
in the future.
much.
In fact,
I hope you
Circus
had a great
Baby has been such a
stream.
prolific and popular character that I wouldn't be
I was
surprised
starting
if she
today,
had a
but I
new
do a lot of
model
art streams. How was
introduced in the
Stardew?
future.
Where did
That
you?
doesn't mean that it'll be the same
How old
character.
is your farm,
I would
and where did you
actually
get to
be
from where you
legitimately
started?
shocked
I
if
enjoy
Baby
Stardew a
didn't have
lot.
any more big
I just
roles
don't have the
after this
attention
part, or
span
at
to like
least
play it
side
long enough
roles
to
as a
like actually
bandmate.
make
Especially
progress.
with the possible
I wish I did because
upcoming
it's such a
clown
beautiful
merch,
game.
which
But I
might
just
have actually been more connected
I have
to
small
the
monkey
canceled
brain
FNAF
and
AR than to ruin.
so
But we'll see.
the commitment.
Alas, I
I
don't
don't
think
with
that the
Animal
Baby we're
Crossing
going to
either.
get is
If
ever
that
going to
tells
have
you
the
anything.
same pull or the same
I just
story
started a new
impact
farm
as
today,
Circus
and I'm
Baby
on day
did
8.
from Sister Location. And that's a
Congratulations! That's
shame
very
because I
exciting.
think
Are you
they
planning on
had the
romancing
potential to
anybody?
do something really neat past that
Who are you planning
point,
on
and
romancing?
it
Who's
just
your
got lost in the
favorite? Unless you have a
process.
bunch of mods on
Though,
with
for what
custom
it's worth,
characters, in which
we did, at least
I
for
would have
one
no
game,
idea.
have a really cool
I love those
villain.
games. I have way
Thanks
too many
for
hours in
watching.
ACAH. Take it away, babe. This is your time. Yeah. I don't dislike Animal Crossing or Stardew or any kind of like slow farm simmy kind of game. I think that they're amazing. I just wish I could enjoy them because I have absolutely horribly rampant ADHD based attention span. And they're just
Freddie
a bit
Fazbear, the
understimulating
one
for
who
the way that
started
my
it
brain
all,
works.
even though he has never been
Of which
alone.
I'm very
The
disappointed
titular showrunner
because
of the franchise who has been
they
present
seem
in
so
every
fun.
game, or at least
I could probably do it for like an hour,
had a
but then drop it for
variation or
several
two
months.
in each one.
That's usually how I play
Who has
Animal
played the
Crossing.
role of bloodthirsty antagonist?
I do play through Toby. I
tragic
I
victim,
live
and lovable-
vicariously through him and his awesome island. I had such a nice island, and then I was like, let's flatten it, and then I haven't finished my new one. Oh, the pain. Dang it. I just like I don't know how to keyframe this.
Whether
Maybe
new
I'll
to the
just, like-
community or a long-term Five Nights at Freddy's fan, you're likely aware of the meme and running joke about exotic butters. However, if you are one of the new fans brought in with security breach, there is a slim
I'm
chance
leaving now,
that you don't
Yas.
know the
You
full
are doing
story of
amazing.
this
Thank you.
basket of
Stay safe. Have a
wonders.
beautiful day. Stay
So
positive and
that's what
feel
I'm going
hugs.
to
Keep
do
that good
today.
stream. You
Bring
are
you up to
so
speed.
kind.
In
Thank you
sister
so
location, we play
much.
as Michael
Thank you so
Aspen
much
as
for
he
the
works as a
follow and for
technician
chatting with
in
me today.
Circus
You are
Baby's
so sweet. I
rentals.
hope you have a great
During
rest
his
of your
time
day.
there,
And
he
thank
is
you
guided
so
by a hand
much.
unit with an automated
I'm
voice
sending
who
you
leads
good
him along
vibes.
in
I'm
his
sending you
duties.
all the.
There's
I'm
a
sending you
running
all the
joke
good
where the
vibes.
hand
Thank
unit
you.
asks
Thank you
him
so
to put
much.
in answers on his
I play them
keypad,
in time
but it's
travel. I
glitched
have
out
time
and thus
traveled
leads
in
to
Animal
various
Crossing, but
results.
only for like
Mike becomes Eggs Benedict. It chooses Angsty
only
Teen as the automated voice
I don't
for
really
a
know, but
portion of
it's
one
not for
night.
like I've
Casual
never time
Bongos is
traveled
the
for like
elevator
seasonal
music,
fish. I think I've
which
time
is in
traveled for like
hindsight
seasonal
actually a
clothes and
really good
furniture.
music choice. And finally, on the 5th night, it
I think
offers
that's what
Mike
I've
a
done it
special
for.
prize. For his good work,
Yes, same
Mike
time
gets
travel
a
all the
gift
time,
basket.
and the
It mentions
treasure
a cash
islands.
basket,
Yes.
but we can also assume that there's probably
Yes.
like a fruit basket, maybe a meat and cheese basket,
I'm a cheater
plush
in single
basket,
player games
etc.
very much. It's not
Unfortunately,
cheating.
it
It is
misreads
a
Mike's
personal
inputs
preference.
and
Don't let
instead
anyone tell you
offers
that
him
it's
up
cheating.
the exotic
No one
butters.
cares.
Now, if you play
And
through the
I mean
secret
that in
tunnel
an
night, the
endearing
inner
way.
boss fight, and reach the ending, Mike returns
I
home
mean
and
in an
we're
endearing
able to
way.
see the exotic butter basket perched on his television set. Then Innard comes in and assumedly kills him. In the Ultimate Guide, which is heavily suggested to have been written by Mike himself, he pretty much confirms that he didn't want the exotic butters. He wanted the cash basket. In fact, he probably would have preferred any other basket to the butters. Ironically, since he seems to like popcorn. A rather basic joke, but it doesn't end here.
I was using Miles and
After
Stardew,
Markiplier
and I
made
was
a
like,
comment
don't
about an
say
exotic
anything.
butters
Okay, I don't
remix,
want to
and it
finish.
received that remix, the
That's
joke became a
alright.
recurring staple of
My
Snap
least
and
favorite part of
has been referenced
Stardew
a few times since.
is the dungeon
Apparently,
crawling.
exotic butters appears
I'm
in
not
both
really
the
into games
custom
like
night
that
and
to
the
begin
Toy
with.
Chica High School Years
They
cutscene.
give me
I'm a
anxiety
little
of
doubtful
tea,
of this,
but
but
it's
then
okay.
I looked and lo and behold,
Usually I
there
play
it is,
co-op
a
with. If I'm
sticker.
ever gonna play,
Huh.
it's always pretty much always
Another little
co-op.
cameo is
And
an
I make sure it's
emotional
someone who
teaser
doesn't
for
mind the
FNAF
dungeon
AR,
crawling because
but
all I
this
do
one
is
much
farm and
easier to
fish,
miss.
and
See these
then
3
they're the
sticks of
breadwinner,
butter?
and I'm the
Exotic
housewife.
butters. Cute. Okay, on to bigger roles.
That's how I
Exotic
play.
Butter
That's
had
how
4
I
cameos
play
in Help
Stardew.
Wanted, all of which being rewards you have to collect from the
Because
prize pool.
I was using
Firstly,
because
you
I
could
can't
win
do
the
the dumb
exotic
mini game.
butter
Yeah, the
basket
fishing mini
itself
game is
with
tough.
removable butters to reveal a secret button.
It is
Pressing the
tough.
button used
I
to show
sometimes I
pictures
hate
of
it and want
animatronics
it to burn
provided
in a
by
fire.
Aaron Fector, the owner of Creative
But after
Engineering
like an
Inc.
hour
and
of
the
playing,
creator
you
of the
just kind of like
Rockfire
figure it out.
Explosion Band,
It kind
an
of just
animatronic
clicks.
band that inspired
Base, that's
Five
how I
Nights
play
at
right now on
Freddy's.
my co-op
The
with my
pictures were
boyfriend.
later removed for privacy
Slay!
reasons,
As
as
you
said by
should,
Scott,
bestie.
and replaced with
It's
teasers
the
for the
optimal way
then
to play.
upcoming paid DLC Curse of
I love
Threadbare.
being the housewife
Most
to my
people
breadwinner.
mistakenly think that FNAF is solely inspired by Chuck E. Cheese, but there's numerous connections between the franchise and this specific band, the Rockfire Explosion, and not just because the frontliner is a bear. Since I might not have a good chance to talk about them again, here's a quick summary on the Rockfire Explosion and the circumstances that led to Showbiz Pizza's erasure. So, the Rockfire Explosion is an animatronic band that consists of an ensemble cast of animal-themed animatronics. There's Billy Bob the Brown Bear, the soft-hearted face of the franchise, Looney Bird, his best bud and perpetually
Thank you for
hammered
Stip.
companion, whom with he shares the stage, Mitzi Mozzarella, the mouse
Thank you for Ship.
cheerleader and
I'm
girl
gonna
of
take a
the
sippy.
group, Fats Geronimo, the gorilla who played the keyboard and was really more of the leader of the group, or the most outspoken, Beach Bear,
And thank
the
you for
laid-back
Pops.
surfer bear, Duke LaRue, a dog with his head in the clouds
So
and a dream
true.
to be an astronaut, and finally, Rolf de Wolf, a wolf puppeteer who thought he was everyone's boss and real hot cheese, and his puppet Earl Schmerl, who would make cracks at his expense. They too shared their own separate stage. Now, the group and restaurant were competitors with Chuck E. Cheese before the companies sort of merged. There was a buyout, but from what I know, unlike what you might think, it was Chuck E. Cheese that was bought out, not Rockfire. The short version of a long story is that the higher-ups in the company wanted to get the rights from Aaron, but weren't willing to offer him anything in return. Basically, give us your characters and we'll use them, or we won't use them. Aaron said no because that's a horrible deal, and what proceeded was that the Rockfire characters were stripped from the restaurant. In a magical process known as concept unification, all the Rockfire characters were transformed into Chuck E. Cheese and Friends.
I hate keyframing.
Or, well,
Keyframing.
the suits were stripped off
What I'm
the
doing right
index
now
and
is my
replaced.
least favorite part of video
There's
editing,
still
but I
Rockfire
have
bands
to.
out there, and the animatronics
I
do
have
exist, but this event unfortunately led to their existence being thrown into semi-obscurity. Anyway, let's move on. We're here to talk about butters, not bears. This cameo of exotic butters is sort of a given, considering that Help Wanted is like a compilation piece, calling back to the past of FNAF. But there is also the Butter for One candy bar, or Butter Bar, with a neat red bow and a basket background.
Is this After Effects? It's
capitalizing on the
Premiere. I
butter
wish I
meme.
knew how
It
to use
seems
After
Fazbear
Effects.
Entertainment are
It's
really
such a bulky
doubling down
program.
with
Not
this
bulky
joke.
as in like
There's also the exotic beverage. A can
how
of
it affects my
assumedly
CPU. It's bulky in the sense
butter-flavored
it has so
soda
many
with a butterstick
tools,
decorated background,
and
the signature red
it's just
bow,
kind of
and the tagline,
overwhelming
smooth and
personally
tasty.
because there's so much
There's
shit
also
in it, and
the
I want to
simple
learn it
stick of
someday.
butter that you can also
Gonna step out of
collect.
stream. I'll be
More
back
butter,
later if you're
fun,
still
fun.
streaming.
The
Okay, hope
exotic
you have a
butter
good
joke did
day. If I
not
don't
end
see
here.
you,
The most recent
I hope
appearance
you're having a
is
good
in
one
Security
today.
Breach.
It's just
It
a very
both appears
it's
on an
very
arcade
big. It's a very
cabinet,
overwhelming program. I want to
and
learn
it
it
appears in a
eventually.
secret
It's kind of like a
Michael
life
Afton
goal.
FNAF 4 Easter
Just
egg
at some
room.
point in my
You
life,
know, the
I
one
want
that added a
to
lot of
figure
cryptic
it
lore
out,
to a game with a very life
but not
story.
now.
Yet another callback
Not yet.
to that joke
This
from
is
a few
Premiere.
games ago.
It's Adobe Premiere
Now,
Pro.
I looked around and apparently this is the end of
I
the
learned them both in
exotic
college
butters
because I went to
joke
art school, which was good
currently.
at the time,
At this
and
rate,
bad
the
for my
exotic
wallet. Yeah,
butters
I went to
appeared
art
more
school too. I didn't go to
recently
arts
than
college.
a physical manifestation of the
I went to
puppet
an arts
and has
immersion high
had
school,
more
and I went
appearances than
for
Innard, Circus
film
Baby,
photography.
and really anything
Well, film and
else from that
photography.
game. Will it return?
And so
Likely
I like
yes.
learned about like movie making and stuff there. They didn't teach After Effects though.
I'm going to be frank.
For some
I
reason.
personally feel like the exotic butter
No.
joke might have gotten a little too much mileage. That's not to say that it wasn't ever funny, but to me, I feel
I gotta do
like
some house chores. Okay, take your
I feel
time.
like when it comes to comedic
No worries,
moments,
Lumi.
when
Thank
something
you
is
for
doubling
lurking.
down
I appreciate
on
it.
it,
Good luck with
it
your house
becomes
chores.
less funny. The more you point out something as a joke and poke fun at it, the
You
less
see, I
funny
eventually
it
want to go to
is,
art
the
school.
more it just kind of becomes
I really
a
do,
tired reference.
because I
In
really
recent
like,
years, FNAF has tried
I
to
really like
sew more
filmmaking.
comedy
I wanted
into
to
the
be a
games,
director
and that's not
initially, but
exactly a bad thing. Yes, it might take away
I
from
think
the
that's kind
horror
of
tone,
changed
but
to
it
like
can
video,
also
like
be
VFX
charming.
artist or just
In Sister
an
Location, its
editor
humor
for
only
like films and
slightly
stuff.
detracts from what is otherwise a very
Um,
dark and overbearing story. So it's a little
I don't
easier
know.
to swallow
Eventually,
than,
I'll figure
say,
it out.
Security Breach, where there are
I went,
jokes overlapping
it was
jokes,
like
and not all of
it
them
was like
hit.
live shooting. What was
The
like
little
live
issue with
shooting? Oh
FNAF's
wait,
humor is twofold:
I learned.
subtlety and knowing
Oh,
when
I
to
learned
let a
when I
joke
went
end.
to arts college. I
The funniest
learned
exotic
a
butters
lot
ever
of
was
After
the
Effects,
moment
but
you
I
see
learned
that
it for
gaudy
2D
basket
puppet
sitting
animation. It was
atop
like live
Mike's
2D.
TV.
Oh, I remember
Because
there
at that
being a
moment,
course
it
like
isn't
that.
just a callback to a past joke.
I
It
think
is the full through line. There's a mistake
I
with the
remember
hand
I
unit,
also
and
there was like
instead of
there was
getting
like a
a real
2-week
reward,
course available
cash
for After
basket,
Effects,
fruit
but I didn't
basket,
take it because I
anything
think I
better,
was working on
Michael
something
gets
else. I
what
think I was
seems to
working
be
on a
the
film at
most
that time,
niche
so I
and
couldn't take on
borderline
another.
useless
I couldn't take on an
basket. And then the
extracurricular.
punchline is it just
And
silently
but I
sitting on
remember
top of
some
his
friends of
TV,
mine
unrefrigerated.
taking it and
This
said literally
gaudy
all they
little
learned how to
basket
do was like
punctuating a
live
night
2D
of
adjacent
almost getting
shit.
slaughtered by clowns.
And they like
But
just
when
didn't.
Exotic Butters is brought back, it no
You
longer
know,
has the build-up and payoff of a joke.
they didn't really
The
learn anything
context of the
really
joke
like
has
essential
changed.
or like
There is no
effective,
punchline. It
just
is a
like all of
simple
school.
reference to a joke that no longer has the full context surrounding
Like most
it.
of it was literally
In
just
recent
keyframing.
titles, FNAF
There
humor
wasn't
has
even
pulled away
anything
from
like.
that sort of three-step joke outline. Sometimes it
Could
does,
be worse.
but most of the
It could be
time, its
worse.
humor is comprised of self-referential and meta
Where's that
humor,
little jitter?
pointing out things it
What is?
did that
Why
were
are you
funny
doing that?
and an attempt to
Stop.
wink at the audience. But what it tends to do is break immersion. The jokes have gone from
All right,
this
it could be
company
worse.
is
This is
shoddy
probably
and
as
the
good as it's gonna
practices are
get.
horrible, and here's some goofy stuff, to look how awfully incompetent this company is. And remember when we made that joke? You've got the hand unit and dread unit constantly rambling out words in an attempt to hit a high
I
note,
learned
but
like
they
text animation
just
and how to do
don't.
movement stuff, but yeah, I
Indeed,
need to brush
there's
up,
the
and I don't
second
even have the
problem,
program
little
right now.
issue with
Text
letting a
animation
joke
sounds like it would
stop.
be interesting
Exotic
and like
Butters
kind
was
of
the
vital for like
fourth
job,
in a
like
string
a
of
job
jokes spilled out by the
application.
hand unit. The Eggs Benedict,
I don't even
the
think they learned how to
NCT,
do
the
that. They
Casual
might have. I didn't
Bonkers,
take the course, so
and
I
I
wouldn't
wouldn't
know. But
exactly say that all of those are
I just heard they learned how to
slackers.
do
Oh,
keyframing.
Eggs Benedict,
Excuse me.
that's
I don't
not
have
a name,
access to the Adobe
that's
stuff
a
anymore, but they
food.
did let me keep it for a
Ha
while
ha
after
ha,
graduation. I'm gonna be so
XD10s
honest.
would be the worst
I'm
narrators.
still.
The Casual Bongos
I
just fails because, you know, the bongos
I'm
actually
buying a
slap.
yearly
I would say
subscription for my
Exotic
Adobe
Butters
programs,
is the only
but
one that works, and that's
I'm
because
still
of
using my
the
student email because
payoff,
I have a
because it's the
because
full
it
joke,
gives you
and
a
not just
discount.
hand
Like
unit
if
said
you the
something
email you
dumb
use for
joke,
your like
but something
Adobe
a little
Cloud
more
account is
substantial.
like
And that's
designated
why
to
the
you for the school.
semi-frequent
You get a
callbacks to
discount,
Exotic
and
Butters
so
kind of falls flat,
I Why is
because
he not in
it's
school?
no longer
I'm still gonna
there.
discount
It's
'cause of my
just a
student
wink
email.
and a cheeky grin.
I think that
But in the grand
they
scheme
didn't.
of
They
things,
don't like. They
why
deleted
is
my school email.
exotic butter
No.
so important?
That's
And
so
why am
sad.
I bringing all this stuff about FNAF?
I can still access mine. I kind of don't know why, but
I
I have yet to like reach out to them about it because I don't want them to
Sister
close it because I
Location
don't
is
want to
when
lose my.
FNAF
I don't want
started
to lose my
to
discount.
work in that more direct sense of humor, where it
Is
became
that what's
more
up? I do not
self-referential.
want to pay full
And the
price for
success
AW
and
programs. If
memeability,
I end up
if
ever having to
that's
pay
a
full
word,
price,
of exotic
if I
butters
finally
might have been
shut
what
down my student
cemented this
account, I will literally
direction.
just either
Now,
pirate it or
again, don't
use
get
like
me wrong. That's not to say FNAF isn't funny. There
yeah,
still are moments
exactly.
that do hit right. I find Glamour
I
on
wanna
Freddy
watch
to have a
something
few
else.
lines that aren't really, you know, ha-ha funny, but
Let's
they
watch
are
Mortal
amusing.
Cuddlers.
Monty's goofy, you can hide, but you can't hide. That works
Felt
too.
so
It's when
true.
the games are trying
It's
to
always
remind
ethical
us they're
to
funny,
pirate
that
Adobe
doesn't
programs
work.
because Adobe
All
uses
this
AI.
hoopla for a basket of melting butters, not even as valuable as the cash basket. Or is it?
Okay, that's literally as
So,
good as it's
when
gonna
Sister
get.
Location came
Hold on,
out, so
bro.
did a full line of
Whatever.
merchandise. There was a line of plush toys released that consisted of Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, Foxy, Ennard, and the much coveted Exotic Butters plush, a basket with soft removable butter bars inserted inside. Now, I never saw this plush in the wild because it was immediately snatched off the shelves. It was almost impossible to find shortly after
I had a pirated
release,
copy
and
of
like
an,
a good
an
amount
old
of FNAF
Photoshop,
merch,
but I just ended
it
up
was
switching
then
over to
resold on
CSP, and it's
eBay
way
for
better for drawing.
exorbitant
So true.
prices,
If
and
I,
that's
like
for
I
a
said, if I
plush that
ever,
is
if my
just a
subscription
basket
ever
of butter.
requires me to
No
pay full
cute
price,
faces
I will
like
also be switching
squishables
over
or
to
anything.
CSP.
It is just sticks of butter.
Because yeah, I've
But
heard CSP is like a
there was
pretty
one
good
piece of merch,
Photoshop
also butter
replacement if
shaped,
you're
that
on a
I will
budget.
unironically proclaim
So I'll
as
definitely
my
be
favorite
using
piece
that
of
if I
FNAF
can't use
merch. So
PS
FNAF
anymore.
did a line of little die-cast race cars, and they were
Absolutely.
cute. The
I've heard
characters
good
were
things
done
about
in
CSP.
chibi designs, and each in their own tailored race car. Freddy's in a microphone, Golden Freddy's in a pizza oven, Toy Chica in a cake slice,
It's
Cupcake
great,
in a
yeah.
cupcake pan, Foxy in a pirate ship, Lolbit in a computer monitor, and the puppet in his
Uh-oh.
box. And Ennard in the exotic
Nothing.
butters
I accidentally
basket.
closed
This
my
little
sequence.
Ennard butter tart
Ow!
combo
Thank
is
you.
one of the
Oops.
cutest things
I accidentally
I've
closed
seen
my
come out of
sequence,
this
yeah.
franchise. I love this precious little bab. Here's mine. Remember when I said the exotic butters joke went on
Excuse
too
me.
long? I was wrong. Look at this guy.
I hope
He's
you're
worth every cameo that
entertained by the
falls
stream, by the
flat.
way.
Him and that
I
headband
like
and
I don't know if you were
Ennard's,
here
like,
when I was talking about this,
really
but
into butter that you'll see in
I
the
didn't do
fandom.
art streams before my
Anywho,
re-debut. My
that's the
re-debut
story of
was
exotic
last
butters
week,
and
which
their
is crazy.
Renaissance
It
humor, the
literally
most
felt like it's
subjective
been
thing in
several weeks,
existence.
but it
Thank you
was
for
on the
watching.
2nd of this month, so just over a week. But before my re-debut, I didn't do art streams, but it just meant that I only had 3 days out of the week to work on commissions, which was bad. So I had this genius idea that no one's ever had before. I was like, hey, if you work on your commissions on stream, you'll have more time to do them. And so I'm trying to start doing art streams, but I'm not used to it. So I'm trying to learn how to make them fun, but I'll figure it out. So true, right? I already have a shit ass work ethic because of my
Around Freddy
ADHD, so I
Fazbear's
need
Mega
as much time as I
Pizzaplex,
can.
you can find duffel
The only
bags
time
that contain
I'm definitely like a
messages
burst
left
of
behind by
motivation
the
kind of
employees
person.
of Fazbear Entertainment.
When I work,
Some
I
of them
like chill
contain
art streams.
hints to where
Thank
you
God.
should go next. Some give backstories
I'm
on
usually
the animatronics, and a few of them tell stories
I'm
of
usually
their
like
own.
people describe me as
Today we will be looking at a few
chaotic
of those
comfort
stories.
streamer because I do
The first
stream
one
a lot
being
and I do tend
the
to like do
midnight
things.
staff
I do
meeting.
tend to be like kind of loud.
So there are a few
Um,
messages throughout Security
So
Breach
when I
that
do
raise
things that
some
are chill, it's
eyebrows.
nice.
We
I
know
don't dislike
locals are
having chill
disappearing
streams.
and missing children as well.
I just don't feel like I'm very
but
good at them
also
because I'm not very good at
employees.
like talking
One of the
and not
messages,
being
Job Security, mentions
and being
disappearing
funny
staff.
without
The
like
duffel
yelling
bag
a
is
lot.
located in the mazer-sized control
But I'm
room, and its
trying. I'm
purpose
trying to
is to
figure
tell
it
you where to
out.
get the key to turn it on. But it does raise some questions. Where is everyone? Leo was the only one who had a copy of the maze control key, but I haven't seen him for months. Maybe that creepy bot knows where the key is. Leo was supposed to train it to work the maze.
I do some no mic art
Instead, he
streams
tricked the
because
bot
I
into
get
doing some
focused. That's
busy
really
work under
fair.
the daycare
I think
theater.
Toby, you did a
I'll
no
check
mic art
after
stream
the
once,
all-staff
right?
meeting tonight.
I've been thinking about
All-staff
doing more no mic
meeting.
streams because
That's
I
peculiar.
take this
Though
medication that
not
keeps
the
me up
only
really late at
peculiar
night. Not that I
thing.
mind because I'm a night
Ignoring the
person,
fact
but it's
that he
definitely
hasn't seen his coworker
really
in
hard to fall
months,
asleep
apparently
when
he
I
was
take them.
tasked with teaching a
And so if I'm
creepy
ever like
bot
wide
how to
awake at like
manage the maze
2 in
room.
the morning,
It's
I've been thinking
likely
about
he's
doing no
referring
mic
to a staff
streams.
bot, but the fact that he says
So I might do
creepy
that, to be honest.
repeatedly
That
makes
might be
me
nice.
almost think of
Chill and
the
then energetic
daycare
streams. It's
attendant.
nice to have both. I'm so
Likely
glad to
he's
hear
not,
that you
but
think
it's
so.
notable
That
that
warms
it
my
is
heart.
a creepy bot
Thank
who
you.
apparently works in both the daycare basement and the kitty maze. Though that could have been a staff bot
I
as
like it
well,
there better, honestly.
as there
that
are
sound
some
effect.
of those in the daycare
I
theater,
have my premiere
but
turned
none
on
in the
really low
basement.
because a lot of this video is
In
just me fucking
fact,
screaming
the
my
key
ears
is
off.
just found in the back corner. The writer of the message never got to it.
Mhm.
We'll soon
I
find
will.
out why.
All right, go ahead and do the thingy thing.
This
Oh
is
my
not
god,
the
it's so
only message that mentions
pretty.
the
I love
all-staff meeting.
it.
The balloon
It's
world
so
maintenance
cute.
log
It looks
also
really,
mentions
really good. I
it.
love the lips.
It reads, "The
So
Balloon Boy
beautiful.
World game has
Are
been
you gonna add
acting
more
up.
highlights to the hair?
Customers have complained that it has started to glitch
Yeah,
over time. I headed
dislike
to
the
the theater
highlights,
to
but
fix
since
it,
you
and
have
now it's
whitish
gone.
highlights on
I
other
never saw a
parts,
move
it makes me
request, so
want
it should still
white
be
highlights
there
on the hair
somewhere.
as well.
I guess I'll
On
check
top
again
of what
after
you
the
already
company
have, which
meeting.
looks fantastic.
As you may know, the Balloon
It
World
looks so
arcade
beautiful,
machine
baby.
is hidden
You
in
know
the
what'd be
daycare
awesome is
attendant's
if
room,
you
and it's
made
likely
another
he's the
one.
one who
If you
put it
copy
there.
pasted
As
the whole
whoever
drawing,
did
flipped it
had the strength
horizontally,
to
and
haul it
then
through the
made
tiny tunnel
it a
leading
different
into the
color,
room, and then stood it upright.
like
Why
purple,
it was
or I
taken
feel
is
like blue is really
unclear,
basic, but like
perhaps because his face is
maybe
on it. And
what
once
goes good with
again,
red?
we
What's
hear
a good
of
like
someone mentioning this
what's a good
staff
opposing color to
meeting.
red that isn't like
Another
something really
message that
basic like
mentions it
blue?
being question,
Maybe
which is found in
purple.
the shower room. Are you going to the staff party? I don't want to stick around after my 14-hour shift, but I don't want to get laid off if I don't show
Yay!
up. This one refers to it as a party instead of a meeting, though the confusion likely comes from the all-staff
Person
meeting
Bob.
reminder. Reminder to all employees. The all-staff meeting
Yes.
is this Thursday night at 11:30 p.m.
Orange,
All
like a
service
bright
team
one. I love
attendance
that
is
idea.
mandatory.
I think that's
There will be
great. What do you
cake.
think, babe, of like bright orange?
Now, this is when
Yasmin
things get a
suggested
little
that.
suspicious. This all-staff mandatory party is at
Fix your shrimp
11:30
pasta,
p.m.
bitch ass.
What a bizarre time to have a party. 30 minutes before the entire Pizzaplex closes up. Though it is possible that this was just a ruse to get them in and out as fast
What do you
as
want for dinner?
possible,
I know it's kind of
but
early,
there
but
seems to be something more sinister going on. And there is, but not in the way you might be
do you want
thinking.
teriyaki again? There's another bag.
Pink slip. Attention employees!
I'll make rice with.
Good news!
I'll make rice with it
Due
this
to the
time,
success of
and
the staff
maybe some
project,
veggies.
we will no longer need
Okay.
nighttime employee coverage. We will be reducing nighttime hours effective immediately. Enjoy the additional time with your families. So, all good, right? Just another skeevy move by Fazbear Entertainment to lay off large swaths of employees. There's just one thing. So, if you go to the basement, there's actually a sizable dining room downstairs, either a private dining room or a staff room. The place is utterly ransacked, broken and disheveled, like something ran straight through there and destroyed the place. The only one we know who might have done this is Monty, but that doesn't seem to be the case. At least, it would be weird of him to run down here and trash the place. By all means, this room is where they must have had the staff party, if not made obvious by the fact that the pink slip duffel bag is found in this room, and the all-staff meeting duffel bag is found right outside one of the doors. Who knows how long it's been since said party, but it's utterly decimated. Weird. Perhaps this is a sign something went wrong here. Perhaps there is a possibility that the staff rioted and vandalized the room themselves.
I need some
There's also an
fucking
Easter
sugar
egg
in
of a
my
hidden glamrock
face.
Indo wearing a party hat covered in cake. This could just
Thank
be
you for
an
stretch.
unconnected random Indo skeleton who came from a party, which Freddy's is known for.
Ugh.
The dining
This is
room
good.
is
This feels great.
ransacked, and
But
it is in
I
the
just need to
basement
stretch
where the
really hard.
endoskeletons
Ow.
run around uncontrolled.
Thank you.
Is it possible that the all-staff
Oh,
meeting
God.
suddenly took a devastating
Jesus.
turn? I doubt Fazbear Entertainment
Oh,
themselves would
Jesus.
murder
Excuse
a
me.
bunch of employees, but it is possible that Vanny did so, and all those messages are covering her backside, or perhaps were not official messages but provided by her.
I have a
Because
Reese's
once
peanut
Vanny
butter cup.
gets rid of the entire night shift except for her,
I had a
she's
peanut
got
butter
free
Nutella
reign over
sandwich
the
for
place.
breakfast,
and Fazbear Entertainment will cover it up
and
because
I was
she's
really
got her
hoping it
claws in
tasted
the
like a
bear.
Reese's peanut butter cup.
We know after
but it
Vanessa
did
was
not.
hired, she
Reese's
managed
Puffs,
to get the
Reese's Puffs.
security team disbanded, as she's the only security guard now. So her pulling this is very possible. But did this actually happen? We don't know, though something did happen in this room, and we probably won't ever find out what, unfortunately. Our next story is on the lighter side of the spectrum,
Peanut
and
butter
that's
chocolate
the
flavor.
Alfredo
I love
incident.
peanut butter chocolate.
Because it's
Pretty
just
much
one
anything
message,
peanut butter chocolate
instead
is
of
good.
reading the message verbatim, I'm going to tell it like a story. The Alfredo incident. So the Pizzaplex cracks down ridiculously hard on its employees.
So true.
They get on
I
an
love peanut butter
employee
chocolate.
named
It's one of my
Jenkins for
favorite
not
flavors.
replacing urinal cakes after a single use.
Is peanut butter
which doesn't
chocolate like
make
a
any sense and
flavor?
would lead to a massive inflation of urinal
It's a
cake
flavor, right?
purchases. And Elsa for showing
Baby?
up to work early. No
Can
doubt
peanut butter
because
chocolate
Vanessa
be like a
stamped her
flavor
foot
of
and stuck
something?
her lips out. But one employee was unfairly let go because of Lily H, an unknown person who has
It's a
an
flavor
unwieldy
combo.
amount of
Yeah, that's why
power
I'm
in the
wondering if it's
company.
actually like a flavor. Because a
Assumed to
flavor
be a
is usually
fussy
just like
child
one
or
thing,
teen,
right?
Her name is known by
I mean, there's
employees around
chocolate
the
peanut butter
Pizzaplex.
flavored ice
She
cream.
demands chicken Alfredo,
So maybe
which
it's
the
a
employee
flavor. I don't
says
know.
they don't have. Her father, whose name is unknown, throws a fit and summons the manager,
You guys didn't see that.
Dennis. Dennis asks the employee why they didn't get her chicken Alfredo, to which the employee
Hello?
says they don't have it,
What the fuck?
and then is promptly
Sorry.
fired.
No,
Dennis
no.
then
Please
tries to
something.
get a staff bot to make it, but they don't know how.
There we go.
Because the
Sorry,
Pizza
my
Plex
computer's
doesn't
being
have
silly.
it. Dennis is later fired by higher-ups. So this
Silly
semi-useless
PC.
story's punchline is that by time Gregory enters the Pizzaplex and we're playing as him, Chicken Alfredo is on the menu. It stands out
All
like a sore
cops are bad
thumb,
at
but
cuddling.
apparently this unknown Lily H has such a draw with the company that Fazbear Entertainment rather bow to her whim and serve it than refuse and risk her spending $30 on something else. Which you know she would. I know her kind. The moral of the story is that not all of the Pizzaplex employees were unfairly fired. Rip Dennis. Okay, now back into the serious stories again. One that might apply to a more important character than Lily H or Cake Endo. One that involves the Princess Quest minigame.
I don't know how to make this video
I
funny.
call it the Unhinged Savior. There are
It's when we were
numerous
playing,
messages that show
7
the
Days to
decline
Die,
of an employee
and I got caught
who
on
discovered
fire,
the
and I
Princess
became
Quest
like an
arcade
alarm.
cabinets and became fixated on them. His,
Do you remember that?
assuming it to be,
You were there.
final fate is semi-known, but his identity is
Yeah, it's your new
unclear.
fire
Though
alarm.
there is a possibility that we might know who he is.
Imagine
I'm getting
celebrity
ahead of
voice
myself.
fire alarms.
The Balloon Boy World, Chica's
Oh,
Feeding
I know.
Frenzy, and A Arcade Machine logs all seem to be written by the same technician. They are all labeled in the same way. However, I don't think that the person who wrote the Balloon World message is the same one searching for the Princess Quest arcade machines. It is possible they are different technicians. Or that the technician didn't make it to the staff meeting like planned. The technician has a level head at this point, mentioning that the Balloon World cabinet is gone, confused to why the Feeding Frenzy game won't shut off, and to why the minigame game is in mini-golf. Then we get to the Princess Quest 1 maintenance log. There's a Princess Quest 1 machine somewhere in the building, an actual stand-up arcade. I guess the devs pulled it from that old mobile game. Why port to arcade? A quick note here, but yes, in FNAF lore, the Princess Quest game was initially a mobile game, likely to go along with how the game was introduced and the mobile release of Help Wanted. Anyway, continuing to the next message, Princess Quest 2 maintenance log. Maintenance log. Princess Quest 2. Won't boot properly.
No, it's
idea why.
perfect.
Shuts
Those
down
shades,
when I
that
try to
shading
play,
looks
like it's
so
personal.
pretty.
Doesn't matter anyway.
I
still
love
haven't found
it.
Princess
Yes,
Quest 1.
very shiny. You don't make it
The
really
next
sexy.
message is known as Out of
Is it for
Order.
butt was
It
shiny?
is different than the previous messages, but the content
I
suggests
love it, baby.
might be
It
the
looks
same
so
person.
good.
Inventory check. There is no record of a Princess Quest 3 arcade, yet there is a cabinet tucked away in Phaser Blast. Won't work though. Sometimes I hear it in attract mode, but I've never seen a single image displayed. Too creepy. Leave it where it is, at least until I play part
Shiny
1 and
booty.
2. It's unclear which of these messages takes place when, but due to the lineup we can assume that the Princess Quest 2 takes place before Out of Order. A quick note on the Princess Quest minigame before we continue. So, in Security Breach, or at least in the Security Breach we
Why is my
got,
shit
you
lagging?
must complete the Princess Quest minigames to get the Save Vanny ending. The first Princess Quest is in the back of the Glamrock Beauty Salon. The second is down the long hall where you have the
Get
DJ
over
music
here.
man Chase. The third is in Vanny's room, only accessible after she shatters Freddy and chases you in the Vanny route at the end of the game. You have to play all of the games in order. Princess Quest 2 and 3 won't work unless 1 has been completed, and if you do not beat 1 and 2, you cannot trigger number 3 in Vanny's room in the ending. However, these next 2 messages raise some questions about this. Red flag. Maintenance log. I did it. I did what you wanted.
Oh, thank you for
I beat
that.
parts 1 and 2.
Thank
Why
you.
won't you turn on? What else is there? Tell me. As we can see in this message, the technician is starting to become more fixated on these games, to the point where his behavior is marked as a red flag. This next message is the last message pertaining to the mystery.
How do I be funny?
The
I
arcade
don't know how to make a bit.
conspiracy.
I don't know how to make a joke. I'm
Exit
losing
interview.
it. I'm losing it.
They are working together. The arcades, they are hiding
Thank
something.
you.
The glitches. Glitch them all at the same time. Then the princess will recognize me. She's testing me. I am not worthy yet. The others are protecting it. Let me stay.
I
I
haven't
am
watched.
so
We haven't
close.
watched Zelda cooking
Just
yet.
one more
That's
night,
crazy.
please. I can save the princess.
3 hours
So
in a
let's
stream. We haven't
deconstruct
watched
this
Zelda
piece by
cooking.
piece.
Damn.
Firstly, the
Wow.
technician is now borderline hysterical, seemingly aware to the fact that
I hope
the
you guys are
arcade
having a good
machines
time.
are
Are you having a good
haunted
time,
and wanting to appease the
I'm too.
princess, the character of the Princess Quest game. Unfortunately, this caught the attention of Fazbear Entertainment. From the note, exit interview, we can apply that he was fired and thus was never able to discover the mystery of the Princess Quest machines. Also, likely not making
Oh,
it to
I
this staff
forgot I
meeting.
can work on. Wait.
It should be noted that from the messages we
Chill
can tell
body
that
double
the
vibes.
technician
Oh
didn't
my
become entranced
god!
with
They
the
get
machines
it!
and paranoid
They
about
understand. That's
conspiracy
the only way any of
until
us get
after he
anything
played
done
the
is if we
games.
do it at the same time.
He was in the general vicinity of all
So
three
true.
machines and tried turning them on, but he still had a level and clear head.
Hold on.
Then he found Princess Quest
realized
1,
I could work on a different
played
project.
it
I'm
and
just gonna
2,
take like a TD break
and then
from
has
that
become
one just to like
convinced that
reset
the
my
games are
brain.
real and guiding him. I won't say he's being possessed, but one can assume that
Excuse
the
me,
machines
I'm just
have,
gonna work on
in
something else
fact,
really fast.
influenced him.
I
They are
I
the
started
ones
making like a
him
new
go
like
mad.
example
I think the
example
whole
or portfolio
glitch it all
video
at the same time thing
'cause I have
is
some
perhaps
updated
a hint
examples.
towards a mechanic that was cut from the final game. In the final game, you don't have to glitch the games.
I'm
you can
trying to
glitch
open it
Balloon
right now,
World,
so
but
if
it
you'll just give
doesn't
me a
do
minute.
anything when you do.
Okay.
You just have to beat the Princess Quest games.
I just
as
realized I
they
can work
are.
on this for a little bit,
However,
and then when
in
I'm done with
earlier
it,
FNAF
hopefully
games and
it'll like help
minigames,
reset my
ones that
brain.
were heavy
I
in
work
lore
a lot
implications,
better. That's
you
probably
often
why
had
I
to
do my
glitch the
streams because
games
it's like
or
a
find
way
secret
to
route
body
to get the
double
true
by
meaning
thinking
out of
someone
them.
is there.
FNAF
That's
3
such a
and
good
FNAF World
point.
involved glitching
That
minigames
is
to
such
get
a
the
good
true
point.
endings. Sister Location had a minigame that you had to complete to get all 3 stars. Pizzeria Simulator had minigames that you either had to play
I
numerous
think I was
times,
done with this. I don't know why I
or in the
stopped
case of
working on it.
Midnight
I think
Motorist, find a hidden
maybe
route
I just
to
need
get
to
the secret
finalize my
cutscene. In almost all of these cases, there were extra steps to see what the minigames were
and
hiding,
there's
and it was
Slam,
not
and
as
then
simple as
there's
completing them.
Raven.
Like I
More
said,
Raven,
Security
probably,
Breach has
yep,
an example
and
of
then
this in Balloon
Professor.
World. You can play the whole minigame straight.
Oh
get
yeah,
the
I just
score,
need some
and be
music,
done with it.
honestly. Maybe I was
But you
just
have to
maybe I was
glitch
too
out
lazy
the
to look for
arcade
music.
machine to see the secret eclipse sun and to get the good night ending. I think initially
I don't
there
wanna
might have been a
reuse
similar
music.
route in Princess
Just give me a
Quest,
sec, guys. Hold on.
where
I'll
it
put
wasn't
on. I
as
need to
simple
turn this
as
off for a
beating
little
the
bit, but I'll
minigames,
put
but
on some
finding a
music.
secret or glitching it out to progress forward into the
So I need
intended
to use that
third
window
act.
for a little bit, but I don't want you guys to hear
However,
it.
considering
so
the
I'm just
state
gonna
the
put on
game was
some music.
released in, this was likely trimmed down just to have the games be a
Alright.
basic playthrough experience, with this message probably being the only example of the old route. But this is seemingly the end of the story of this unknown technician who lost his mind at Freddy's. It honestly is. But who is he? Well, we don't know. In fact, there is absolutely no way of knowing who he is. But I think maybe it's possible that it's Lewis. So, who is Lewis?
Alright, I already found one.
Lewis
Dude,
is
it's
a
so
character
easy.
first introduced in FNAF AR Special Delivery through emails
There's a certain
between him
genre
and Ness,
of music that I
Vanessa.
always use.
Many of the emails
for
being
my,
scrapped, but quite a few still
portfolio
making it
examples.
into the game.
And there's
Lewis
just
is
so much
Ness's
music in that
overseer in
genre
the
that's
IT department, along with being her admirer.
like
He
non-copyrighted. You
frequently
literally
writes
just
her
put in the
messages
search
of
terms
concern
and
over
you'll
her red
immediately find
flags.
something
In
usable.
fact,
It's so
it is
easy.
through his messages that we know that Ness bought the torture devices to break her fingers and toes with, and sent flowers to herself with a threatening message on them, "Flowers for your grave."
Okay.
As you might expect, these are threats that Glitchtrap is
Alright, I can put
puppeteering
Brian
Ness to
back on.
perform, along with making her look up how long a human can survive being cut apart, to which Ness writes, "Help."
What genre
To
is
all
it?
of
It's
this,
like
Lewis
a.
is
I looked up like
concerned, but
kawaii
easily
trap beat.
forgiving and makes excuses for Ness.
It's like kawaii.
Which
It's
is
like
because
it's you,
he's
you
a
look up
very
like
nice
a
guy. Here are
like
some lines to
non-copyright
show
like
how
kawaii
nice
trap.
he is.
Yeah, there's so many people
Hey,
making
Ness,
music in
I
that
wanted to
genre,
know if
like
you're
free
doing
to use
okay.
beats.
I appreciate your
non-copyright
taking my
beats.
advice about the red
It's
flag
like almost
search terms.
kind of too
If I thought
easy
I'd
to
have to
just
file
find
an
like
incident
kind of high
report on
quality
you, I think
BGM.
I'd just have to quit instead. Hey, Ness.
You know what I mean?
It was really great talking to you today. I think that might have been the first time we've actually
Oh,
had
it's
an
shorter than I
in-person
thought it was going to be. Is it going to be long enough?
It's weird. I feel like I know you so well, but I guess
thought
you
it was
don't know
like-
much
I
about
guess this
me.
is a longer video
We're
than
just
I'm used
going
to
to fix
making.
that. It's like there's two sides of you, and I get that. I feel like that too. There's the bright, happy side of you that orders
Oh
cupcake
shit! Crap!
cookbooks and
Did I?
rainbow hair
Shit!
extensions
Crap! Hold
and
on.
that glittery pink journal with all the
I might have
pictures
not
of
exported
puppies, and
one
that's
of my
great.
videos correctly.
What
I lower
Vanessa
the
is he
audio
talking
gain in
about?
my program so it doesn't
But
hurt
then
my
there's
ears,
the
but it
side
needs
of
to be
you that
loud when I
ordered
export it. I might have
chocolates and
forgotten to
flowers
like
for yourself
readjust
and
the
pretended
audio
they
gain
were from
before
your
I exported
boyfriend,
it.
Brad. I'm not judging you for being lonely. I definitely understand where you're
That
coming
would
from there.
be
But
really
Ness, I also saw
annoying
what you
if
had
that's what
written on that
happened.
card. Flowers for your grave? Why would you have an imaginary boyfriend who's
I'll check it in
trying to
minute.
kill you.
I'll check it after
You
this.
know that's not healthy, right?
Still so
I've been
fucking
through
loud.
some tough times of my own, and what got me through was letting people in, not shutting them out.
I want to make
I'm
like you
here
guys
for
ever
Ness. I
see those
really
like
am. All you have
if
to
you ever
do
see
is ask.
trailers people make online
If you
for
have any
like video
questions about the
editing?
policy,
You ever
let
see
me
those
know.
trailers
We
are
could
like
even
super
get
meme
coffee or
based, where it's
something
just
and
like a
go
white
over all the
background with
words
like
to
text to
avoid.
speech,
Anyway,
and they
my
just put a
offer
bunch
still
of like
stands if you want to go over the
TikTok
company
sounds in it.
policy. I'm free any day
Apparently
after
those
work.
work
We could grab
like
dinner
really well.
or coffee if
So
you
I'm thinking
want.
about making
Everything's
one.
the same with me, but I guess
Yeah, I'm
you
thinking
know
about making
that.
one.
You see me every day at work. Maybe
And a part
one
of
day
my
we can get
autism
that
brain
coffee.
thinks that like
Anyway, it was nice
does that
having
thing
some
where it tells me like
in-person time.
nobody's gonna take
Maybe
you
we can
seriously
do
if
it
you're not
again
overly
soon.
professional.
I
But like
still
I'm
owe
trying
you
to
that
break away
coffee I
from
keep
that.
saying we should get. You know what? I realized
You know what I mean?
I'm always asking if you're okay, as if I'm some kind of perfect guy who's always okay and has everything figured out. So I just wanted to say it's fine if you're not okay.
I mean,
I'm not
videos are
always
so
okay
popular.
either.
I
mean, things are good.
I
I've got a
agree.
good
And not
job,
only they're
right?
popular, I
People
think that they're
it's awesome
amazing.
that I
I
work
love
for
them.
Fazbear Entertainment.
And I
They
also
think I play
edit like
games
very
all day.
meme.
Does that happen to you
As
too?
I like to
I
describe,
think they
I
get
like to
confused
think
because I
anyway
do computer
that my
stuff,
style of
but I
editing
don't
is very
work
like
on the actual
TikTok
games.
based, which
So
like
whenever people hear
I
do
guess maybe
computer
I would
stuff
say
and
like
I
Gen
work
Z
for
based.
Fazbear, they assume I work on games.
I
Then
don't
they're
know.
disappointed.
I don't edit.
And I'm
I
disappointed
edit
for
very like
disappointing them. It's kind of a
TikTok-esque.
bummer. I like my job.
I try to
okay,
avoid
though.
like
It's
Mr. Beast
where I met
editing,
you,
even though that's
after
very
all.
Gen Z-esque, but
I
it's more
guess
like
I just
TikTok-y
thought
than it is
I know what I
Mr.
was doing with
Beast-esque.
my life by now.
And they're funny.
Thought
You
if
should
I
go for
studied
it.
hard
I started
and
writing a
got
script
good
for
job,
one,
everything
so
else
it'll
would fall into
probably
place.
I'll probably finish
Turns out
it by
all
this
I
month.
learned by studying hard to get a good job was how to study and work. All that time I thought other people were wasting, dating and hanging out, doing nothing. They were learning how to date and hang out. I never really got the hang of that stuff. That's why I'm
I just wanted to
spending
make a new
Saturday
portfolio
night
video
writing
from
to
my
a
Twitter, my
beautiful girl who
VGen.
never writes me back.
Hey, it's been a while.
I wish
Hi,
she would write back or
Bingo!
talk to me at work.
My
like the
freaking
other
hand
day.
tracking keeps
I felt like
disconnecting
you really got
due to
me that day.
inactivity.
I know I don't totally get you, Ness, but
Work.
I want to.
Ah,
if you
there we
would
go.
just let me.
It has been a while.
For
I hope
God's
you're
sakes,
doing
Lewis,
well.
maybe
It's
she
good to
doesn't
see
want to
you.
have coffee with you.
I'm working on
Maybe
some
she
videos
doesn't like
today.
coffee.
I'm taking a
Maybe
break
she'll
from
take
a
a shot at the
commission
coffee
to work
just so
on
she
some
can spit it
portfolio
back in your
examples.
face.
But then I'll get back to
But
the
yeah,
commission.
Lewis
A
doesn't
new
seem
model.
like a bad guy,
Yeah,
but you
I
can
didn't
see
even
where his
realize
head
that
is
you
in
weren't
the
here
whole
to see the new
situation.
model. Do you like it?
Lewis
Do you
is
like
mentioned
it? You
in
think it looks
Vanessa's
good?
therapy tapes, but
Do you
weirdly
like it?
enough,
If you
he
don't
seems
think
to
it looks
have been
good, it will literally
retconned
crush my
into a
feelings.
different
But
position in the marketing team. I suppose having him as her overseer didn't seem like a good idea
all right, I think I already
Or
edited all
maybe
the
he
videos
shifted
in the order
positions
that
trying
I
to follow
wanted.
her
So
when she
looks cool.
transferred
Thank
into
you.
security.
You're so sweet.
Vanessa
I
herself
appreciate
doesn't
it.
seem interested
I think
in
this is kind of
Lewis.
like already in the way
Sometimes
that I
talk
want it
with
to look.
Lewis.
Besides the
He's in
ending.
the marketing department.
Oh yeah,
He's
I need to
nice, I
animate
guess.
the ending. That's right.
Now,
I
it is
totally
possible
forgot.
that Lewis
Shit.
is truly
Okay,
just
that's not
a
the big deal.
non-character, but it's also possible that Lewis had a larger role that was cut. You know, in the earliest drafts of Security Breach's story, Vanessa was not the security
see.
guard. There was
Last time I made a
actually an
commission
old
tweet and it went
security
really
guard
well,
who
I started with
Gregory
text,
teamed up
but
with instead of Freddy.
I
That's
don't
not
wanna
to
start
say
with
this
text.
technician is Lewis or that these messages mattered beyond setting up Ness's possession. However, it does mean that there were some changes. Lewis's job was one of them. Though, admittedly, there's no evidence that Lewis is this technician. It's not like the technician looks too deep trying to investigate what happened to Ness. It's just a coincidence.
Oh, it's really big.
Heck,
That's
the
quite
final
big.
messages
Oh, that's also
for
quite
some
big.
reason in the daycare attendant's room. All we need is confirmation that Son does maintenance in his spare time, and bingo, we've got another suspect. But that's
You
the
know?
end of the story for now. The long and short of it is that one day a technician got a little too close to the arcade machines and they sucked him in too deep. But that's where we're going to call it for today. I know these stories are a little open for interpretation, but I hope you got something from them.
Yeah, I'm just working
Thank
on
you for
commission state, so
watching.
we're having like a slow, chiller stream. We're just watching YouTube and working on art, but we're also talking about like literally whatever. Let's catch up. What's been going on in your life since I last talked to you? It's literally been so long. I hope you've been keeping well. I hope things are good. I hope it's all good stuff. I hope it's all good news. Yeah, I just been. I was on hiatus for about a month, a little over a month, because I was preparing
When I
for
say,
the new model.
today we're
and ready
talking
to
about
do
the
blah, 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 blah.
endoskeletons. Likely the first
But I'm
thing
back,
that came
and
to
I'm
your
streaming
mind is
4 days
maybe
a
the
week
Easter egg
again,
characters
like-
in 1 or 2,
like usual.
or the glam rock endos in Security Breach. But oh no, we're going through every single endoskeleton in the entire Five Nights at Freddy's franchise.
I met the CEO
Unless
of the
I
company
miss
I
one.
work for,
But
so
first,
that's cool. That's
what
nice.
is an endoskeleton?
That is
An
fun. That is
endoskeleton
funky.
is the interior framework of an animatronic.
Did you like
Endoskeletons are
them?
used
Did you
in
like the
real-life
vibes?
animatronics.
Good vibes.
Well,
I hope
along
so.
with
I hope it was good
non-animatronics
vibes.
as well, but are also a staple of FNAF.
No, idiot.
Unlike
Oh, you
real-life
started my program.
endoskeletons, which are
Stop!
frail,
Sorry,
or
my
at
program's
least
being
were
dumb.
back
Oh, it's 'cause
during
it's
the
locked.
Rockafire
So
Explosion Chuck E. Cheese days, which the original FNAF was based off
pretty
of.
chill, dude. Oh,
As
that's
these
good. I'm glad
animatronics
they're
ran
chill.
off air pressure systems to direct their movements, FNAF
I'm
animatronics
glad
are
that they
usually
seem to
more
be pretty
sturdy
okay.
and robotic in nature. While only a specific character in some instances, endoskeletons appear in many of the games and in many different designs and models, starting with FNAF 1. Endo 1 is an Easter egg who sometimes appears in parts and service.
If you don't mind
or
me
in the
asking,
back
are you
room. That is amongst the
able to
remains of
say
the
what
other
company you work
endoskeletons
for?
who
If
are
it's
already
doxing
back
info,
there.
please ignore
The
my question.
endoskeleton cannot
Or
jump
if you're
scare
uncomfortable,
you.
please ignore
They
my
just
question.
can be
Either way,
spotted on the camera
I'm just curious,
occasionally.
and I am
Also,
interested in knowing
plot-wise,
if you're
the
willing to
reason
share.
the
I'm just
phone
trying to
guy
make
gives you for the
conversation, but if you'd
animatronics
rather not,
attacking
for
you
any
is
reason,
because they
you
think
do
you
not
are
need
an
to say.
endoskeleton and are
It is
trying to put you
absolutely
in a
okay
suit.
if you don't want to say.
FNAF 2's plot reveals mostly throw a wrench in this theory, though. Speaking of FNAF 2, the endoskeleton returns yet again. Endo 02 sports ears and a thicker frame with rib-like
never mind.
structures along its chest. Its
I just
bulkier
realized like
all
I'm gonna have
over
to edit the style
especially
of
in
like
this
all
game,
of this
bears
text
a
later, but
resemblance to Withered
that's fine.
Foxy. Endo
I work for a
02
bank but can't
is
say the name.
like
That's so
Endo
fair.
01,
Yeah,
an
I
Easter
understand
egg
that
who
would probably be
appears at
confidential
random
if you're like
times and is
in a
nothing
position to
more
meet the
than a
CEO. That makes so
momentary
much sense.
distraction. Though
That's cool
unlike
though.
one, 2 can appear
Do people
in
who
2
work at banks make a lot of
locations,
money?
in the vents and in the prize corner. That's
Was
pretty
it like a
much
well-paying
their
job?
entire
You think?
role. Endoskeleton pieces
I wouldn't
return
know.
again in FNAF
I've
4,
only been in the
where you can
workforce like
see them
twice
in
in my
a
entire
storage
life,
room
so like
that the chronic
I'm
child is
legitimately
left
like I have no
locked
idea.
inside. These ones are much more menacing, resembling skulls. However, to quote a hint Scott dropped after FNAF 4 to reveal the story of FNAF, what is seen in the shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Indeedy, in the shadows of the nightmare mode, we see Nightmare, a nightmarish version of Fredbear, if you couldn't guess from the name. If you turn up the brightness, you can see an endo hiding underneath its dark exterior.
Let's see.
Whether this is a hallucination, a literal nightmare, as the hints imply, or as some animatronic wearing an illusion, that has never been confirmed. Though this
I want to make
endo
this
does
text
return
bigger,
as a
but I don't
cameo
want it to be
hidden in
2
Help
spaces
Wanted.
long, right?
FNAF World is when we get our highest
Maybe I'll just
diversity
shorten it.
concentration of endos ever, both as playable characters and as bosses to fight. On the playable side, we have Endo 01,
Let's
02,
see.
and the Endo Plush. The Endo Plush being a character who, as far as I'm aware, isn't featured
What did I say
anywhere
before?
else,
Oh yeah.
but is likely based off of Plush Trap's Endo.
No, I like the
Now, Endo 01 and Endo 02 work as support characters. Both of them have moves
I'll just
that
leave
can
it at that, I
increase
guess.
the stats of other players, along with both having a move that summons 3 endoskeletons that pop up in front of the group and fire upon the enemies, and last for a short amount of time. Endo Plush has some stronger moves, such as Neon Wall and Water Hose 2, a move that knocks out any enemy that's under 50% health. Other than them, on the boss side of things, we have
I don't
want to
make it the
Endo
same
and
color
the
as
Gold
the
Endo.
background, but I'll pull
The
it
Mad
for like a
Endo
reference.
is
That's
just
better,
basically
yeah.
a big endoskeleton
Oh, yeah.
that you have to fight midway through the game. The Gold Endo is an optional boss fight that, if you fight them, drops a lot of loot. There's also a shopkeeper named Mendo, who's just kind of a alternative, recolored endoskeleton. Mendo is a shop owner who sells pieces of endoskeletons to increase your defense. That's
Hello.
pretty much his
There you
whole
go.
deal. Now, up until this point,
Whoops.
pretty much the endoskeletons have had small,
Alright.
virtually unimportant
I like
roles.
that. That looks
Their
good.
basic premise just being really that they're the animatronic skeleton, and because of this, they only appear as Easter
I have to make
eggs
a
or
style
side
for this, or is
characters or
this
side
just gonna
casts
work?
like that.
Yeah, I didn't
It
think
is
so.
in Sister
I have to make a
Location
textile.
when this all changes. Sister Location is the
How do you
first
make a
time
textile
an
for something that
endoskeleton
isn't
takes the role of a
a
major
subtitle?
character. And this character would be none other than Ennard, a
I
walking
don't want to
clown
copy
car
the
of
text. I
animatronic
just want to copy the
insides.
style.
Ennard, a play on the word endo or endoskeleton,
Crap.
and innards, is an amalgam created when
Oops.
all of the animatronics in Circus Baby's band, Circus Baby, Ballora,
how
Funtime
do I
Freddy, and
make-
Foxy, combined into
How do I
one
make a
form.
textile?
They then scoop
I'm used to
Michael
knowing how to do that
Afton
for
and make him
subtitles,
into
but
their
this is just
suit.
like a piece
A
of
disturbing
text.
implication suggested as early as Phone Guy's call in the first game, and go wandering around in the guise of a human before dumping him and
I don't
moseying
remember.
along on their
Shit.
way.
Oh, this
Until
is bad.
internal fighting leads to Ennard splitting up, with Circus Baby getting
Ah,
kicked
this
from the
sucks.
band and
Oh my
Ennard
God.
devolving into Molten Freddy. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, there is an alternate ending where you confront Ennard head-on in a private room. During this time, he, I'm gonna just keep calling it he, start to use both Baby and even Elizabeth Afton, Michael's deceased younger sister's, voice to try to get himself into the room with him.
Well, it
Though
could be
this
worse.
fails, and after Michael returns home to finish up his
I
soap
can
opera,
just
Ennard
do
comes
this.
crawling
I
in,
guess it would be worse.
having apparently snapped both legs, escaping Afton Robotics. This does beg the question of why Ennard didn't escape Afton Robotics on his own, and there is a line mentioning they've been out before but are always put back. But maybe
I think
it
the
was
text in the
just
middle is
sheer
blending in the
desire to spite
background.
Michael that got them out of there.
I haven't
Or who
added
knows,
I haven't
maybe he did
added the
smuggle them
effects
home.
to it yet.
There's
so
not too much we know about Ennard character-wise.
do you think by
though
the
his
text in the
manipulative
middle, do you
nature
mean
likely
like
spawns
the
directly
color
from
of
Baby,
the
because
text, like
once
not like
driven
the
by
outline,
Funtime
but
Freddy
the
and
color of
becoming Molten Freddy,
like the
he
not
sort of
outline
succumbs
is like
to
blending?
Freddy's vice of following fake voices and laughing like
I
a
want to know what you're
maniac.
talking about.
To which
I
we
just
can
don't
assume
right this
that
second, so I
Ennard's
want to
character
know what you mean.
basically
I want to know what you
is
mean.
decided on whichever consciousness is driving him. And yes, Molten Freddy is the next Endo in line. Featured in Pizzeria Simulator, Molten Freddy isn't much of an endoskeleton as he is a pile of metal wires. So let's discuss these wires real quick. While the original endoskeletons were in fact a skeleton, the Afton Robotics animatronics are made
Still
of
love sickvampy.card.
endoskeletons comprised of overlapping wires laid in a muscle-like structure. With Ennard, it almost gives him the impression of a stable body, but Molten Freddy has completely unraveled. We don't see him
Yeah,
much
I
in
haven't
action,
added the
but we can
effects to
assume
that
that
yet. I
he gets
will right
around
this second
well
though.
enough.
Whoops.
Unfortunately, Molten
Whoopsies.
Freddy's run is cut
I
tragically
will.
short when
Yeah,
he
you
is
let me know if
burned
you
in the
still think
fire
it
with
looks
the
like
rest
it's
of the
blending in
animatronics who have
after
been
I've
trapped
done it.
inside,
Oh, why do I
Michael
have two?
Afton, and so on. Also, before we continue on, there is also an Easter egg known as Yendo, who sometimes appears in the Funtime Auditorium alongside Funtime Foxy. It's a bear-shaped endoskeleton with yellow eyes. From the name, which is likely a mix of yellow and endo, it's possible this endoskeleton could be for a Golden Freddy adjacent animatronic. But there's no evidence of this or any explanation for where the bear comes from. Just continuing the line of Easter egg endos. Now we'll get on to Help Wanted. Plenty of endoskeletons reappear in Help Wanted, from the initial classic Endo 01 to the Nightmare Endo that I mentioned in the FNAF 4 section. Now, there's so many background cameos of endoskeleton pieces that I don't think I'll be able to cover them all, so I'll mostly focus on the big Endo
Babe, if you
roles.
ever wanted a
FNAF
commissions
1 and 2
example
are
video,
remade in Help
I can
Wanted,
make
and their
one for
Endo
you,
Easter
okay?
eggs, Endo 1 and 2,
I'm making one
appear
for
in their
myself, and so I
familiar
just like
roles.
had that thought.
In the parts and service levels, you get a closer look at Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy's endoskeletons and their insides as you work
Yeah,
on
okay,
them.
I'm glad it looks
Not
better.
exactly endoskeleton characters, but a quick peek into how they are built. Apparently, there is an
Yeah, that's way
endo
too
that
up.
appears in the Funtime Foxy Blacklight level, and if you walk into him, a glitched
Oh, but it looks so
Bonnie
much smaller
appears.
compared to the
I
rest
couldn't
of
find
it.
any videos showing this, but
You know
I
what?
can
I'll just make it two
verify
different
that
ones.
there is at least an endo in the level. In Vent Repair, we witness the second coming of Ennard, who follows us down an elevator shaft full of puzzles, down into the boiler room, and then gets assumedly burned by us. Or does he?
Oh my god,
In the Blacklight
excuse me.
harder mode,
Jesus.
Ennard hops up at the last second and starts climbing into our elevator as it begins to plummet. Upwards. This level alone has single-handedly convinced me that Ennard
the
should have
frick?
stuck around for at least a few more games.
I think it
In
accidentally
the
typed
Curse of
20.
Dreadbear added level, Build a Mangle, you build a mangle out of
Is milk
Endo's
and meat.
parts. That kind of
Together
concept.
at last.
That, in fact, pretty much covers Help Wanted. Like I said, there are plenty of hidden
Too
cameos
vague.
around, but
Who
none
cares?
notable enough to mention. The Endo's next return is a big one, and that's in FNAF AR. The Endo is both the easiest animatronic to fight and the easiest to collect, and was
Slurp.
released alongside the original batch of animatronics with the release of the game. The Endo does not have any new voice lines and has the most basic of mechanics. It walks around, it fake charges, it real charges, it gets overcharged, it goes down, nothing to it. Endos are also a major part of the workshop mode. You get endoskeletons in the game which you can suit up with collected suits and CPU chips to use and then send against your friends. They can also wander around and bring back rewards. The Endo gets a couple of skins, Flamethrower Endo and the Deep Water Endo. Flamethrower being decked out with said flamethrower, a welding mask, and having his body heated up to
Okay.
glow yellow and
Let's
orange.
see.
Deep Water Endo takes inspiration from the anglerfish, with large dead eyes and with a tangle of vines and possibly coral in its chest. I think these are both very cool skins, and since they're connected with an easy-to-get animatronic, they were probably also on the easier side of collecting, too. The Endos come back again in yet another big way in Security Breach, not just as a cameo, but with a brand new, bigger than ever model, the Glamrock Endos. Lurking in the basement, the Glamrock Endos are a formidable threat that Gregory runs into a few times throughout the game. This makes the Glamrock Endos the first Endo that's a real threat. I mean, except FNAF AR Endo, Ennard, and his butted off alternates.
Yeah, it's a bit big.
When it comes to basic endoskeleton, this is the first one that's a real threat. The Glamrock Endos react to being in the player's line of sight. When you look at them, they halt in their tracks, but if they leave your sight, they'll start coming right towards you. Non-activated Glamrock Endos will stand there slumped over until disturbed by either a timing cue or by passing by them, in which case they'll wake up
Thank you for
and
sip.
begin to follow
Sorry,
you.
I just noticed it.
If you hide, the
We had the
Endos
same
will
issue,
begin to
oh my
patrol,
god.
and you can even hear them moving
Wow.
around in the other rooms. But they aren't able to check hiding spots. So if you get into a situation where you're cornered by a bunch of them and are right beside a hiding spot, you can actually hide inside of a hiding spot and let them wander
I'm
around
starting to feel
until
a
there's
headache.
a better
Come on.
scenario for you
I
to
gotta put my
climb back
glasses
out
on.
and sneak past. The Glamrock
Where the fuck
Endos
are my
appear in the
glasses?
basement
I might
hallway
be in the
maze,
room
the
with
one that's
you.
decorated with the moon merch, in the daycare basement
Oh
section,
my god, guys!
and in Bonnie Bowl
Oh, here
after
they are.
getting
They're in
the
my bag.
Rocky
They're in my
mystery
purse.
mix.
I'm gonna go
Story-wise,
grab
their
the
main
pink lotion. You'll
contribution
be right
is
back,
that
okay?
they are the base for the Glamrocks.
I'll be right back,
Specifically,
chat. I'm going to
Freddy and
Toby's
Monty.
setup.
Any Glamrock Endo can be given a personality chip and fitted in a suit and become a new character, as told by Vanessa when she threatens to disassemble and replace Freddy. Now, the Glamrock Endos have red glowing eyes. Considering that they shouldn't be moving around at all, this has led to the theory that they are under the control of something. A likely theory since the staff bot's eyes also glow red when they're under the control of Vanny. Other animatronics with red glowing eyes, well, other than Vanny herself, would be Moon, whose eyes are blue when his lighting is altered, Monty, who you can see red dots in the back of his eyes, and the Blob, who we will get back to in a minute. There is a notable mission involving an endoskeleton that was cut from the game. It involves a frozen Glamrock Endo holding a camera that Gregory warms up by going into the boiler room and adjusting the temperature. It's unclear if
Lord
this
Jesus.
camera is the Faz cam or not, but it could be. It's also possible this mission takes place in the walk-in freezer, which is also
I'm so
nearby
tired,
the
but I
location
really
of
want
the
this to
cut
be
cutscene
done.
of Vanny peeking around a corner. There
What'd
are
you say?
still
I'm so
animations
sorry.
for this frozen Endo walking around, but they're pretty
Oh,
much
okay.
the same as the
I'm
normal
alright.
Glamrock Endos.
I'm just gonna
But
take
that's not
some
the only
painkillers and put my
oddities with these
glasses on.
endoskeletons. In the teaser office leading up to release, there was a clattering walking noise that sounded very much like the sun and moon. This noise
I should have a
is
redeem that
is
says remind
only
Vampy to put on
used
her glasses.
in a crawling Glamrock Endo on the side of the wall near the basement
No, I
in the
should.
very
Okay.
beginning of the game.
Okay.
It's pretty odd considering that it was such a
I'm
staple
gonna
of the lead
take
up,
some
and
pills.
then it's just a very
Don't
easy
tell
to
Twitch
miss
I'm popping
Easter
pills,
egg.
okay?
Though noises in the trailers have
Alright,
always been
chat.
odd. Burntrap's lines are always framed with ticking, and in two separate locations we hear a weird jump scare noise that is not used in the final game. Here it is. Curiouser and curiouser. To brush up on the Blob, who might be a mound of endo wires and thus technically an endoskeleton lump, like Molten Freddy, here it is. It also does have an endoskeleton proper stuck into the bottom of it. With that finished, now let's get on to the books. And oh boy, this is going to be a long one, folks. Are you ready? Let's go. Starting with the Silver Eye trilogies, there's two endoskeletons of note, along with cameos of them here and there, sort of like the games. One of
Nope.
which is a foxy endoskeleton in Henry's garage, which Charlie, the main character, was afraid of as a child. This leading to her fear in her later confrontation with
Blah.
Foxy. However, in the fourth closet, it was retconned that this foxy endoskeleton was actually the fourth version of Charlie, or Circus Baby. I think these two pictures speak for themselves.
Hello, ma'am. Sorry, I
Another
was taking my meds.
important endoskeleton would
Hello.
be the robot that Henry
Welcome
built
back.
to end his life. In the graphic novels, it's depicted as looking like
You doing
Endo
okay?
2 and carrying
So
what
that's what
has
that
to
does?
be
Yeah,
a
it literally
steel
ragdolls
short
me.
sword. But in the actual books,
Isn't that crazy?
it's described as an endoskeleton with a mask on it.
Hello.
Likely either taking inspiration from the puppet.
I'm trying to. I'm taking a little
or
bit of a break from
possibly leading on to
editing
inspire
TikToks, and
the
I'm
Stitch
making an
race.
updated version
Speaking
of
of
my
which, let's
of
talk
a
about the Stitch
portfolio
Wraith.
showcase.
The Stitch
and
Wraith
so I'm
is an
working on that
endoskeleton
right
character and a major set of characters through the
You guys will be
epilogues
able
of
to
the
see it on
Fazbear
my
Fright
Twitter
series.
and on my
I
VGen
did a whole
probably by
video
like
on these two, but basically the Stitch Wraith
the
is
end
an
of this week.
endoskeleton
Or
haunted by two boys.
honestly,
With a
I
mask
should
mounted
finish
on
it
its
today.
face and a battery to its chest, both souls were introduced into it and pretty much had to work together to control it. Again, I made a whole video talking about them, so I won't go off here. That level of salt must be contained. Fazbear Fright features endos here and there, but the only story I can think of that features an endoskeleton in a major role is The Breaking Wheel, and Julius's endoskeleton, or exoskeleton. The Breaking Wheel is about some teens in a robotic
Amazing
class
dinner. Have a
being
good rest of
tasked
stream.
with
Thanks for the
building
show vibes.
science
Thank you.
projects.
Thank
Class
you again for
bully
the
Julius
raid.
builds an
And I hope you have a great
exoskeleton
rest
to
of
make
your
himself
evening. Thank you
stronger
so
and
much.
faster.
I appreciate
But
you,
the only
and I hope you
flaw
have a
being
good
that it keeps
dinner.
reacting to the remote of
Thank
another
you so
project
much.
built by a
I
kid named
appreciate
Pickle.
you.
Yes, there is a kid named Pickle, and you know what? At least it's not another Fritz. Alas, Julius's ego gets the best of him, and when he starts picking on the main character, Reed, and after a series of events, he is left locked inside of the exoskeleton and abandoned at the school. Reed goes home with his friends, and once they get to
Might
the
just
house,
combine
Pickle's
these.
annoying little brother is fooling around with the remote for his school
Yeah, I'll
project,
combine
and
them.
Reed starts to worry that maybe it's still connected with Julius's exoskeleton. Pickle,
Well,
in
maybe
his
I'll just combine
calculated opinion,
everything.
assures him that it
Oh, they
probably
will look
can't,
really
and stops
easy.
him from going back to the school to check.
Excuse me.
So, as the kid's playing with the remote, Reed starts hearing something climbing around the house. Suddenly, Pickle and the others are like, "We're going out to get some Coke, you stay and tape the hockey game," and bail. That's when Julius drops in, all mangled up in the exoskeleton suit, limbs broken, body torn asunder, and he begins to hunt Reed around the house before getting him in a chokehold, or something close to it. The others return home, and Pickle's little brother screws around and breaks the remote, leaving it ambiguous to if Reed was saved or destroyed alongside Julius's exoskeleton. The Breaking Wheel is like all of Fazbear Fright stories, a mixed bag. The premise of the exoskeleton, of the broken body, of that whole theme is really creepy. Seeing the little robot getting screwed around with and realizing that Julius is going through all of that is a very effective way to show body horror without really
I don't know
having
what
to
to do
show
about
it.
this video.
But it's broken up with stuff that just doesn't make much sense. Like, why does everyone just leave in the middle of a thunderstorm to go get soda? Why does Pickle let his little brother utterly
just
destroy
put a
his
cross-
science
I mean, I did
project
that
he
last
worked
time.
so hard on? Why does the
Who
dumb jock
cares?
Julius build a better robot than the dumb average Joe
Adjustment
Reed?
layer.
Well, I've got a
Yup.
theory. I think the mystery is easily solved if the truth is that
30.
Pickle is just like
Yippee!
an evil
Adjustment
mastermind who planned this whole
layer.
thing. In fact, I choose to believe this.
Boop, boop.
Pickle gets ticked off because Julius bullies him too. He hears the altercation between
Just
Reed
put
and
a cross
Julius and
now on
decides
it.
to use it to
Ow.
his advantage. So, when they get home, he lets his little brother
You don't
utterly
wanna work.
decimate the remote, even turning the joint control off, and
Oh,
stops
you are
Reed from
working.
going
I'm
back
just
to
being
save
silly.
Julius. Then, when Julius shows up, Genius Pickle hears what's going on and bolts,
Oh, I'm at
making
half
sure to
quality.
take his
No
family
fucking
and
wonder.
leave Reed behind as the scapegoat. Then, when they return,
Whoops.
he lets his brother finish the job, making it so none of this gets back to him. Makes
It's
sense.
so slow.
But I
No,
digress.
whoops.
Now we get into Tales from the Pizzaplex. The
That's why it
Glamrock
doesn't look
Endos
good,
appear
just 'cause
in
it's
a
super
little
slow.
cameo once, but
I
don't
forgot
really
these
do
need to be
anything
short to look
except
good.
walk by. The major endoskeleton character of the series is the main villain of the epilogues, an endoskeleton known as the Mimic, who
There
can
we
shift
go.
its body to
Alright,
fit
I'll
any
just do
suit.
that.
The Mimic
I
is
wish I had a
basically a
scrolling
human killing
background,
machine,
though. I didn't make a
gore
scrolling
factory
background
with
for
no
this
known
design.
personality except a thirst for blood,
That sucks.
shown almost always butchering the nearest human and moseying off. As of
I
right
could
now,
just
we're
use
about
my old
halfway through the
background. I
Tales
kinda
from the
don't really give a
Pizzaplex
shit.
series, and some of the details of
Did I
Mimic's
delete it? I might have
backstory
deleted
have
it.
leaked, so I will be addressing those.
Whoops.
But I have a sneaking
know.
suspicion that the Mimic is going to have some sort of
might have
late-stage
deleted my
big
scrolling
reveal, kind of like
background.
Eleanor did. So this information here is tentatively timed.
Oh my god, I'm gonna
Probably
hate
in the
myself
next
if I
couple of
did
months,
that, to be
the
honest.
information that we know on this character will probably
Stream.
be much more broad than I'm mentioning just right now. But right now, we're going to discuss the leaked Mimic story that reveals
Oh yeah,
the
I definitely
backstory of
deleted
the
it. That's so
endoskeleton.
awesome.
So
That's so
spoilers,
sick.
and stop me if you've heard this before.
Okay.
So, Mimic was created by one of the original men involved with
wish I had a
Freddy's.
scrolling
This
background.
time the suit maker, who suddenly became mechanically skilled enough to build an endoskeleton to fit any suit, which started mimicking his kid, which it played with. When his kid unexpectedly dies, as one does in the FNAF universe, he takes his anger out on the Mimic because it reminds him of his loss. Then he runs off to be insane for a few decades until returning in a later story. The Mimic, meanwhile, absorbs this rage, or likely mimics his rage, and starts killing indiscriminately. It just is a slightly changed reworking of past stories, down to the, in this case, dead or sometimes missing wife and mother. You know, the reason so many mothers were deceased in Disney movies originally was because Walt Disney himself dealt with the very real grief of losing his mother in an extremely traumatic way. I'm not sure what's going on here. The Mimic itself is just Eleanor with even less personality, though at least it doesn't look like Baby this time. It just runs around and kills everyone in especially gory ways. Little kids love reading about people getting ripped in half, having their throat ripped out, and having limbs torn off. My issue being that it's not like a build-up situation. It's like, imagine 4 people standing in a room, and then suddenly Bender from Futurama runs in and kills 2 of them, and then the other 2 run down separate hallways, and then Bender
It looks too
kills
much
them
like me.
too. It's that formulaic. Yeah, I've heard theories
So
that
boring,
Mimic is
it's
Burn
so
Trap, and you know
still,
what? It would
yeah.
make sense to why Burn
Fuck.
Trap has absolutely no character or presence. But I wonder how Vanny
Oh,
stopped it
I'll
from
know what
just
I'll do.
running into the next room and bodying her at
Alright,
any
here's what I'm
time.
gonna do. I'm
Boy, this
gonna
would be an awful
merge
time to end the
all
video.
of these.
But it's starting to look like that's what's going to be happening,
Yeah.
because this is kind of
I'm gonna
the
mesh
end of our
these.
endoskeleton journey. Now, the endoskeletons are kind of a weird bunch. They started out as nothing more than Easter eggs and background characters, basically a staple of the background and of the back rooms, only to become bigger threats as the series progressed.
Alright, looks fine.
While Endo 01 and 2
then
are
I'm
pretty
gonna
basic,
put it
they're
here
classics, you know? We'll
again.
probably see them again in future
Just gonna
compilations.
cut it off
Never
a
to
little
have a
bit
huge
so I don't
story
get the
relevance,
crossfade
but
from
likely
the
not going
beginning.
anywhere. The Glamrock Endos are a really great step to turning the docile Endos into a viable threat. My only critique being that it does feel like some of the sections they're in weren't made for them.
Haha!
Instead, they were
So
just stuck
fucking
there
smart.
as some form
Sorry,
of
I just got
padding.
really excited about
The
something.
tight basement hallway is a good
So
place for
fucking
them, as you
smart.
have to manage your vision to get by. But dropping them into the daycare basement and Bonnie Bowl, both places where you can just sprint by, was likely just a decision to put something there. Though in the long run, I suppose Glamrock Endos work better than staff bots or nothing at all. I might be biased, but I definitely think the turning point for the Endos and the internal MVP would
You
be
see this,
Innard,
see this,
who was
see
the
this,
first
see this,
hunk of
see
inner
this, see
workings
this,
to
see
take
this.
over as the final threat of their game. Innard also stands out as the one endoskeleton who separates themselves enough that it almost feels like cheating listing them as one. Kudos to Innard for showing us that these little guys could be a big problem if they wanted to be. Do I think an endoskeleton will ever get as big of a role as Innard ever again? Sure, in fact, there might have been one cut from Security Breach, but who knows. Either way, we'll be sure to see them again. Perhaps we'll even get a new batch of endoskeleton models after the Pizzaplex phase of FNAF is finally over. Only time will tell. For now, we are at the endo of this journey.
Looks good. Thank
Thank you for
you.
watching.
I'm a genius. Do you see this? Genius, genius. You know?
Behind Freddy Fazbear himself, the most consistent character in Five Nights at Freddy's is Chica the Chicken. Even though frequently overshadowed, Chica is almost always present, to the point where even when the new glam rock band swapped out some of the original bandmates, she still remained in her role as Freddy's right-hand chick. Today we're going to be taking a look at the many appearances and changes that have happened to this character over the years. You might be surprised how much a character like Chica, who often falls into the background, has to bring to the table. Chica was introduced in FNAF 1 alongside bandmates Freddy Fazbear, Bonnie, and Foxy. The only female animatronic at the time, and technically the first female animatronic, Chica's deal was her food-themed design. She would carry around a cupcake, named Carl if you didn't know, wore a bib that said "Let's eat," and would occasionally be heard banging around in the kitchen. Chica and Bonnie both play
I
the
don't know what I
role as
wanted
the
to do.
easier and more frequent threat,
outro.
appearing in all the nights and becoming slightly more
1,
difficult
2,
as
3,
the
4,
nights
5.
progress. In fact, she acts very much like Bonnie, just coming down the opposite hallway. This admittedly might
1,
be
2,
part of the
3,
reason
4.
why she didn't
Wait.
stand out as much as someone like Foxy, but she did have her fans. There's not much more to say about Chica in FNAF 1, so we'll move on to her FNAF 2 appearance. Technically taking place before FNAF 1, we are introduced to 2 new forms of Chica, one of which is Toy Chica, a state-of-the-art animatronic built for the new Freddy's, sporting a leaner design along with a set of new security measures. Now, normally I would go further in the Toy Chica, but like Mangle, who detaches so far from Foxy, Toy Chica's sort of got her own characterization and spin-off from the initial Chica character, by which I mean she might need to get her own video, so I might be brushing over her a little more than usual. Especially since there's another form of classic Chica located in the pizzeria. Withered Chica, who is Chica after she was raided for parts and tossed in the back, is in a disastrous state of disrepair.
Oh my god.
To the
Oh
point
my
where she even puts
lord.
Withered Foxy to shame. Withered Chica's hands have been removed, her mouth has been broken open, and now she has a rather garish expression with her eyes almost sunken into her head, and her facial features a little more accurately bird-like. Chica makes her way to your office, and you have to put on the Freddy mask to trick her into leaving. And that's pretty much it. At least the only real significance in the game, but we'll be getting back to Withered Chica later on. Chica returned again in FNAF 3 as Phantom Chica. You may spot Phantom Chica on an arcade cabinet. If you do, and then look left, she will be waiting there to jump scare you. Like the other Phantoms, this messes up your stats, but doesn't end your run. Fun fact, but Phantom Chica was frequently nicknamed Watermelon Chica because of the smoke marks on her green-tinged round body, giving her a somewhat melon appearance. This was so prevalent it was actually brought up in FNAF World. There is a Toy Chica-centered mini-game as well called Chica's Party. Toy Chica wanders around and takes cupcakes to children. One of the children is clearly a ghost. Chica glitches through the floor and falls into a room full of shadow cupcakes. Like most of the FNAF 3 minigames, this pretty much just seems to be about how the animatronics are haunted and suffering. Not really much else to say about it. There's also a minigame showing Chica getting bodied by the Purple Man like the rest of her bandmates. Business as usual, you know. Chica returns yet again in FNAF 4, both as Nightmare Chica and as a mask one of the bullies wears. Though Nightmare Chica is the more important figure here. Like Nightmare Bonnie, Nightmare Chica wanders down the hallway and tries to get in. Nothing new, really. The only significant thing about Chica is not her, but her cupcake. Nightmare Carl the Cupcake can actually jump scare you in this game, though it is a rare occurrence. Seemingly, it's just an alternate jump scare to Nightmare Chica. There's also a Halloween variation of Chica called Jacko Chica. Chica lit up like a jack-o'-lantern. Neat. If you haven't noticed a pattern already, Chica is a very present character in the FNAF series, but most of the time she doesn't have exclusive mechanics, unlike Foxy. In fact, up until this point she virtually has the same mechanic as some variation of Bonnie, save FNAF 3 where her mechanics are pretty much similar to everyone else's. But let's continue because it's after this point where the cycle breaks. In FNAF World, Chica, Withered Chica, Toy Chica, Phantom Chica, and Nightmare Chica all return as playable characters. Chica, Withered Chica, and Toy Chica play largely as an assist character, and all have cupcake moves that can heal the party, along with some other boosts. Phantom Chica plays largely into her own toxicity, a trait carried by the Phantom
I found
line,
a dumbass take on
and Nightmare
Twitter.
Chica is largely just a brawler, though she does have the
how if
same
you
exact
don't
water hose move that Toy
like
Chica
small
has,
talking.
which
Nah, if
has
you
a
don't like
chance to
small
kill all
talk, then you
enemies
don't like
under a
people
certain
being
health
boring.
percentage. The only
Small
significant
talk is
role
so
Chica has
boring.
in that game is Chica's Magic Rainbow, a minigame added in the Halloween update. Basically, Chica has to go through a cutesy yet booby-trapped level while a friendly rainbow devolves into snide insults the more she dies in the
We all
level.
need a distraction
This wouldn't be
sometimes.
too significant, except the rainbow itself is actually the final boss of the Halloween update after it pulverizes Purplegeist, some ghostly embodiment of assumedly Afton. After this, FNAF went in a partially new direction with the introduction of Sister Location. New bandmates Circus Baby and Ballora arrived, and Chica was the only character to not return as a Funtime.
It's literally uncomfortable.
Well,
It is.
Not
That's
in
so
this
true.
game. Funtime Chica does exist, and comes back as a character in Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night. To quickly go through Funtime's Chica's deal so I don't have to come back to it later, Funtime Chica is the best and most expensive animatronic in Pizzeria Simulator, having the highest entertainment and the lowest risk. In Ultimate Custom Night, she appears as a distraction, popping up on the screen but otherwise doing nothing to harm the player. Here's a clip of her voice.
I'm ready for my close-up. Today is all about me.
The only mention of Chica in Sister Location, though, is technically not in the game, but in a source code teaser before the game came out, and where there is a mention of Chica's Party World. Some have speculated that this might be connected to the minigame in FNAF 3, Chica's Party. There's no confirmation of this, but the specific wording could suggest a connection. Other than that, Chica's Party World has never returned in any FNAF game. But since we're talking about Pizzeria Simulator, and we are pretty much done with Sister Location, let's get into her other appearances in that game. A new variation of Chica, Rockstar Chica, is introduced. She has no lines or appearances in the nights and is really just a new variation of Chica solely for the Pizzeria Sim section of the game. But this is changed in Ultimate Custom Night, where nearly every variation of Chica, save the Phantom and FNAF World ones, returns, and many of them have brand new voices for the characters. Technically, Toy Chica and Nightmare Chica got voices in a spin-off Star Fox parody minigame in FNAF World, but while Toy Chica technically has the same voice actress, both voices are more a parody than the actual voices. Here's a clip of both.
All right, I'm ready for action.
Sorry I'm late to the party.
I roasted their
Fashionable,
ass
of course.
crisply, as you should.
Now, on to Ultimate
I
Custom
seem
Night.
sad. I think
There
that's just
are
my
a
face.
lot of Chicas here, so let's break them down.
No,
one at a
I'm
time.
fine. Yeah, I'm tired.
First off is the traditional
not doing
classic
bad.
Chica.
I'm reading
Chica
it wrong. No,
chills
no,
in
no,
the
no.
kitchen with the puppet and
You
bangs
are,
around
but
on
that's
pots and
okay.
pans with
I'm
the
doing
music.
just fine.
However, she
I
might
promise.
get bored
If I
with
was
the tune.
if I was
So if you
sad
hear
or too
those
tired
pots
to go
stop
on, I would
banging,
just end.
You better change the music to get her going again.
I'm a bit
but
tired,
if you change it
but I'm
while
also
she's
really
grooving,
focused.
she'll come after
I'm doing
you.
just fine.
Chica,
Thank you for checking in,
unlike
though.
the other
I'm
Chicas,
just
does
fine.
not have any new voice lines.
When I'm focused,
Withered
I
Chica
kind of
is
have
one of the vent
resting bitch face.
animatronics
Well,
like
I don't have
Ennard,
resting
Molten
bitch
Freddy,
face in
and
the sense that
Springtrap.
people like say that to
With
me, and
the
I'm like
chance
scary,
being
but
that
like
if she gets past your
I'm so
defenses,
tism.
she
It's
might
okay.
jam up
You're
the
just a
vent and make it
TBH
so
creature.
nobody else
That's
can
all.
get by. With some luck, you
I'm
can
fine
get
though.
Chica
Thanks
to
for
clog
asking.
up the vent long enough to hold back the others.
I just want to get
But
this done.
at any time,
I'm
she might
tired,
just
but I
slide
want this to
free
be
and jump
finished,
scare you
you know?
instantly. Not only does Withered Chica have a new set of voice lines, but some of her voice lines hold a surprising amount of backstory relevance to her character. I will play them.
I have resting sad face. You see, I think that describes me too. It's not really resting bitch face, but I don't have like a pleasant resting face, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not like a face that someone would like look at me and like not think that I'm not.
Firstly,
You know what I mean?
I was the first, I saw everything seems to be a reference to her being the first of the missing children to have been killed.
oh my god, I'm so
Now, I should
How you
mention that
doing, babe?
unlike the other animatronics who have had the names
Yep.
of the children possessing them switched around
Okay,
and
good.
changed occasionally,
know.
Chica's is
Okay.
consistent.
Do you need me
The
to
girl
end soon?
possessing her is named Susie, and she is
Okay.
pretty much the missing child with the most attention given to her.
Sure.
Though,
Ow.
since I'm going into variations of Chica herself, I will only brush over Susie loosely in this video and delve into her fully at a later date.
Lumi says hi.
The other line references the one you shouldn't have killed, a character frequently referenced to being the driving force behind Ultimate Custom Night. Again, something
Thank
I
you
won't
for
tackle
stretch.
here, but it is worth noting. It is also worth noting how odd it is that Withered Chica has a voice, albeit broken, but original Chica does not.
Excuse me. Oh my god.
Toy Chica's gimmick is that she slides in, and you have to put on the mask quickly to trick her and ward her off. Here is Toy Chica's voice.
Where's my beak? Lodged in your
Did I
forehead,
see your
of
tweet in
course.
DMs? No, I did not.
Let's go
see.
somewhere more private, so I can eat you.
Nightmare Chica is a secret animatronic only brought in by JJ. When she arrives, you can see her
Yeah,
teeth
you make a
around your
really good
screen,
point,
and you
absolutely.
must blast the AC to drive
I'm
her
very
off.
tired.
She doesn't have
I'm
any new
sorry.
voice lines either. Rockstar Chica
I should
comes
drink-
up
I have a
outside
protein
the
shake on
doors
my
and is
desk. I should
raring to
drink
go and able to come in. But she has one grave fear, the one thing that may keep her at bay. Her crippling fear of slipping on a wet floor. So you just pop the wet floor sign to whichever door she's about to come through. Rockstar Chica has some lines, with the most notable thing being her distinct accent from the other Chicas. Here you go.
That's right! And don't you come back now, you hear? I may not like wet floors, but the smell of fresh meat is just too enticing!
Finally, we have Jacko Chica. So Jacko Chica's deal is that she pops up when it gets too hot. Once it gets hot enough, she hangs outside the door where you have to close both of them quickly. However, if the office is over 100 degrees, it won't do any good. You need to crank the AC to make sure she gets moving.
Maybe this
She
will wake
too
you
has some
up.
new
Oh
lines.
god, put the gun down. Put the gun down.
Like withered Chica before her, she also mentions the one you shouldn't have killed. Note that I'm not saying there's a huge connection between Chica and this character, since many characters mention them. If anything, this might at least prove a separation between herself and her variations and him, as they seem
I
to
put my
refer to
prices
him
in my-
as a
no.
separate entity.
I won't put my prices
There is
in my
also Funtime
portfolio
Chica,
video.
who we mentioned before. Here's another taste of her voice.
Don't get distracted.
With that, we finally finish up Chica's lengthy Ultimate Custom Night section and finally move on to Help Wanted. Chica, Toy Chica, Withered Chica, Phantom
Oh,
Chica,
wait.
all of them appear again
Does that
since
affect
FNAF 1, 2, and 3 are
this?
all there. In addition, Chica gets her
does.
own mission in the Parts and
Shit.
Service mission where you have to fix and clean her up. As expected from a robot that supposedly eats, she also reeks, filled with moldy food and covered in roaches. Basically,
Are you
you
streaming
pick
tomorrow
off the
because I'm
food,
free all day?
release the
I
roaches,
am. I'm
gas her,
playing
put on her arm, put on her cupcake,
I'm doing Splatfest
gas her,
actually.
grab her fleeing cupcake, and then if you still have an
So
appetite,
yeah, we
wolf
should
down some
sorry, I'm
pizza.
so sorry.
Delicious.
I'm so sorry. I
There's
don't
also
mean
a
to
harder
sound
black
like
light mode
monotone or
that requires
disinterested.
the same
I'm
thing,
just
except
I'm
those
exhausted.
harmless roaches have been replaced with terrifying
I
spiders
have a
and even
Splatfest
more
team, but
roaches.
that's not to say
And her
that we
cupcake
can't
is
hang
now
out at
Nightmare
all tomorrow.
Cupcake. Though, funny enough, Help
Until like
Wanted also
5,
gives
yeah.
us something notable. Sort of. In the unreleased Freddy Fazbear theme song from the
Yeah, we should play
unimplemented
Splatoon
show
together tomorrow.
stage, we hear what might be classic Chica's voice. And notably,
there we go,
this is
see.
the only time classic Chica
Christ.
has a voice.
Hey, I'm Chica, the lady of the group. My singing is a treat.
We're on that tired focus energy. I'm so glad you understand. That's exactly what the vibe is. I have tired focus energy.
It fits her pretty well, admittedly. Though, because this
I'm
never
not-
made
I'm
it
just
into the
gonna
game,
try to
we
not
can't say
overthink
for
this
sure
video.
if this is confirmed or official. Even if it is, it
I'm just
might
gonna
just be like a
fucking
one-off thing.
finish it and
Still,
post it.
it's a pretty cool addition, especially considering FNAF AR.
I'm a
Chica
gamer.
returns again in FNAF AR as one of the easier characters, alongside Bonnie, Freddy, and the Endo. She stomps around, makes breathing noises, and eventually charges. And when she charges for real, you zap her and she's done. Unfortunately, unlike Mangle, Foxy, Toy Freddy, and a few of the others, Chica does not get new voice lines in this game. So there's no new traits to glean from her character, unfortunately. She does, however, get quite a few skins. Liberty Chica, Scorching Chica, and Little Red Chica. However, Jacko Chica is a character and gets plenty more lines. Here's a few of them.
Seems like things are heating up. Be careful not to burn yourself. I'm much too hot for you to handle. Not fair. Not fair. I wasn't ready. You can never put me out.
Toy Chica is also present in FNAF AR and gets a few skins of her own. In Freddy in Space 2, Chica is an unlockable character unlocked by completing level 2. Her special ability is that her weapon lobs cupcakes in a sort of arc, and upgrading her throws bigger and further cupcakes. The second level has plenty of enemies based off of Chica variations. Firstly, there's an enormous bird-themed robot stalking you through the level in the background. Robots based off of high
I love
school
Zuko.
Toy Chica, Chica Terminators, and large cupcake cannons are also very common enemies. And the bosses consist of Robo Chica Work in Progress, ahead of a Chica robot with a floating
Alright, this
cupcake,
is
already
good.
ate Chica,
This is as much
and
effort as I'm gonna
overstuffed
be willing
Chica
to put
variant
into
belching up
it,
all
to be
sorts of
honest.
horrors, and the Chica Defense Network, a brain in a jar,
Oh, stop.
surrounded by swimming cupcakes.
Um,
Now, finally, we move on to Security Breach, where Chica all but went through her
what did we
biggest
say we were
change
gonna
of the
watch
series.
after this? I don't
Well, sort of.
remember.
Glamrock Chica is the newest variation of
What do you
Chica
guys want me
and
to
is a
put
standing
on?
example of how much Chica has changed over the games. Yellow and orange to pink and white, round to slender, constant cupcake companion to cupcake theming, but no longer constantly stuck with a
Put on there.
platter.
I don't know what else to watch.
It really has been a long road. Though one thing hasn't changed, and that is Chica's insatiable hunger in food-based theming. Glamrock Chica comes off as sweet in her marketing and in some of her lines,
Your family is looking for you.
But in reality, she is two-faced, revealing a sinister undertone when in pursuit of her chosen target.
Let me take you to your parents.
Going so far as to offer candy to lure in children, something that was clearly done on purpose.
Who wants candy?
It is unclear if this personality was entirely spawned by the corruption from Vanny and Afton, but some of her quirks seem to have been around
Alright,
for a
I'm
while,
gonna export this.
including her nasty habit of eating garbage.
I've
Chica
made 2
cannot
videos
control
today.
herself.
Very
At the
rude.
smell of pizza, she will come running and shove her way past anything and everything to reach pizza. Or green drink ooze that's pizza flavored, in the case of the discontinued Monty Mystery Mix, which had to be discontinued because of Chica's behavior surrounding it. This is used as bait to lure Chica into the trash compactor to put her out of commission and retrieve her coveted voice box as an upgrade. An upgrade that, according to messages left in duffel bags, scrambles staff bots and has led to her no longer being allowed to sing. Which is fine, as Chica's true skill is on the guitar. Towards the beginning of the game, we are able to catch a glimpse
My model's
of Chica
laggy because I'm
shredding in her
exporting
green room.
something.
She does seem to have
Oh.
some degree of skill, not just on the stage, but when on her own. Speaking
Alright.
of her green room,
I don't want you guys
it's
to see me like
overflowing
this.
with
It's
pizza
embarrassing.
boxes, foodstuff, and other trash. Indeed, Chica seems to have a serious problem with her appetite.
Everything I
One
have
that
gets
is
super
literally
laggy
consuming
when
her, and one that,
I'm
from what we
exporting
can
with
see from the
Premiere. I think it's just
messages,
because it needs a lot
no
of
one's
CPU
really
power to make sure
doing
it exports
anything
in like
about.
a
Something
in
that
high quality.
doesn't help,
So
and a good example
hold on,
of
I'm
her
opening
unhealthy
up
fixation
Spotify and
with
putting on some
food
music for you guys.
is her main attraction, Mazer Size.
This is gonna take like 3
Mazer Size
minutes.
is an
so.
exercise room for patients to work out in, with an attached maze for the kids to play in. However, the real gimmick of Mazer Size isn't the maze at
Just in
all.
time. I have to pee again.
Welcome
All right,
to
I'll be right back. I have to
exercise.
pee.
Work
Only
off
30
the
seconds.
calories while you eat. Sign up for a
Ew.
membership pass today. Super cool perks.
Okay, bye,
include
guys. I'll be right back.
discounts on pizza,
One sec.
nachos, fries,
Bye.
and cookies. Now that's the smell of fitness.
People working out in Mazer Size are encouraged to purchase food and eat while working out, or eat and work out afterwards to work it off, or work out first and then be rewarded with junk food. None of these options are healthy. It's just another sign of how rampant the Pizzaplex runs with consumerism, where they can't even let their exercise room exist without stuffing it full of something to sell. In this case, food, possibly the worst option for a workout room. And having Chica, an animatronic with control issues so severe that she can't resist eating garbage to sate herself, be the figurehead of this attraction is both unsettling and very fitting. Chica has a second attraction too in the form of the Cupcake Shop. It's a hidden and largely unused location tucked away in the second floor between Monty Golf and Mazer Size. This is also where the arcade machine for Chica's Cut minigame is kept. A minigame that, through hacking, can be played, but was not implemented into the game. A faux cupcake factory with a Carl the Cupcake statue and a slew of destroyed displays. Likely mangled by Chica herself at some time in the night. Now, Shattered Chica is the name given to Glamrock Chica once she has been heavily damaged by the trash compactor. Missing her beak, in a possible homage to Toy Chica long before her, Shattered Chica staggers around in a dumping zone underneath the Pizzaplex hunting Gregory. Her head spinning around and shrieking out in shrill mechanical sounds now that she can no longer speak. She's a mess. But as we established, Chica wasn't exactly all there to begin with. She follows Gregory out of the basement and continues stalking the premises. One last note on Glamrock Chica before we move on. Fun fact, did you know that Glamrock Chica initially had a Valley Girl accent? So, sometime after Security Breach released, these samples of Chica's voice got out, revealing that initially she was supposed to have a heavy Valley Girl accent.
Like, where are you? Who wants candy? This area is totally off limits. Your parents, want you to follow me.
I'm torn on these. While I think her current voice is much more sinister in how it dips from sweet to sour, the Valley Girl accent kind of fits with the stylized theming they're trying to go with the Pizzaplex, and would better fit the haughty nature of the untouchable rock star. But, I think in the long run, what we got was better. Chica will be returning again in Ruin in a more devastated state. While we haven't gotten a name on her yet, the moniker Ruin Chica has been thrown around, and even if it's not official, it seems to fit her pretty well. But before Security Breach release, there was also a side game in the vein of Freddy in Space 2, and that was Security Breach Fury's Rage, a beat-em-up in the style of Streets of Rage. Glamrock Chica is a playable character, while one of the enemies is a Chica variant. Okay, with all the current games out of the way, let's move on to the books. In The Silver Eyes, Chica plays a similar role to her of her bandmates. They come, they chase Charlie and her friends around, and they drag Afton off at the end. There's other things, but unlike Foxy and Golden Freddy who get specific spotlights, Chica is pretty much just an interchangeable baddie along with Freddy and Bonnie. Chica returns in The Twisted Ones in a similar vein, appearing with them in the basement of Police Chief Clay Burke, waking up to fight the Twisted Ones and then disappearing into the fog afterwards, only to wind up stuck to an amalgam in the fourth closet that is apparently described as looking like the Blob, but then looks like this in the graphic novel. Though there is one thing I should take note of, and that is the situation with Twisted Chica. So Twisted Chica is a strictly merch-based character. She never appears in the Twisted Ones novel, basically having her spot filled by the Twisted Wolf, and simply as the vaguest reference in a single line. Not even as existing, but Charlie speculating that she might exist. I bring this up because she got a whole 2 pages in the character encyclopedia, and again, at least a few pieces of merch. Fazbear Frights has a few mentions of Chica as a background character, but her big story is Coming Home, one of the few stories that addresses the missing children incident directly, and to my knowledge, the only one featuring one of the missing children as a lead. Samantha is a young girl dealing with the death of her sister Susie. Susie, unable to move on and being hounded by none other than Chica,
I'm
comes
back.
to Samantha needing help finding her old doll so that she can move on.
I'm back.
To which
And
Samantha,
my
once
video is
realizing
done.
what she needs, helps her. It's a somber
Ooh.
but bittersweet
Okay.
story. It's not often that we have a story that depicts the grief that the
You said
countless
you were gonna end
families must
soon?
have been going through in a realistic way. It is definitely one of those stories that Fazbear Frights needed to have. Glamrock Chica has a few appearances in Tales of the Pizzaplex, but nothing really major, usually just short references occasionally here or there. Now, let's move on to our final segment of Chica's history, and that would be Chica's future. So far, we know she's appearing in Ruin as Glamrock Chica, but there has also been a recent wave of circus animatronics depicting rather detailed redesigns of Chica and the rest of her band. It's unclear what they will be used for, but it is a sign that her character is still going strong. I don't expect Chica to be going anywhere anytime soon. Even when she was seemingly bumped from the roster in Sister Location, she was quickly brought back into the fold, and she was the only bandmate to remain a major character alongside Freddy in Security Breach. Though, I don't ever really expect her to take on the role of the main lead or the main character anytime soon, unless Ruin's smaller scope lands her as one of the only major threats. But that being said, what do I think of Chica? I think she's great. I think she is one of the few characters who received a pretty big overhaul and then benefited from it. While I think initial Chica was neat on her
I
own,
wanted
the
to
small
check to
changes
see if
over
I
the series
actually,
led
like,
to
did
her
what I was supposed
eventually
to do with
stepping out of the
this,
shadow and becoming more of her
video.
own character. Yet you can still see reflections of the she used to be. Now, I think I've gone on quite long enough, so I'm going to end things here. Thank you for watching. Have a sweet day.
Okay. Whatever you gotta do.
Now what's on your nasty old mind?
Still
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Love you. Go say hi to Vampy.